Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Please take your seats.
Some time ago, Mr. Speaker, you wrote to us all advising that due to the pressure of business in this House as we approach the end of the mandate, you were encouraging ministers to only make oral statements which were necessary and to make further use of written statements. Yesterday, we had a statement which, frankly, was really a self-congratulatory statement about the High Street scheme. It's quite clear there's an election coming. Today we have a statement from the Communities Minister which amounts to giving us a date, and we have two other statements. Do ministers not heed the advice that you give them?
Well, I think Mr. Allison makes a fair point, and I mean I have written to ministers, as Mr. Allison said, basically pointing out they are coming to the end of the mandate. We're working very, very hard to complete quite a substantive legislative programme, which I thankfully can say that we're making very significant headway on. Like all of these things, there's a balance to be struck, and you know, I'm not going to comment on the wisdom or the substance of any particular statement that a minister will make in the chamber. And I suppose we could be faulted for during the year. We normally were asking the ministers to make as many statements to the House as possible. At the moment, we're actually asking them to consider that and to only make what we would consider to be important oral statements. As I said, I don't want to make a judgment on any of those particular statements, the wisdom or otherwise of them, or the merit. But I just wanted to rehearse and take the opportunity on the back of Mr. Allister's point of order. We are coming to a point where we have somewhere in the region of 10 plenary days left, within which we have to complete, we're trying our best to complete a very substantive legislative programme. And I think all members will commend those members and parties who are exercising discipline as we speak, by putting fewer speakers up, making shorter contributions, and certainly doing away with some of the more repetitious contributions that have been made between various stages of the legislation going through their passage. So I would appeal to people just to maintain that discipline that we have been showing to a large degree in the last weeks. It is a punishing programme, but we are a legislative assembly. That's what we're here to deliver on. I'm just very pleased as a Speaker to be able to say we are doing really, really well in terms of the passage of legislation. Every time we are now having a plenary, we are completing a number of final stages, and that is to be welcomed. So I would appeal to people to continue exercising the kind of discipline, political maturity that we need to make sure that we're only bringing matters to this House which are significant or important and worthwhile bringing to the House itself in terms of scrutiny and accountability and so on. And again, continue to commend the parties and the members who are actually exercising that discipline when these debates are going on. You can see from the order paper today that we're likely to be here to midnight, possibly beyond. That's not something that I welcome. In fact, that's something I would like members join with the members in thinking that is certainly not the way to go. But like I say, I just want to repeat, we're sitting now with about possibly 10 further days of plenaries within which to complete a fairly significant amount of legislation. So I want to thank Mr. Allister for raising that point of order, and hopefully it will be duly noted by all the relevant ministers. Thank you. Fourth item of business, members, and the order paper is the consideration of executive business not concluded yesterday. When the sitting adjourned, further consideration stage of the climate change number 2 bill remained unfinished, so we will return to that now. After that, we will take the motion from the Public Accounts Committee before starting today's business, which will commence with a statement from the Minister for the Economy. We shall now resume further consideration stage of the climate number 2 bill. And if you bear with me for a moment to get our position, we're on motion. We're on amendment. Okay, members, Amendment 40 has already been debated, and I call Philip McGuigan to move formally Amendment 40. Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 11, line 32, insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 40 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. No. Do we have tellers? Members, a question will be put in 3 minutes, and I would remind members that we should continue to uphold social distancing, and the members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Clear the lobbies. Thank you. Okay, members. Order, members. Thank you. Order, members. Order. Order. Members, the question is that Amendment 40 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Declan McAleer and Philip McQuiggan. Tellers for the noes, Harry Harvey and Tom Buchanan. I want to remind members again that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. So do remind members, all members, of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place. And I ask you to ensure that you retain at least 2 metre gap between yourselves and others when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, especially in the lobbies. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Thank you, members. Clerk, please read the result.
83 members voted, 46 members voted aye, 37 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors, please. Amendment 41 has already been debated, and I call Philip McGuigan to move formally Amendment 41.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 11, line 36. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 41 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Members, I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 113.5b that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Philip McGuigan and Declan McAleer. Tellers for the noes, Harry Harvey and Tom Buchanan. Clear lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, 56 members voted aye, 28 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors, please. Amendment 42 has already been debated, and I call Philip McGuigan to move formally Amendment 42. Move. Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 11, line 36. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is, an amendment 42 be made? Oh, sorry. My fault. Okay. The question is, that amendment 42 be made? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. Do we have tellers? Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Philip McGuigan and Melissa McHugh. Tellers for the noes are Harry Harvey and Tom Buchanan. Clear the lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left.
Secure the doors. Order members. Would members resume their seat? Order members. Clerk, please read the result.
85 members voted, 47 members voted aye, 38 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Amendment 43 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 43.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 12, line 37, leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 43 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will not call Amendment 44 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 43, which has been made. Amendment 45 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 45.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 13, line 4, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 45 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 46 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 46. Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 13, line 5, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 46 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 47 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 47.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 13, line 6, leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 47 be made. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will not call Amendment 48 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 47, which has been made. I will not call Amendment 49 as it is also mutually exclusive with Amendment 47, which has been made. Amendment 50 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 50.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 13, line 10, leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 50 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 51 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 51.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 13, line 11, leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 51 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 52 has already been debated, and I call Philip McGuigan to move formally Amendment 52.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 29, page 13, line 14, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 52 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Declan McAleer and Philip McGuigan. Tellers for the noes, Tom Buchanan and Harry Harvey. Again, I remind members to maintain social distancing and particularly try and maintain a 2-metre gap, especially in our lobbies. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Here we go. Order, members. Would members resume their seat, please? Clerk, please read the result.
86 members voted. 58 members voted aye. 28 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Amendment 53 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 53.
Moved.
The member proposed to leave out clause 30 and replace with new clause Just Transition Fund for Agriculture as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 53 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 54 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 54.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 31, page 13, line 21, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 54 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 55 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 55.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 31, page 13, line 34, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is Amendment 55 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 56 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 56.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 32, page 14, line 14, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 56 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 57 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 57.
Not moved.
Not moved. Amendment 57, not moved. Where's 58? Just go here. Some complications, members, but just to be clear, as Amendment 58 is an amendment to 57 which has not been moved, I will not be calling Amendment 58. So I am not calling Amendment 58. Amendment 59 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 59.
Moved.
Amendment proposed leave out clause 34 and replace with new clause proposals and policies, workforce, employers and communities as printed on the marshalled list. As Amendments 60 and 61 are amendments to Amendments 59, we need to dispose of them before returning to Amendment 59. Amendment 60 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 60.
Moved.
Amendment proposed as an amendment to Amendment 59. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 60 be made. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 61 is also an amendment to Amendment 59 and has already been debated. And I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 61.
Moved.
Amendment proposed as an amendment to Amendment 59. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 61 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now return to Amendment 59. The question is that Amendment 59 as amended be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 62 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 62.
Moved.
Amendment proposed, leave out clause 35 and replace with new clause, proposals and policies, carbon leakage, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 62 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 63 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 63.
Moved.
Amendment proposed, leave out clause 36 and replace with the new clause, Just Transition Commission, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 63 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 64 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 64.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 37, page 15, line 12, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 64 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 65 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 65.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 38, page 16, line 11, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 65 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 66 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 66.
Moved.
Amendment proposed, leave out clause 49 and replace with new clause, Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 66 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will not call Amendment 67 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 66, which has been made. I will not call Amendment 68 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 66, which has been made. Amendment 69 has already been debated, and I call Philip McGuigan to move formally Amendment 69.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 50, page 21, line 11, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 69 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 70 has already been debated, and I call Philip McGuigan to move formally Amendment 70. Amendment proposed to clause 50, page 21, line 13, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 70 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Melissa McHugh for the ayes, along with Declan McAleer. Tellers for the noes, Tom Buchanan and Harry Harvey. Again, members ask you to maintain social distancing during the voting arrangements. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members. Would members take their seats, please? Clerk, please read the result.
86 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 28 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. And you'll be pleased to learn that that concludes the further consideration stage of the Climate Change No. 2 bill, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. I would ask members to take their ease before the next item of business.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on the Public Accounts Committee reports and memoranda of reply. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That the motion relating to the Public Accounts Committee reports and memoranda of reply, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you. I call on the Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, that's Mr William Humphrey, to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I move the motion.
Formally moved. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 2 hours for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 15 minutes to propose and 15 minutes to wind. The Finance Minister and Ida Arigadish will have 20 minutes to respond, and all other speakers will have 7 minutes. I call on the Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee to open the debate on the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, I would like to welcome the opportunity to provide the House with an overview of the PAC's 7 published reports so far in this Take Note debate. In doing so, I want to provide the House with an overview of the important issues the Committee has grappled with in a variety of different areas of government and pull together some of the key themes emerging from our work. This will be important to members and our successor committee in the new mandate. The Committee has sought to complete as much work as is possible to identify the areas to be taken forward in the next mandate. And I want to emphasise the constructive contribution the Committee has sought to make to the review and the reform of public services and the delivery of, in terms of value for money and principles throughout government here in Northern Ireland. Before I open the discussion, I feel it's important that I give thanks on behalf of the committee to the Comptroller and Auditor General, Mr Kieran Donnelly, CB, and his team at the Northern Ireland Audit Office. The support they have provided to the committee has been invaluable. I would also like to thank those who provided evidence to the committee to inform our work. This is crucial to the committee in its effectively carrying out its functions. And I also would like just to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues on the committee, the Vice Chair, Mr Beggs, and colleagues in the committee. I don't think we've had a single vote throughout the time of the last 2 years and more, so thank you very much to my colleagues. In total, the PAC has completed 14 reports and will do by the end of the mandate. The 7 reports being debated today have been published with memorandum of replies. This allows me to provide the House with a more complete sense of response made to the committee's recommendations in these areas. At the end of the speech, I will summarise on the issues that have been cross-cutting across all the reports, identifying these thematic issues and monitoring the progress within and across the departments to improve the functioning of government, which will be critical in the longer term. The work of our successor committee in the new mandate will continue to be crucial to promoting accountability, transparency and commitment to good governance in Northern Ireland. I will start with the report on major capital projects. The focus on the 11 high-profile, high-value infrastructure projects, including the A5, A6, Casement Park, and as part of the Regional Stadia Programme and Sub-Regional Stadia Programme for football. Over an 8-year period, from the 1st of April 2011 to the 31st of March 2019, almost £10.6 billion was spent on infrastructure projects, and it was estimated that by the end of March 2021, more than £14.8 billion would have been spent on these projects. Each of the major capital projects suffered from time delays and cost overruns against the total timescales and budgets to a total value of £700 million. The committee was shocked by the delays and cost overruns, including those associated with securing planning permission and the scale of judicial reviews. The committee notes the importance of genuine concerns being addressed by judicial reviews, but the committee did wonder if a new balance could be struck to avoid vexatious challenges. The committee notes that the £700 million cost overruns could have been better invested in our schools, hospitals, roads and, of course, our transport network. In short, not only was the system for commissioning and delivering major capital projects overcomplicated, it was clear that many of the senior staff did not have the relevant experience expertise to allow them to deliver these projects with the agreed timescale and budgets. One of the major recommendations coming out of the report was for senior staff to have correct skill set and experience to deliver major capital projects. We are pleased that this is a recommendation that has been accepted by the Department. The Department has also accepted the recommendation for action to strengthen accountability and transparency for major projects. The committee also was disturbed to find out that there was no single oversight body whose function is to ensure that projects are being delivered properly, that the central overview is critical to improving project delivery. Again, coming out of the report of the committee has strongly recommended that Northern Ireland, like other jurisdictions, should have the same kind of oversight body. The Department accepted further recommendation in principle for dependent non-executive members and commercial background to be added to the Northern Ireland Civil Service Board. In all, PAC made 15 recommendations, many of which have been accepted in full or in part by the Department and will drive a large part of the reform agenda in this area. I'll now move on to our next report on digital transformation and Landweb project. This report focused on a project designed to deliver digital transformation to the Northern Ireland Civil Service, as well as Landweb, which was a project to provide online access to Northern Ireland's land registry, registry of deeds and statutory charges register. The committee examined the two projects, both awarded to BT, British Telecom, to look at the way each project was awarded and managed, whether they provided value for money. The committee took evidence from the Permanent Secretary and other officials from the Department of Finance, and frankly we were shocked at the inadequate negotiation and management of these two contracts. One thing that really stood out was the number of times these contracts were rolled over to the benefit of BT. In the case of NI Direct, the Department misunderstood the terms of the contract and was forced to extend it for 3 years as a result of failing to put alternative delivery mechanisms in place. With regard to LandWeb, a new tender will not come into force until later this year, meaning that the contract will have been in place for 25 years, 8 years beyond the original timeframe. The result of these contract extensions means that the Executive has had to increase its payment to BT by over £120 million. The overall costs incurred more than double the original contracted values. PAC made 11 recommendations in all regarding this report, and the Finance Minister has accepted all in full or partially. This includes the need for a deep culture audit of contract management-related skills, robust monitoring of contract management, and continuing training of staff on these projects. However, PAC is still concerned that all Executive Department contracts should and must provide value for money, both for the consumer and for the public purse. It is vital that all departments take immediate steps to guarantee that contracts are managed effectively, including by and ensuring staff have appropriate contract and management and commercial skills and awareness. All projects must employ the necessary skills and experience to ensure projects have staff continuity. Staff were continuously moved, resulting in knowledge and experience being lost. Where this is not possible, training and access to new knowledge and transfer of skills should be compensated. I would conclude that the recommendations made in this report must be implemented if local people are to have confidence on public monies are being allocated and spent with regard to value for money and consideration. Our next report, which I will focus on, is special education needs. No inquiry that this committee will have conducted over the last 2 years is more important than not investing in our young people. This report examines the way the Department of Education and the Education Authority support the children with special educational needs, including those in mainstream schools. It looked at a period from 2015 to 2020, and the Department and the Authority spent more than £1.3 billion supporting children with special education needs, with costs rising each year. An Audit Office report reviewing SEND practices in 2017, with a further follow-up in September 2020, found that none of the recommendations in 2017 had actually been fully implemented. The 2017 report noted no strategic evaluation of the support of the SEND children was conducted to ensure the best possible outcomes were delivered. More than £3.6 billion had also been spent by the Department in more than 13 years on reviewing its practices, with the Audit Office noting unacceptable issues persisting. We were disappointed to find that culture within the Education Authority that allowed it to continually deliver a substandard service for far too long. This is particularly clear in the operation of statutory assessment process for SEN. These weaknesses have failed both families and in particular our children with special educational needs. This is intolerable and plainly wrong. The Education Authority did not know how many children were seeking to access SEN support, or why it is more prevalent in Northern Ireland than any other jurisdictions in the UK. In the absence of such data, it was impossible to gauge the real demand for services and identify the gaps in provision. In all, PAC have made 7 recommendations, including the need for independent reviews of effectiveness of Education Authority and SEN processes. These were all accepted by the Department and should be taken forward to address dysfunctionality in the Authority and to ensure the SEN processes are fit for purpose. This would help to build confidence in the public and also in terms of families who are relying on SEN provision for their children. As part of the external review, we would like to see an evaluation of all types of SEN support provided. This should include benchmarking and data collection to demonstrate the progress that children make. While there is much to do to increase confidence in SEN provision, the committee cannot and will not overlook the excellent work and indeed congratulate those who are delivering SEN services to children on a daily basis. The dedication of frontline staff is exemplary, and we can applaud the fact that the education attainment gap is closing between children with and without SEN. We recognise this commitment as steps are taken to embed reform. This is invaluable and deeply appreciated. I'll now move on to the report on capacity and capability in the civil service. The report concentrated its investigation on the fundamental issues of the Northern Ireland civil service workforce, succession planning, recruitment and performance management. PAC has found that 12 recommendations that it believes must be acted upon to ensure the Northern Ireland Civil Service, which employs some 22,000 staff, is fit for deliver the necessary public services to the people of Northern Ireland. As a committee, we were deeply appreciative of the exceptional work done by many civil servants across all departments, particularly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, at the same time, we were utterly shocked at the failure to ensure that this is the right number of people in post with the required skills, knowledge and expertise. PAC has identified the gap between where the NICS is now and where it needs to be as we move forward. It requires radical transformation. The committee recommended that the role of the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service is pivotal in driving fundamental transformation. Strong and decisive leadership from the top needs to drive this change, and that must include total commitment throughout the senior civil service. Other recommendations included fundamental revision of recruitment, selection, injecting independent, non-executive and representation of Northern Ireland Civil Service Board, and delivering a Northern Ireland Civil Service which is wide across our workforce in Northern Ireland. The Department has accepted the vast bulk of the recommendations in the report. Improving capacity and capability across the board is of huge strategic importance and will have a direct bearing on many of the issues the committee explores in the specific areas of government. More needs to be done to strengthen the powers and role of the head of the civil service in the committee's view. Sadly, that wasn't something which was taken up. We want to see the head of the civil service in Northern Ireland having a similar role and powers to that in Scotland. Moving on, the report into the Driver and Vehicle Agency, which follows 2 years' review commissioned by the Minister for Infrastructure, one by independent engineers and the other by the Northern Ireland Civil Service Group's Internal Audit and Fraud Investigation Service. The committee found that DVAA had not correctly projected its lifespan of crucial equipment, and the scissor lifts which were used to enable inspection to look at the underside of vehicles and did not have a phased programme in terms of replacement, something that led to a significant disruption in services which affected so many homes in Northern Ireland as lifts failed. Moreover, DVA were using equipment which was far exceeded the usual life and high-risk strategy which did not put health and safety first and placed workforce lives at risk. As I'm running out of time, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to make a few points now as a DUP member of the committee. And one of the things I would like to draw attention to is a report that we have just concluded and we were unable to have the MOR today, and that is closing the gap. Members will know that that's something which is close to all of our hearts. Closing the gap was a follow-up to the First Start, which was a piece of work done by the committee introduced by Peter Weir when he was Education Minister in relation to closing the gap in working class areas in terms of educational attainment. And I want to pay tribute to Dr Noel Purdy and his team, Jackie Redpath, Mary Montgomery, Joyce Loeb and Kathleen O'Hara. They did a fantastic job, and our committee, in terms of our report Closing the Gap, want to build on that. We want to see government across Northern Ireland, across the executive, providing the resource to deliver for these young people. It is hugely important. There are files, there are cases of files around this issue in Northern Ireland over the years, but sadly there has never been an actual resolution to this issue. We need to see the gap being closed. We need to see government investing in our young people and all government departments stepping up to that. That's something which we will push the head of the civil service when she returns to the committee in the near future.
I would ask a member.
And I would also like to thank Boys Model School for allowing us to host and launch the report at their school. I conclude with those remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Agus na siarm Sir Melissa McHugh on Cain I call Melissa McHugh.
Gormagat Class Concordat. I'll focus my remarks on the PAC report onto the major capital projects. The Audit Office report onto the major capital projects released in December 2019 was both illuminating and shocking. It identified 11 major capital projects, including 7 flagship projects, which have experienced huge delays for various reasons, despite vast amounts of resources being provided to ensure their delivery. Among the projects identified in the report included were Casement Park, the A5, the Stroul Shared Education Campus in Omagh, and the Regional Children's Hospital. These projects have seen little to no progress over many years, with delays and cost overruns on a scale which is rarely seen elsewhere. This House regularly debates these projects, but unfortunately, progress is frustratingly slow. These projects have faced setback after setback, including public inquiries, judicial reviews, procurement problems, and funding issues. It is recognised by all that the delivery of these major projects will provide a much-needed economic boost, as well as developing the associated sectors such as health, education, transport and sports. The Public Accounts Committee looked at the issues which gives rise to long delays in capital projects, and one of the main factors is the high number of judicial reviews. Of particular concern is the A5 project in my own constituency, which has been beset by legal issues from the outset. Far too often, we see tragic deaths on the A5. It's one of the most dangerous roads on the island of Ireland, and my heart goes out to the families who have lost loved ones on the A5. And the simple fact is, the more delays we have, the more grieving families there will be. Minister Mallon has said that another public inquiry must take place before work can commence. We need the Minister to give firm commitments as to when this inquiry will take place, and that it is expedited ASAP. The Audit Office has been investigating the JR process, and I eagerly await its publication. Perhaps lessons can be learned where we don't get sucked into endless cycles of public inquiries and judicial reviews, but that where citizens still have the fundamental access to legal action if they so choose. Another issue which often contributes to long delays are planning issues. And while planning powers were transferred to local councils, the Department of Infrastructure retains planning powers over regionally significant applications. The proposed development of Casement Park is an example of how planning issues can cause huge delays. I hope that these issues have now been resolved, and we will soon see the long-awaited redevelopment of Casement commence. Planning is an issue which the Public Accounts Committee has examined more recently, and the Department of Infrastructure is currently undertaking a review of the Planning Act 2011. Everyone that gave evidence to the committee agrees that the system needs to work, and it needs to work better, and it needs to work for the people. Departmental officials need to listen to the concerns of councils and statutory consultees to ensure reforms can be brought forward, which ensure a more effective and efficient planning system which delivers for all. Procurement is another area which impacts on the delivery of major capital projects. We need procurement policies which are fit for purpose and deliver high-quality value for money contracts. Last year, the Minister for Finance restructured the Procurement Board to include representatives from the construction industry with the skills and the experience of delivering public sector contracts. I welcome the renewed focus on the security of supply and the social value in public sector contracts. The Audit Office report identified multiple projects which suffered from funding issues. Projects which take place over a number of years need security of funding over the lifetime of the project. Now, this is necessary to attract the best contractors. And there has been much discussion around the benefits of multi-year budgets, particularly for our health service. But it must also be stressed how vital multi-year budgets are for delivering major capital projects. It is extremely frustrating to all those in our community who wish to see these projects delivered that the first opportunity for a multi-year budget in a decade has now been jeopardised by the walkout of the DUP. And I will conclude my remarks, Concorla, and I hope that the next mandate will bring a renewed determination to see delivery of major capital projects for the benefits of all of our communities.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I come here today as a member of the Public Accounts Committee to speak about two reports. One is the capacity and capability of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, and the other one is in relation to major capital projects. To me, both are vital reports and both interrelate, and I'll touch upon that in due course and why that I feel that. And being a member of the Public Accounts Committee and considering the different reports that are presented in front of us, and being a member for nearly 2 years, it's clear to me that government has a number of roles. The first is about keeping citizens safe, and the role of government in the context of COVID-19, and that aim to me has been very, very clear, and that's the primary duty of government, is to keep our citizens safe. But it's also about delivering good quality public services, and we excel in that in many different ways. And lastly, it's about enabling economic growth, the job creation, and also delivery of thriving communities. And the role of the civil service in relation to all what I've outlined there is absolutely critical. And I must say I commend the role of the civil service and the role that they've played, especially over the last 2 years in the context of COVID-19. Civil servants have went, in many examples, way above and beyond their job descriptions and their duties to assist the people of Northern Ireland in keeping them safe, in delivering good quality public services, and also to safeguard our economy and jobs. The report in relation to the capacity and capability of the Northern Ireland Civil Service was, in the context of what I've just outlined, extremely useful and also important. The issues in terms of capacity and capability of the Northern Ireland Civil Service has arisen in multiple Public Accounts Committee inquiries, and is a theme that generally runs through most inquiries that we have considered. And when considering the inquiry and the report and then the memorandum of reply we received from the Department, key issues such as workforce planning, recruitment and performance management were highlighted. These are critical issues that came up as part of the inquiry and need to be addressed. There's a very high level of vacancies within the Northern Ireland Civil Service. The last figures I note, there was over 1,400. And also there's a very elongated recruitment process, and this adds to the challenges within the civil service, and also for people who consider applying or apply but go elsewhere, because at the time they receive a job offer, it's too late. Also within the inquiry, one thing I picked up upon, which was of significance, was the over-reliance on the Strategic Investment Board, and that is something I feel that needs to be addressed in terms of ensuring value for money. In relation to succession planning, there needs to be clear clarity given from the Department in relation to that, taking into account that we do have an ageing workforce within the Northern Ireland Civil Service. Also, from my perspective, the principle of generalists also needs to be challenged, and that's been considered in relation to a number of areas, such as project and contract management, which I'll touch upon very soon in relation to major capital projects. Also, the issue of performance management has came up, that only 19 staff were assessed as unsatisfactory, equating to 0.1% of the total amount of staff. This comes in the context of my view that the overwhelming vast majority of civil servants that we have the pleasure and honour of working for us in Northern Ireland are performing highly, but we also need to have a performance management process in place. The role of the head of the civil service has a key role to play, but also the civil service commissioners, and this is something that arose in terms of the recommendations for action, and I think there does need to be a change in relation to that. Lastly, in conclusion, in relation to the civil service, it is notable that 11 out of the 44 RHI recommendations can be traced to shortcomings in the capacity and capability of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. So this is a critical issue, and the implementation of the recommendations set out by the Public Accounts Committee are critical. Lastly, in relation to major capital projects, to me, the ultimate demonstration of our challenges that we have here in Northern Ireland in the delivery of major capital projects is the unspent money that's left at the end of the financial year. At the end of this financial year, there was a potential of £36 million of capital funding being unspent, but it was only through the luck of the Treasury redoing their sums that that money is not going to be unspent. But in other financial years, we haven't been as lucky. In 2020-21, £22 million was returned, and also in 2019-20 financial year, over £100 million was unspent. These are critical issues highlighting the challenges associated with that. Multiple projects are listed, and as Alicia outlined, they are significant in terms of the impact upon people across Northern Ireland. And for me, one of the key issues is the delivery of an infrastructure commission for Northern Ireland, and I think it's very regrettable that has been delayed. Lastly, in conclusion, I feel that there is clear benefit associated with multi-year budgets, and it is regrettable that we aren't able to grasp that opportunity. I am proud to have been a member of the Public Accounts Committee. We're a unified committee. There has not been one vote in the committee thus far. We work together, and I think that hopefully it provides a role model how other committees in this Assembly should function. Thank you.
I call William Irwin.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this Technote debate today, and I focus my remarks on the report on generating electricity from renewable energy.
Excuse me, Mr. Irwin, but you need to be in proximity to a microphone.
Sorry. Sorry about that. I'll start again.
You're loud and clear now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this Technote debate today and focus my remarks on the report on generating electricity from renewable energy. The generating of electricity from renewable sources is an area of growing importance given the intensifying of debate and actions on climate change and the efforts around the lessening of reliance on fossil fuel energy sources. This debate is also becoming more crucial as this House is debating the Climate Change No. 2 Bill, and has much to my displeasure and disappointment voted for a net zero target by 2050, target which I believe is both massively costly and increasingly unachievable. The vote by this House to opt for net zero target by 2050 will have a significant impact on the issue of generation of electricity from renewables. It's something that I do not believe has been fully taken into account by those MLAs and parties who have competed to outgreen each other and have disregarded the advice of the UK Climate Change Committee. That being said, and focusing on the report produced by the Public Accounts Committee, there are certain lessons to be learned, as the report highlights. I do, however, believe that within data lessons are being learned and have been learned on this area of work, and that can only be a good thing as we move forward. The fact, however, remains that to encourage businesses and sectors to pursue the generation of electricity from renewable sectors, financially it must be available. Otherwise, a business of any sort will resist such a costly exercise in pursuing renewable solutions. It is also the case that renewable technologies are at this time very costly and remain so. That will of course change as time progresses, technology improves and energy prices remain so volatile. Those are the challenges that lie ahead for this Assembly and Executive in terms of ensuring that opportunities are provided for industry to harness renewable energy generation. Already 49% of electricity consumed in Northern Ireland comes from renewable sources. And this has been achieved via various schemes of assistance that have been initiated. Within the hugely ambitious new target set for emissions, these opportunities will have to be forthcoming for some time into the future. In terms of the recommendations of the committee, those focus on any new energy initiatives by the department and the need to ensure any potential environmental planning risks are discussed and mitigated with all the public bodies. Skill sets, human resources within the department must be at a level that gives the adequate assurance that any new schemes are administered with an assured level of competence with a lessened reliance on outside consultants. There are also improvements to be made in terms of ensuring a greater sharing of information across departments. The committee believes that there is a huge benefit going forward in ensuring that data and information is shared more widely where issues are cross-cutting across executive departments. I welcome the contribution of the committee on this issue and the fact that the Department for Economy has since 2017 actively taken steps to address concern around the renewable energy scheme. Indeed, in closing, I note today, in an official response to a question I tabled to the Economy Minister, that work is ongoing at pace on the issue of meeting the target set of at least 70% of all renewable electricity consumed in Northern Ireland to come from a variety of renewable sources by 2030. The Minister for Economy makes mention, rightly so, of success in meeting the 40% consumption target by 2020, and crucially, he states that to meet the 2030 target, it will require the establishment of a suitable support scheme for renewable electricity. I understand from his official answer that a consultation will be undertaken this year as per the Energy Strategy Action Plan to see how best to devise a support scheme. I have no doubt whatsoever that lessons previously learned will feature in the building of any new supporting element. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call David Hilditch.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to highlight the work of the Public Accounts Committee during this term of the Assembly. It is indeed an honour to work with this committee as we examine public spending with the benefit of hindsight. It allows us to highlight good practice, poor value for money, and to recommend improvements to the stewardship of taxpayers' money. The PAC has conducted significant work throughout the last term, and I am pleased to see this discussion on the floor today that I hope will lead to significant change in the way business is conducted in the future, and indeed lessons that can be learned. I wish to express my thanks to all who have worked and engaged with the committee, particularly staff, Audit Office and the witnesses. I would also like to thank the Chair, Mr Humphrey, for his flawless navigation through the term of this Public Accounts Committee. I'd just like to touch on some issues in relation to the report on speeding up justice. This report described a justice system that moves too slowly and is hindered by ineffective and significant financial wastage. We believe it is essential that all cases that enter the justice system are completed as quickly and as efficiently as possible. It was also welcomed that the justice system has begun to work in tandem to address the various issues with the development of, including long-term high-level performance standards. However, it was noted that delays are still obvious, and with the additional impact of COVID, this has impacted further, with an estimation of taking at least 2 years before the Crown Court system will return to the position it was in prior to the pandemic. Crown Court cases take twice as long to complete in Northern Ireland as they do in England and Wales, at a much higher cost. One particular concern is the lack of effective partnership working among key organisations within the justice system, despite numerous attempts to remedy this. The committee welcomes many of the initiatives that the justice system has introduced over the years to improve the system for citizens. However, it is critical that the PSNI, the Public Prosecution Service, the Courts Tribunal Service and the Department of Justice develop and publish a strategy for working together, including long-term high-level performance standards for improving Crown Court cases' timeliness and quality. One of the most worrying findings is that there has been little apparent effort to reliably establish the cost of processes within the justice system or the financial impact of delay and inefficiency. What we do know is that the justice system in England and Wales is significantly less expensive, and it would appear that the endemic inefficiency in Northern Ireland contributes to these higher costs. PAC's report also recognises the impact of COVID-19 has had on the system, which has not only interrupted normal operations but has slowed the introduction of some reforms. The Department of Justice accepted that the Committee's recommendations with some qualifications, including a clear plan to reduce backlogs to the Crown Court, modelling the financial impacts of delay and cost savings from reform, and a cross-agency strategy with long-term, high-level performance standards. In conclusion, we deserve a justice system that delivers for everyone and does so quickly and effectively. Monitoring progress against the fatal objective will is critical in the period ahead. We look forward to the next time our successor Public Accounts Committee revisit this issue, and we would hope to see a fast improvement, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the betterment of the judicial system in Northern Ireland, and we would provide the service for our constituents deserve. Thank you.
Agus níos éireann ar an agadis hon freigria hort agus de suas le fiche bommet jogad eire. I now call Minister for Finance Conor Murphy, and you have up to 20 minutes to respond.
I would like to begin by acknowledging the good work undertaken by the committee and by the Audit Office. The financial context has changed dramatically over the last 2 years due to the pandemic. We have had to change how we conduct our business, and we have had to take risks which previously we would not have contemplated. We have had to react at pace, and we had to radically change how we do things, and there were new challenges and risks to be taken. In that unprecedented context, we did not get everything right, but risks had to be taken as we acted at pace. Schemes which previously would have been developed, tested and refined over many months were turned around within weeks. And while there must be accountability for decisions taken, the focus should be on learning lessons from that period. It's important that we do not become risk-averse in the future. I hope the committee recognise that in the times ahead, as we continue to embrace new ways of doing things, applying innovation and creativity where possible, and this will not be without risk. It is therefore be important for both the Audit Office and the Public Accounts Committee to play their part in ensuring that departments, agencies and other public sector bodies are able to embrace change, take appropriate risks without the fear of criticism being foremost in their minds or overshadowing them, or worse, inhibiting the changes and transformation needed. Because we had to react at pace, decisions had to be taken outside the normal processes for ensuring value for money and without having the right controls in place at the outset. Many departmental accounting officers, my own included, therefore had to seek ministerial directions on a range of issues due to the abnormal operating environment we were in. As I said, though, we must be held accountable for those decisions, and I welcome the scrutiny of the Audit Office and this committee in such instances where ministerial directions are sought and given. In particular, I have to mention and welcome the new enhanced openness and transparency with regards to ministerial directions as driven by the Public Accounts Committee, whereby they are now published on the Department for Finance website. As we move forward through into recovery from the pandemic, we must try to get back to our more normal processes and way of conducting business. Our public sector has been under enormous financial pressure as we had to react to the very unique circumstances that COVID presented and put resources towards dealing with the health emergency. Without a multi-year budget, we lose a significant opportunity to put plans in place to provide longer-term stability and create a platform to transform our public services. Nevertheless, in terms of service delivery, it is essential that we do what we can to continue to transform how services are delivered in the future. It needs to be driven not only by the budgetary position, but by the need to improve how we develop, design and engage on the delivery of all public sector services. There are several strands of work going on which are contributing to the transformation of how we deliver services. As well as tackling operational challenges, the transformation we are embarking on needs to address the Executive's longer-term aims and identify and develop innovative and cost-effective ways to deliver high-quality services to the public. It is key to have the right structures and balance in place between central government departments and their delivery partners or arm's-length bodies. After all, around 70% of the Executive's resource-style budget is spent on services delivered through our arm's-length bodies. Members will therefore be aware that review of arm's-length bodies is a priority within New Decade, New Approach. The Executive agreed in June 2021 that a two-part approach should be adopted to the review of the arm's-length bodies, with legislation to be brought forward to facilitate the rationalisation of bodies informed by an efficiency and effectiveness review. It is for each individual minister to consider the effectiveness and efficiency of their ALBs. My department is, however, working with other departments to enable and support this process. Given that almost three-quarters of our budget is spent through the ALBs, it goes without saying that there needs to be a good working relationship between departments and arm's-length bodies. They need to work in true partnership together to deliver the best outcomes for the citizen. It will be of interest to the committee, therefore, that my department has been taking forward work in this area over the last few years to improve and rebalance those relationships. This work kicked off with an innovation lab at the start of 2018, attended by key stakeholders and partners including Chairs Forum, Chief Executives Forum, the Audit Office and representatives from a range of departments. My officials have continued to work in collaboration with these key stakeholders, and until early 2020, good progress was made and a number of products and guidance agreed. However, with the onset of the COVID pandemic in early 2020, unfortunately progress on implementing the new arrangements slowed down as we all had to focus on responding to the unique challenges presented with the pandemic. However, now is the right time to refocus efforts on progress the full implementation of the action plan. This will help rebalance relationships and facilitate a move towards a true partnership working arrangement. As we move forward, it's not just about working well with arm's-length bodies in partnership to deliver public service. We need to think of a whole systems delivery model in order to achieve our outcomes. We need to break down barriers and work as a joined-up government across departments and sectors, including with the local government sector. A good example of this is within my own department in relation to how we are managing the delivery of city and growth deals. My department is leading on a joined-up cross-civil service approach for this £1.3 billion capital programme. Finance officials are opening doors for a whole systems approach, facilitating cross-government working groups and agreeing governance structures and delivery models, championing a consistent approach to city and growth deals, and continually engaging and collaborating with local councils and delivery partners. Last Concordia, we are working to get our organisation, relationships and leadership right, and we are focusing on a more joined-up thinking and working across departments. Another thing we must also focus on, though, is our people. Getting a diverse range of people with the right skills in the right job at the right time is crucial to a well-functioning modern-day civil service. We are making good progress, but we must not underestimate the programme of work required to address the breadth and depth of the Audit Office and Public Accounts recommendations on long-standing issues such as recruitment, skills, performance, etc. Department of Finance officials are working collaboratively with the Head of the Civil Service and trade union colleagues on the interventions that will make a real difference. What I have talked about today so far are ways in which we are trying to improve how the public sector operates in order to improve outcomes for the citizen. However, another key element in improving for the future is learning from the past. We are all very familiar with the issues that came to light not only through the various PAC evidence sessions on RHI, but also through the RHI inquiry itself, and many lessons have already been learned and applied. However, I can say a top-line message for the civil service from the RHI inquiry are that officials need to understand their role as civil servants, be confident and competent in fulfilling that role, and uphold the ethical standards of integrity, honesty, objectivity and impartiality. Corporate policies and processes need to make it easier to do the job well, so there has been some revision of policies and guidance. But the Executive's response to the inquiry is about making sure things are actually done better, and we know that this is not just a matter of changing the rules. Civil servants need to understand the principles behind those policies and practices and abide by them. That is why the inquiry report states that its recommendations for the civil service require sustained system-wide change and will take time to implement effectively. Importantly, change needs to be driven at a political level, particularly by ministers. Learning from the past is where the Audit Office and the Public Accounts Committee can continue to deliver real added value across the system. It is that retrospective look, shining a light on areas where things could and should have been done better, or where they have gone wrong, that helps us continually learn and improve. It will therefore be important that we, departments, the Audit Office and the PAC continue to work together to deliver an effective public audit process that adds value, whilst ensuring a balance between constructive criticism and point scoring or unfair criticism. On lessons now, I would just like to address some of the main reports that the committee has dealt with as part of this debate. And there were a number of reports were touched on by members. The Chair, Mr Humphreys, touched on the one which a number of speakers mentioned, that's the Major Capital Projects report. And my own department acknowledges the need to strengthen the capability within the civil service to commission and deliver major contracts and projects overall, and we're working on reform in project delivery and on commercial capability. Mr Humphrey also touched on the report, and some of them are more specific to other departments. Of course, I'm sure the Public Accounts Committee will continue to engage with the Department of Education and Economy and other departments, but in relation to capacity within the civil service, we do accept the need for the operating model for people management within the civil service, and a review is underway and a report expected by the end of March. I don't underestimate that the programme of work required to address, as I said, the full range of the recommendations, and we are working with the Executive Office, with the Head of the Civil Service and the Civil Service Board to prioritise interventions that will make a real difference. I'm pleased to say that there has been progress across all of the areas identified by the committee. Mr McHugh then touched also on the capital projects, and just to say, he mentioned specifically in relation to his frustration, I suppose, to a range of projects, and that has been a consistent theme from members about the lack of delivery across them, but specifically in relation to the Procurement Board, which falls under my own department. It has commissioned work to determine the root causes of delay in major projects and to quantify their impact. This information will be used to inform proposals for changes to systems and processes. And the committee are aware that the department has developed and introduced a new business case guidance in November 2020. designed to improve the business case development process and ensure that relevant specialists are involved throughout. And work has begun on an interim review of the implementation of the new guidance, with a full review to be undertaken after 36 months. Andrew Moore also touched on some of the capacity issues within the civil service, and I suppose ensuring that there was a joined-up approach to dealing with them. And of course, as I've said, the Department of Finance are working with the Executive Office, with the Head of the Civil Service and a reconstituted Civil Service Board to provide a strategic leadership, delivery focus and governance. And an MOU setting out the respective roles of TEO and my own department creates a platform for the joint working between us. We are also developing proposals in partnership with the Executive Office to enable delivery and continuous improvement of HR services, as well as delivery of a range of organisational development commitments such as workforce planning. And we need to review the operating model for people management, as I have said before. Mr Irwin raised the issue, he focused on the report into renewable energy, and he raised an issue in relation to future schemes and consultation and ensuring that matters are got correct. And the Department for Economy have assured us that any future schemes that are developed with appropriate stakeholder engagement will be done so with particular regard for the information evidence provided by vested interests, and that they will ensure that they have access to appropriate costs and rates of return to ensure appropriate value for money. Mr Hilditch then also raised the issues within the report on speeding up the justice system, and the Department of Justice again have informed us that they are working with the justice organisations to deliver a programme of work aimed at speeding up the criminal justice system. It's overseen by a multi-agency programme board with representation from the key justice organisations chaired by the Minister for Justice herself. The Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill will help to speed up some of the most serious cases in the Crown Court, among other things, and that has passed its final stage in the Assembly, and officials are working with the Justice partners to discuss its implementation. And obviously, in response to the committee's report, DOJ are seeking to build on reporting opportunities to help gain a better understanding of the impact of delay in the justice system. So those were a number of the points that were raised, and obviously they are very valued and valuable reports that have been produced by the Public Accounts Committee, and I've been pleased to be able to respond on behalf of my own department in relation to some of the matters that we're dealing with, and also to respond on behalf of some of the other departments themselves. But I do know that the Public Accounts Committee, having been a member of it on a number of occasions, will continue that work of engaging with those departments to ensure that when reports are done and recommendations are made, that those recommendations are followed through in a timely fashion. So I would, last Concord, I'd like to end by thanking all of those who have contributed to what was a very good debate. I hope we can all work collaboratively together to meet the challenges that have no doubt lie ahead, and in turn help our public sector meet those challenges.
I now call the Deputy Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, Roy Biggs, who will have up to 15 minutes to conclude and wind the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank my Public Account Committee members for their contributions today, but also the way that we have worked together to try and improve how a wide range of areas are brought about in terms of improvement. It's clearly from the Northern Ireland Audit Office reports that things have gone wrong on many occasions in the past. It's important to focus in on what those mistakes have been, and then contribute constructively to try and bring about improvement. So that's how I certainly have seen our members working. And as has been said, I don't believe we ever divide it on any issue. We work together in the interests of the public. The Chairperson, Mr William Humphreys, began today's debate giving an overview of the 7 PAC reports which have been brought before the House. We were inhibited in this session of the Assembly in that the PACs only really operate this past 2 years, and that included a period where COVID was at its height. So it is really quite an extensive number of reports that have been completed, many of which have finished the process in terms of receiving memorandum of response from the Department, but others that still have to be responded to. The PHC has shone a further light in these areas, and it is evident that there is a gap at present from where the Northern Ireland Civil Service is now and where it needs to be. And I noted the Minister's comments, and I do hope that many of these gaps will be filled. We have come across a range of themes in terms of such as the need for strong and decisive leadership from the top to drive change, to ensure that there's the correct skill set and experience to deliver, particularly for large-scale projects, I have to say, to identify barriers at an earlier stage, and most importantly, that there needs to be collaboration across departments, and for that matter, across other public bodies as well. We cannot afford the cost of silos. Mr. Humphreys focused in on the impact review on special educational needs report, highlighting these cross-cutting issues and again the need for collaboration, which is a constant theme in our reports. And then he linked on later on in terms of the closing the gap where social deprivation and links to educational underattainment are apparent. This is one of the additional 6 published reports which have yet to be fully responded to, but will do so. We've done so in fullness of time. It's vital, he's highlighted it's vital that we improve the lot of our young people. And Andrew Muir, sorry, I could just add to that issue in terms of special educational need. And actually, an aspect of it demonstrated to me how committee members can bring their own experience and add to Northern Ireland Audit Office reports and in terms of our committee work and our engagement with the witnesses. And a member of the public a constituent had advised me of an issue about special educational need, complaining about multiple classroom assistants in post-primary school settings standing at the back of the classroom and not actually engaging. And when I put that during our evidence session, I got a wide range of comments, all agreeing from a wide range of people. The Permanent Secretary agreed that that does not show value for money. Mr. Boyd, the former Chief Executive of the Education Authority, says you're absolutely right. And he actually highlighted it as one of the issues previously highlighted by a 2017 Audit Office report. Dr. McMorrin, who's a member of the Education Authority, said you're absolutely right, 100% true. And a total disgrace was language that he used. Subsequently, in the Closing the Gap report, Ms. Logue, principal of Longtars Primary School, indicated to me that she has a classroom where at present there can be almost 5 classroom assistants with over 30 children, and that she would much rather have the money to decide so that she could make much better use of it for the benefit of those children. Then Ms. O'Hara, the principal of Hazelwood Integrated College, indicated you've hit the nail on the head on this issue. And Mrs. Montgomery, from the principal of Belfast Boys Model School, indicated how she had to fight to get autonomy with that budget each year. But she also demonstrated how much better use she made of that budget by employing additional teachers for some one-to-one learning, small group classes, and indeed some classroom assistants as well. So I was pleased that that was taken on board by the Public Accounts report, where one of our recommendations was there was need for an immediate independent external review of special educational needs service and provision. And that was accepted by the Department of Education. They accepted that recommendation, and it will be commissioned by DE to address the specific elements and will be delivered in phases. And amongst the areas covered is an external review of funding of SEN services, including delegation of budgets. So I think we've had an outcome there, and I'm delighted for that. It's important that we contribute to change. Moving on then, Andrew Muir spoke on the major capital projects report and the capacity and capability of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, and agree there's an overlap between these, because it's clear to me from reading these reports that it's the lack of capacity has created some of the difficulties. Often there was not strong leadership, there was not the correct skill set in order to deliver, nor the experience to deal with the sheer scale of some of these projects. And I have to say, I think in particular, the University of Ulster's a rebuild project in Belfast, plagued with problems, and the cost ultimately was paid for by the public purse. And that meant that other capital investment could not occur because it was being sucked up into some of these large investments. He also highlighted that we need to look more carefully at the capital spending of the end year, where in the past monies could be returned unspent, and he indicated it was almost an accident this year that we managed to balance out and not lose some of that funding. So clearly there are many challenges going ahead. Mr. McHugh spoke again on the major capital projects, and he highlighted in particular the delays with Casement Park, the A5, the Stroll Educational Site, and the Regional Children's Hospital. And he highlighted on a couple of issues which he thought were contributing to that, particularly the need for planning reform and to speed up planning decisions. I think everyone agrees with that, and that urgency has become even more apparent to everyone at present. He also highlighted the issue of public inquiries and judicial reviews, which were also causing delays. And he highlighted that it's important to learn from them, and I agree. He also then said it's also important that there is public access to legal process to ensure that no inappropriate decisions occur. And thereat, we have a need for balance. How do we ensure we protect the public interests, both against bad decision makings, but also against undue delays? And that's something which will have to be resolved. But certainly it is impacting on large projects, and we need to do things better than they are at present. William Merman focused on generating electricity from renewable energy report. And he spoke of the importance of renewable energy, particularly to reduce emissions, and that must be clearer and clearer to everyone, especially as all who've just spent, I think it's 2 or 3 days talking about climate change and the implications there, and certainly this is an increasingly important area going forward. He also highlighted there was a need for awareness across departments when bringing in new funding to ensure that all cross-cutting issues were addressed. And certainly when we examined that report, we would have seen how funding was being given, public funding was being given to some projects which didn't have all the necessary planning or environmental requirements in place. So clearly, there is a need to be more careful in stipulating requirements before funding is approved and handed over. David Hilditch then concentrated on delays in the Crown Court cases. He highlighted it's taking twice as long as our counterparts in England and Wales, and with that the additional cost. And he highlighted the need for PSNI, the PPS and our courts and tribunals to work more collaboratively together to ensure that they collectively provide a better service. There can be no doubt about that. It's not just about the cost, which is an important element, but we also have to think of the victims who are suffering during those delays. So he made a very, very important point that our many relevant bodies need to work together in the public interest. And again, the issue of silo working has been highlighted in that report. Minister for Finance then talked on the issue of risk, how it was important that we should not be risk averse, but take appropriate risk. We have to embrace change and take some risk. We need to be careful what we do. And that is a clear message which should go to everyone. There is a danger of the public bodies, civil servants, all becoming risk averse. But it's important that we do bring about change, and that does involve some risk. But let's make it a calculated risk. So that was a point well made. He also indicated that he wished that some of his reforms would have been further forward, but that COVID had actually contributed to some delays. But he's hopeful that going forward at this stage that will be able to be overcome and get back on the path that he had intended. Highlighted how it's important that the department works well with other bodies such as local government, and highlights the city deals, for example, and that ethical standards are maintained right across the civil servant. Mr Humphreys also in the report highlighted that we had engaged with the head of the civil service. Out of our capacity and capability report, it became apparent that there was a need for a change at a higher level. And I don't recall it happening before, but I was pleased that the Public Accounts Committee did engage with the head of the civil service on these issues, so that she becomes fully aware of some of our areas of concern. And indeed, there is a further meeting scheduled on Tuesday, the 8th of March, with Ms Brady, where the Public Accounts Committee will be reviewing how she is progressing the areas which we had presented to her for a need for change, such as to ensure that business cases are realistic, that business cases have all the information, and that there are the skills required to manage that area, that there would be good governance, and indeed a need to identify early warning signs of inefficiencies or if projects are starting to veer off course, so that rectifying action can be taken at an early stage. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the Public Accounts Committee legacy report will include some 7 reports that have received a memorandum of reply, but an additional 6 reports which have still to complete their process, where we receive a response back from the Department of Finance in terms of the recommendations that are met. And these 6 reports are addiction services in Northern Ireland, closing the gap, social deprivation and links to educational attainment, sports sustainability fund, review of the Northern Ireland budget process, broadband investment in Northern Ireland, and planning in Northern Ireland. And we would draw that to attention to the subsequent Public Accounts Committee so that they can appropriately scrutinise. Again, I would
ask the member to draw his remarks to a close, please.
I've welcomed this opportunity for the Public Accounts Committee to present some of the key aspects of their work over the past 2 years to the Assembly, and I hope that lessons will be learned for the benefit of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed. Thank you. If members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Members, I have received notice from the Minister for the Economy that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I just remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their names on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their place, as well as notifying the business office of the Speaker's tables directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. This isn't an opportunity for debate, and long introductions won't be allowed. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order aren't normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards. I call the Minister for the Economy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Members in this House are not shy about declaring their ideas or policies as game changers, even a few genuinely are. In the case of Project Stratum, however, there is no doubt that this is a genuine game changer, not least for those living in rural communities who previously could not access fast or reliable broadband. Project Stratum is the largest publicly funded telecommunications infrastructure project of its kind in Northern Ireland. I would hope that members across this House are familiar with the genesis of the scheme, but for those who perhaps choose not to acknowledge the origins of the project, it came about as a direct result of the DUP Conservative Confidence and Supply Agreement. When given the opportunity to do so, DUP colleagues in Westminster used their influence to the benefit of everyone in Northern Ireland by negotiating a broadband intervention scheme that was allocated £165 million of public funding, £150 million of which was secured under the Confidence and Supply Agreement between the Democratic Unionist Party and the Conservatives, and £15 million from the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. After a competitive tendering process, Fibrous Networks Limited was appointed as the contractor to deliver gigabit-capable broadband to over 76,000 premises, using the £165 million of public funding, £165 million of public funding, and their own substantial investment of more than £45 million. My department has now secured additional capital funding of £32 million to bring a further 8,500 premises into Project Stratum, again mainly in rural areas of Northern Ireland. This additional funding has been allocated by the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, along with additional funding allocations from DERA and DFE. The additional premises now include premises that were out of scope due to insufficient funding when the contract for Project Stratum was signed, as well as premises that were not considered for inclusion at that time due to anomalies in the pointer address database maintained by LPS. It's important to remember that 97% of Project Stratum's intervention area is rural, defined as NISRA Band H rural, meaning small villages and hamlets of less than 1,000 in population, and sparsely populated open countryside. As a result of this much-needed public intervention, some 85,000 eligible premises will now benefit from Project Stratum, meaning these homes and businesses will have access to gigabit-capable broadband, delivering the fastest speeds available to consumers. These services will be provided on an open access network where I expect to see healthy competition emerge that will provide consumers with more broadband choice. Broadband is now increasingly viewed as a utility. Indeed, in 2018, the National Infrastructure Commission, the government's independent advisor on the UK's infrastructure needs, stated that digital connectivity was an essential utility, essential to the UK society and economy as electricity or water supply. The broadband connectivity figures for Northern Ireland paint an improving picture. Based on Ofcom's latest data, Northern Ireland now has the highest coverage of high-speed broadband services in the UK, with 3/4 of homes able to access gigabit-capable broadband. This is a result of significant commercial investment from telecommunications providers such as BT Openreach, Virgin Media and Fibrous Networks. Commercial deployment of gigabit-capable infrastructure, regarded as the gold standard, has, however, been focused mainly on our urban centres. The Ofcom figures, based on its latest Connected Nations report published in December, indicate that for urban areas, gigabit-capable broadband is available to 76% of premises, but that figure drops to 36% for rural areas. The broadband connectivity gap is now closing, thanks in large part to Project Stratum. Though still behind the rest of the UK, 91% of premises here now have access to superfast broadband services, delivering speeds of 30 megabits per second or higher. Superfast access in rural areas has increased this past year to 70% from 67%, due mainly to the implementation phase of Project Stratum. To date, Fibrous Networks has completed infrastructure deployment work to over 22,000 premises. All scheduled builds in 7 areas for this quarter are on track to be delivered in line with deployment targets. More than 10,000 fibre poles have been planted and 2,000 kilometres of fibre metre installed, despite challenges to working conditions faced by the contractor and its subcontractors during the pandemic. A remarkable achievement when compared to comparable projects in other parts of the UK or Ireland. The additional 8,500 premises that my department has now brought into scope of the project includes 2,500 harder-to-reach properties that were not part of the original contract due to the exhaustion of funding, plus a further 6,000 eligible premises in Project Stratum's state aid compliant postcode areas, identified through the project team's ongoing engagement with LPS colleagues following the further interrogation of premises data held on the Pointer dataset. This process was state aid assured and approved by the BD UK Assurance Board in early December, and approval was granted by the Department of Finance in late December. The portal managed by the contractor for Project Stratum will continue to be updated to reflect these changes, along with build plans and timelines. The public can go online at www.hyperfastni.com for information on continued deployment plans. The deployment of the new full fibre network infrastructure to reach all 85,000 premises now within Project Stratum will continue across 4 extended quarters of network build, with Fibrous Networks expected to complete deployment to some of the most hard-to-reach premises by March 2025. As a result of our continued public investment in broadband infrastructure, the connectivity gap in Northern Ireland will be all but closed at superfast levels, with all premises to benefit from new infrastructure under Project Stratum having access to gigabit-capable fibre to the premises. This means that Northern Ireland will be well placed to benefit from further government initiatives, including Project Gigabit, the UK Government's plan to bring full fibre and gigabit-capable broadband to every home and business across the UK as soon as possible. By building on the momentum that has resulted from both commercial investment and publicly funded investment in broadband infrastructure, Northern Ireland has the opportunity to once again lead in terms of broadband connectivity, and my department will continue to engage with DCMS colleagues to ensure that Northern Ireland benefits from investment in gigabit-capable infrastructure in predominantly rural areas where it is evident that commercial investment is not viable. Because regardless of where people live and work in Northern Ireland, I believe they should have access to the best broadband services available. A recent Ipsos Mori report prepared for DCMS and published in 2021 looked at the benefits of access to improved broadband services through extensive engagement with businesses and local bodies. Benefits highlighted in the report include increased employment, the creation of jobs, increased business turnover, efficiency gains, improved e-learning capabilities and enhanced school admin processes, improved e-health capabilities including video-enabled consultations, and improvements to subjective well-being, particularly among older age groups. As Project Stratum fulfils its objectives, and as my department further develops opportunities to improve the broadband connectivity landscape in Northern Ireland, wherever it is needed, we can look forward to the benefits that a better connected society will bring to those who work and live in Northern Ireland, thanks to publicly funded initiatives like Project Stratum. I commend the statement to the House.
Minister, agus na Sir John O'Dowd, on Kester call John O'Dowd.
Not so much a ministerial statement as a party political broadcast. And on the subject of party political broadcasts, the last time I questioned your department on this subject you have spent a considerable amount of time misrepresenting my position in this regard. In fact, I've even featured on the DUP social media channel. But my question, last Conor, is this. When I see the DUP and subsidy in the one statement, I have to instinctively ask questions, and that's what I will continue to do. But, Minister, in your statement you say that broadband is a utility. Well, tell me this. Why are you standing over a situation where rural dwellers are paying twice as much for that publicly subsidised utility as they are in urban settings?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know if this is a U-turn on behalf of the member. If it is, I welcome it because it was fairly clear what the member had said in the committee. He questioned whether or not that we should be using public money to fund broadband improvements in rural areas that I don't believe, and my officials don't believe, would have been sorted out through the market and private investment itself. If he has changed his mind, I'm delighted that he has come on board, that he has realised the importance of the DUP investment in infrastructure in this way. He refers to the different costs between urban and rural areas, and of course that is something that I believe now can be addressed. As I said in my statement, I hope there is increasing competition because, of course, that increasing competition is the way in which we will drive down those prices. I recognise that there are differentials in costs right now. However, thanks to the investment that we have provided, it means the infrastructure is in place, which means the competition can happen, which means not only can residents in his constituency, and I have to say we have been able to include 2,829 properties in his constituency that wouldn't previously have had it. Not only will they be able to have it, but thanks to the infrastructure in place, the competition I hope will follow and we'll get those cheaper prices as well.
I call Deborah Erskine.
To thank the Minister because I know full well in my rural constituency how beneficial Project Stratum has been, even if others in the House aren't so sure. Can the Minister detail that without Project Stratum, how long would people in rural constituencies like Fermanagh and South Tyrone have had to wait to get proper broadband if it wasn't for Project Stratum?
Well, of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's a very difficult question for us to answer because it would have been outside of our control. If we were not prepared to put in the funding to enable this to happen, it would have been left entirely to that private investment that might never have come along. So we could have been waiting a very, very long time, if ever, for that essential infrastructure to be put in place. So it is the right question for her to ask. And I'm pleased that in her own constituency, not only by the end of 2025 will she have an additional 13,572 premises connected in her constituency, but as of this moment, as of today, there is an additional 3,398 that are connected. 3,398 premises in Fermanagh South Tyrone connected today because we took this action and because we are prepared to go ahead and combine that public investment that we secured along with the private investment with Fibrous, and that's making a change today.
Sinead Bradley for your cast. I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I rise, and I do so in the fear that I may be a participant in a DUP party political broadcast. But this is public money, and I would ask the Minister, while I do welcome that people do have fair access to broadband, as is right, can the Minister say with absolute confidence that every penny spent has been value for money and well spent? And is he absolutely certain that every penny can be accounted for and that there are no shadows around this whole pot of money?
Mr. Speaker, this went through all of the appropriate processes, the tendering processes as she would expect, the business case, all of that information was gathered, the work was done, it had passed through. I am confident that this is set out to do what we had planned for it to do, and she is going to see the benefit in her constituency of an additional 10,100 32 properties that will have access to broadband. In fact, her own constituency is only behind Fermanagh South Tyrone and just slightly behind West Tyrone in terms of the total number of properties that will be impacted. And as of today, in her own constituency, there's an additional 4,828 properties that have been connected. I would encourage her to ask those residents and those businesses in her constituency whether they think it is worth it, because I think they will say that it is.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm still reeling from John O'Dowd effectively quoting Margaret Thatcher. This will take some processing. And I agree with the Minister that in the 21st century this is as important as water or electricity supply. So I hope you'll join with me in making a distinction between premises which have access to gigabit capable broadband and those that avail of it. So I would be interested in the percentage of premises that have taken up a stratum and signed up with a telecommunications provider, and also his thoughts on the customer satisfaction data he requested I forward to his department.
Well, first of all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, whenever properties became eligible, we wrote out to those individuals and made them aware that their properties would be able to avail of it. They will have been made aware whenever that work was completed. I'm happy to find that information out for him. I don't know what percentage that weren't able to get it before that are now able to get it have actually signed up. But based on the conversations that I have had, the discussions that my department have had with individuals, I expect that to be exceptionally high. And for his own information, of course, there will be 4,729 in his own constituency that will benefit by the end of the programme. And as of today, 1,084 have already been connected. I appreciate the member sending through the results of the online reviews that were conducted in regards to Fibrous. I believe the ISP provider rather than Fibrous Networks, which is actually operating in Northern Ireland. So I haven't had any complaints that I've been made aware of directly of Fibrous, either as the networks or the ISP providers, other than the general cases that we are dealing with. So I don't know if that's in the rest of the UK or where that was based on, but it's not something that I'm getting huge volume of correspondence about here in Northern Ireland. Of course, as I've said before, I hope that as more and more people get connected, there is greater competition within and between providers in Northern Ireland, because of course that's the way that we drive down costs and improve customer service, I believe, as well.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, not much confidence now between the DUP and the Conservative Party. However, you said in a previous answer in the House today that you were very confident about the whole process of Project Stratum. Yet the Northern Ireland Audit Office issued a report which issued criticism, particularly around the procurement aspect of Project Stratum. Can you tell the House what learning and lessons that you have had and your department have had from the criticism that you received from the Northern Ireland Audit Office?
Yes, well, of course, we took that report very seriously, and drawing on some of the best practices acknowledged in the NIO report on Project Stratum, we have identified a requirement for further funding to provide qualifying next-generation access. And, of course, we continue to monitor the connectivity landscape and take into consideration all available premises data in regards to that as well. There were also concerns raised around the deployment and around the tendering process as well. But my department is satisfied that without further funding, these premises would have remained commercially vulnerable. We do believe that all of the appropriate processes were followed as well. And having raised this issue with my officials, they are content that the right steps were taken at every opportunity. Of course, where there is opportunity for us to learn from these, we of course should do so.
Irmer Linda Dillon, I call Linda Dillon.
For a point of clarity, I think that the Minister, when he responded to my colleague, said that the DUP funded this. I'm fairly certain that it was the National Insurance and taxpayers who funded it, and as is the case with any subsidised project. So people are paying for this already, and then they have to pay doubly for it. But for some of my constituents, where I'm questioning the value for money, is we have people who live on the same lane. On one side of the lane, They have got access to this broadband through Project Stratum, and on the other side of the lane they have not. And this is right across Mid-Ulster, and I'm quite certain that it affects constituents right across, for members right across this House. So can the Minister please respond as to how he will address that issue, because that is not value for money, where you are not connecting all houses on one lane or one road, or where there's one house at the end of a road which is being left out of this project.
My goodness, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Sinn Féin are turning into the Tories, it seems. First of all, we hear that public money should not be invested in rural areas in this way. And now we hear that there is no such thing as public money, but it's taxpayers' money instead. So it's a very, very interesting change to witness from Sinn Féin across the way. And like the first issue that she raised as well was in relation to the funding. I absolutely do I agree that's where the funding came from. It came from the UK government, but it was my party that secured that funding, and as a result of us securing this funding, we're able to deliver these benefits for people right across Northern Ireland, including 9,695 in the member's constituency, and 4,714 have already been delivered in her constituency. Look, we are keen to hear where there are issues, because I've had it in my own constituency of someone perhaps on one side of a road getting access, others that are not. We have been able to find solutions or alternatives to that. If we can do that, I'd be more than happy for her to pass details on to me, because our aim here in the department is to make sure that as many people are as connected as possible. There has been additional funding that has been provided to help increase the capacity and the number of people that can get access to broadband. If we can help that in a very simple, straightforward way, it doesn't make sense if you build infrastructure down a lane or down to one house down a road, and if there's someone else that can benefit from it as well, you're essentially halving the cost of that subsidy. So if there is ways in which we can help, I'm more than happy to ensure that we do that.
I call Peter Weir.
Mr Speaker, and I welcome the statement by the Minister on this vital intervention for both consumers and the wider economy. Some members can make jibes about confidence, but today's statement shows that as a result of the arrangements that have been made, there's been plenty of supply for Northern Ireland. Can I ask the Minister, in light of that, what his assessment of the impact of Project Stratum has been for businesses across Northern Ireland?
Have been able to deliver on this, and we have been able to secure the funding. He's absolutely right to raise the issue of business and the impact that it will have on business as well, because, as I had said during my comments, research has proven that it increases the capability of businesses, that it increases the efficiency of business, that it increases employment. In fact, when I was in the Middle East a few weeks ago, and talking about why Northern Ireland is such a good place to do business, I didn't have to raise it, but others raised with me our connectivity. Others raised with me Project Stratum. Businesses, investors have heard about this, and connectivity along with talent and skills is one of the major draws that we have here in Northern Ireland. And we're making sure, because we hear a lot about regional disparity in this House, we're making sure that we're not just helping cities, not just helping urban areas, but helping make Northern Ireland across the board a much more attractive place. And many in this House have contacted me and told me about the issues that they have experienced struggling to get jobs, investment into their own areas. Connectivity is one of the ways in which we can really improve investments and jobs and businesses in rural areas. This is a scheme that targets in particular rural areas, and we're seeing the benefits of that being delivered right now, including over 1,000 in his own constituency delivered already.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister so far for his answers. Minister, with reference to my colleague from Mid-Ulster who referred earlier about the anomalies down a laneway, for example, 4 houses and 1 missed, in your statement you've referred to the pointer system, the database system, which produced the white list or assisted your department producing the white list. How big an issue was that system whenever it wasn't correctly maintained to include all the houses? For 5 houses down a lane, but suddenly there's only 4. How can you be accountable if you didn't know what house exists if the LPS system wasn't correct?
Absolutely, that was one of the problems that we faced, that we were relying on data that was outside of our own control, maintained by LPS. That became known to us as an issue. There were so many additional properties that were identified and brought to us. And I think that's why we were able to secure that additional £32 million worth of funding, and that's why we're now able to access those additional properties. Of course, this isn't the end of our quest to ensure that more and more people can have access to broadband in Northern Ireland, and I will continue to liaise with the UK Government on Project Gigabit to ensure that where additional funding becomes available for Northern Ireland, that we use it to increase those figures even further.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Minister, thank you very much for your statement. And I do agree the connectivity gap is now closing, particularly in Fermanagh South Tyrone. However, I must say it is disappointing that it will still take another 3 years for some of those the hardest to reach premises to receive this broadband. And in particular, there are still a lot of small businesses out there in these particularly remote and rural areas that are having difficulties.
Well, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I could ensure that everybody had it tomorrow, I would do that. Unfortunately, it's not within my power. However, we have set a timetable and a timescale for this to be carried out. I can confirm that we're on track in terms of that timescale. Despite the difficulties that came as a result of the pandemic, we're still on course by the end of 2024 to have all of the original properties identified delivered with that high-speed access. And then 2025 will be those additional properties that have been identified that aren't picked up in earlier phases as well. I know that many will be disappointed that it hasn't happened soon, but I hope that in her own constituency of Fermanagh South Tyrone, 13,752 properties will be very, very pleased that they will be getting it by the end of that period. And I'm sure that there is a great joy in Fermanagh South Tyrone over the 3,398 that already have it today as a result of what we've been able to secure.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement and his work in delivering Project Stratum right across Northern Ireland. Just how important is connectivity when investing in iCells Northern Ireland to investors abroad?
Well, it absolutely is important because more and more we're getting the connectivity issue raised with us. I'd mentioned earlier about what foreign direct investors had been saying to me when I had met them. It is crucially important, and in particular, again, in those rural areas, and that's what we are able to deliver. Of course, it's not just in rural areas. We're still able to help in those areas that have had relatively good broadband provision in the past, and his constituency is a good example of that. There has been good connectivity in North Down. However, this will deliver an additional 874 premises that will get access to broadband, and that helps for those that have established businesses or are establishing businesses to make sure that they can take advantage of that.
I call Roy Biggs.
Deputy Speaker, I have to welcome the improvement in broadband services generally, but I understand in GB some 100% of homes will have access to a broadband service of 2 megabits per second or greater. But even after Project Stratum, approximately 2% of homes in Northern Ireland will still have a relatively poor broadband service with such as low speed. Or others like myself have an unreliable broadband service, and I declare an interest, an unreliable broadband service with less than 10 megabits per second. So my question to the Minister is, what options does he see will exist for such people who have still got a poor broadband service so that they can have the high-speed service that he alludes to?
Yeah, absolutely, and I understand the concerns that are expressed by some that have missed out on Project Stratum and those that have been identified as having a speed of more than 30 megabytes per second, but don't feel that they are getting that service and feel that they have been excluded. And I suppose that the member is probably falling into that category himself. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to deliver for my constituent, Mr Beggs, on this occasion. But certainly I think this is where Project Gigabit comes in as well, to make sure that those that have been missed out, that there's an opportunity to use that funding to target those. Now, we are talking about a relatively small number of people that are left over. But of course, in the meantime, there are additional service providers out there that provide alternative, other than fibre, alternative methods to get increased broadband speeds, and I hope that he would be able to avail of those in the meantime. However, I will continue to make the case to the UK Government to make sure that we get to the position that we all want to be in, which is 100% coverage and high-speed broadband for all.
I call Jim Allister.
Deputy Speaker, can I take advantage of this self-congratulatory electioneering statement to ask about a group of my constituents in the Braid who were excluded from Project Stratum because Openreach had promised to make a provision for them. They have failed to do so. How can those residents now be brought into the ambit of Project Stratum, or are they to be forgotten about?
Yes, so my department is aware that some coverage claims from broadband suppliers may be susceptible to data anomalies, or in some cases may not reflect commercial suppliers' ability to deliver against indicated plans. Or that their deployment plans may change, and this continues to be a source of frustration to my department. However, the target intervention area was defined based on the best available data point at that time. So we're going to continue to engage with broadband suppliers, including wireless internet service providers, in order to identify potentially viable solutions for premises. And whilst we realise that commercial rollout plans do sometimes change, my department encourages broadband suppliers to stand over commitments made during the Project Stratum open market review. Individuals who require information on their premises inclusion or exclusion from Project Stratum should contact my officials via the email address on the DFE website. If the premises are identified as being incorrectly excluded, my department will explore directly with Project Stratum the Project Stratum contractor what options might be available, and if Fibrous Networks will be in a position to identify a viable connectivity solution that does not require an immediate public subsidy. So if the member would like to contact with me, we can look at those options, and I'm sure he will also want to congratulate on being able to deliver 7,296 of his constituents in North Antrim who will benefit from this. This is real delivery for the member, and I'm happy to do that through the money that was secured by my party. And even better news for him right now in Mr Allister's constituency, as a result of my party's intervention, there are 2,982 that have broadband as of today. I hope that that is a cause for great rejoicing in North Antrim and indeed across Northern Ireland.
Indeed, and I don't think there's a standing order on self-congratulations. But members, as the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1:30 today, I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. The sitting therefore is by leave suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Okay, members, we'll now move on to questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Question 8 has been withdrawn, and I call Stuart Dixon. Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker.
I have not yet received an invoice. I am unable to provide an update on the total cost of the legal advice I have received in relation to halting sanitary and phytosanitary checks at the points of entry.
Supplementary, Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Minister, for a somewhat disappointing answer. However, Minister, do you agree with me that sanitary and phytosanitary checks at the points of entry to uphold animal welfare and food goods standards are vitally important for us? And how are we going to deal with the standards of the UK, New Zealand, Australia Free Trade Agreement, because that definitely threatens our food standards and our regulations?
I certainly don't agree that is necessary. In the first instance, food that is coming into Northern Ireland, that is to remain in Northern Ireland, poses zero threat to the European Union single market. The fact that the Alliance Party today, through Mr Dixon, has indicated that it wants to have checks between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which is going to lead to less supply for consumers, which is going to lead to higher cost to consumers, which is going to lead to a reduction in the offer made to consumers, demonstrates beyond reasonable doubt that the Alliance Party is more interested in the politics of the European Union than it is about the people that they actually serve.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Minister, in previous written and oral questions, including just there now, you haven't given an answer provided to the question of costs to halting sanitary and phytosanitary checks. Can you confirm how much was paid to the Attorney General for his advice, and was he paid out of public money?
Well, we haven't got a bill. The Attorney General is a female, not a male, and the Attorney General doesn't charge for their advice.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Agriculture Minister has not made clear why he chose not to take legal advice from the current Attorney General rather than the former one. But can I ask about the New Zealand free trade deal which was signed yesterday? Minister, last year you said you had been clear with UK ministers that tariff-free access to the UK for New Zealand farmers poses a very serious threat to our farmers. What went wrong, Minister? Did the UK minister simply not listen to you?
Well, first of all, the member makes an assumption that I didn't receive advice from the current Attorney General, and indeed from DSO and others. So the member would be well aware that that is purely an assumption and does not stand any veracity. But nonetheless, we'll leave that to one side. New Zealand trade deal. Of course, I have demonstrated quite clearly my concerns about potential trade deals. There are trade deals which will bring us significant benefits and open the doors for Northern Ireland to actually export its high-quality food. And there are quite a number of trade deals that have actually taken place already, which will be to our benefit. The New Zealand trade deal and Australian trade deal will always be challenging to us because they are large food-producing countries. But there are opportunities for other businesses in Northern Ireland, not least those people who are exporting engineering expertise, for example, to Australia through all of the mining equipment that is produced mainly in mid-Ulster. So there are advantages to these deals as well as disadvantages. Disadvantages will take time if they come through, because at this moment in time Australia is selling a large amount of its beef in Southeast Asia and consequently doesn't need the UK market. But that may not always be the case. So I have highlighted concerns and expressed my concerns about that. That said, whenever we left the European Union, our beef was about 20% lower in price than it currently is now. So it's hard for the member to claim that we have done badly out of it.
Does the Minister agree that it's telling that the Alliance Party and the other rigorous implementers of the protocol are obsessing about what, in contrast, will be the modest cost of legal advice which established that the checks were unlawful, in contrast to the figure that the Minister gave last month of £10 million of costs of those checks, never mind the tens of millions of costs to business and under the TSS? Isn't that a telling insight into where the interests of such questioners lie?
Absolutely. And the thousands of checks, the CHEDs that have to be produced by business, and the additional staff that have to be recruited by business as a consequence of the protocol, the services provided by TSS, which will be withdrawn, and ultimately that cost passed, the European Union's demand that we should be passing all of the costs that the government currently bears, this department currently bears, to business, and the fact that the European Union even want us to check people's cars and their luggage. That's what the Alliance Party are wanting, and that's why the Alliance Party have shown themselves up today in their demand for the rigorous implementation of the protocol.
Call Roy Beggs.
I thank the Minister for his answer to date. And the questions around legal costs. But there is an additional cost in terms of transport arrangements and bureaucracy, a cost to business when some suppliers do not even continue to supply Northern Ireland. So my question to the Minister is, what assessment has been to the detrimental impact of the Northern Ireland economy and the public, who, for example, can't even buy some of their plants in their garden centres?
Well, the fact is that it's easier currently to import a tree from Lithuania than it is from Lancashire. Now, that mightn't be the case whenever Mr. Putin's finished. But that's the reality, folks. We have a country where there's a barrier put within that country. That has never been tried in any other country in the world. And the fact that we have individuals in this country saying, we want more of it. We want more of it. Mr. Poots, you haven't done enough on the protocol. We want you to do more to make it difficult for people to buy goods from their own country. That is an outrageous situation. It's an outrageous proposal.
I don't want to have to keep intervening, but I will insist that we get order to continue on with the question time that we have in front of us. Anya Murphy.
The Independent Strategic Review of the Northern Ireland Agri-Food Sector report was published on the 26th of January. Sir Peter Kendall and his team undertook a considerable amount of work in a short time frame, under very challenging conditions presented by COVID-related restrictions. I welcome the report and believe it contains much the industry will support. The report has been open to comments and feedback from stakeholders on the 23rd of February. Given the many recommendations of the report, it will take time to produce a detailed and considered response that takes into account the views of stakeholders.
Supplementary, Anya Murphy.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, can you confirm whether you intend to include the Independent Strategic Review recommendations in the development of future agricultural policies?
Well, certainly we will consider the report in full, and we didn't ask for a report to be carried out to then ignore it. So we will look at it in detail, and we will, I'm quite sure, adopt most of what is in it. That's not to say that we will ever farm out our decision making to somebody else to adopt everything. But nonetheless, we will be adopting substantial parts of this report.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, in light of the devastating developments in Ukraine, does it not further highlight the need to retain food production capacity within this region and not rely on others?
I think it would be remiss if I didn't express my solidarity with the people of Ukraine at this moment in time. I think it's absolutely repellent that a sovereign nation has been invaded by another nation, and the consequences of it are awful for the people in Ukraine first and foremost, and there will be many thousands of people lose their lives. And I think, quite frankly, that the response from NATO countries has been poor in the first instance, and had more been done to avert this, then we may not be in that circumstance. Nonetheless, we are in that circumstance, and there are some realities that people need to realise. Number one, Ukraine is a country with the capacity to feed 600 million people. If that capacity is taken away, we are in a situation across the world where the amount of food available to the numbers of people is quite balanced. So if the farmers can't get ploughing their land and putting their crops in, or get selling their meat out of Ukraine, then we've got a problem. Number two, Russia is one of the biggest suppliers of nitrogen fertiliser in the world. If farmers don't get nitrogen fertiliser to spread on their crops will deliver less yield, and the consequence of that is significant. Number three, Russia is one of the biggest suppliers, second biggest supplier of oil and gas in the world, and the consequences of that for oil prices are very significant, which again feeds through to food prices. Number four, Ukraine is one of the richest countries in terms of minerals, including titanium, uranium and other products. So all of these things will have implications, and the consequences of it will be far-reaching. And if anybody doesn't realise that, they're going to realise that in the months to come.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Minister's answer, and I echo his warnings around the importance of food security and issues around supply chain. But can I ask on the independent strategic review, one of the things that independent strategic review majors on is the importance of exports. And of course, we have this situation where we have access to the EU single market. Now, if we all agree that we want streamlined movement of goods in from GB into Northern Ireland, does he agree that it is a good thing that Northern Ireland food producers retain untrammelled access to sell into the EU single market, unlike in GB?
Yes, I do, and I actually welcome what the members just said in terms of wanting to have streamlined access from GB to Northern Ireland. I actually want complete access, but I think that that's a significant step forward from the rigorous implementation of the protocol to streamlined access from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. So the SDLP has certainly moved well ahead of the Alliance Party, and I congratulate the member on doing that.
I call Alan Chambers. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, has any of the information from the Ulster Farmers Union report produced by KPMG been utilised in any reviews carried out by your department? Thank you.
It wasn't commissioned by the department, but the department do take note of its findings. And interestingly enough, whenever we talk to the Climate Change Committee, the findings in the KPMG report coincide with the views of the Climate Change Committee. The KPMG report is a credible report, and therefore is something that we all need to take cognizance of in our decision-making approach going forward.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Question number 3.
In order to ensure that rural communities will continue to receive support when the Rural Development Programme came to an end, officials in my department began work on the Rural Policy Framework for Northern Ireland. In addition, my department has taken the opportunity to deliver a range of pilot schemes that will help to inform future funding programmes while ensuring the continued delivery of programmes and funding to rural communities. The framework is nearing completion, and work will soon begin on developing a new rural business and community investment programme. The new programme will replace the leader and tourism elements of the Rural Development Programme. And as these new programmes are designed to replace the rural programme, rural development programme, I do not anticipate any adverse impact on rural communities from the absence of the EU rural development programme. On the contrary, the opportunity we now have through the rural policy framework to address the needs of rural communities provides us with the opportunity to enhance the support we provide and target our investment to address the most pressing needs of rural communities.
Supplementary.
Minister, the former EU Rural Development Programme was a ring-fenced, dedicated pot of money for rural communities, which is in stark contrast to the British Government's Levelling Up plan, which will see rural communities in the north having to compete for funding against big infrastructure projects in cities such as Manchester. When that's the case, are we really expected to believe that our rural communities will get anything like their fair share?
Well, of course, that would be down to the Department of Finance, and thus far from the budget proposals, maybe not. So the member will be as well talking to the Finance Minister to perhaps get a budget that would reflect the needs of the rural community, would reflect the needs of tackling the issues around carbon neutrality, of the investment that is needed to ensure that we deliver for the environment and that we can actually head towards net zero on the basis of having the funding from the Department of Finance to do that.
William Irwin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer so far in relation to questions. Minister, could you provide an update on the Rural Halls pilot and the next steps for those that are eligible but did not fall within the first 50 that received funding?
Yes, the Rural Halls scheme thus far has been exceptionally successful. So we have had a full rollout of the first pilot in terms of the applications that have come in. We have been able to provide financial support and training and looking at the next stages of the Rural Hall scheme. So we are bidding for funding to ensure that we can deliver for all of the applicants, because all of the applicants merit support. And the result of that work that has been done is that many, for example, parent and toddler groups have had better facilities to work in. Many women's groups, older people's groups, indeed youth organisations, so a wide range of people in the rural community have benefited significantly from this scheme, and that's why we want to roll this out to all of the halls that applied, because they are applying for things such as new electrics, new plastering to deal with damp. These are halls which haven't received funding before, but they're part of the hub of their communities and are essential to those communities.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister what discussions in relation to rural development programmes and rural development funds, what discussions the Minister has recently had with either or the Minister for Finance and the Treasury around replacement or substitute funding for that?
Well, we certainly talked to the Minister for Finance before and during the budget process. We have indicated very clearly what the needs are for the budget process. When it comes to levelling up, we will ensure that our voice is heard on that particular issue. And indeed, some of our MPs have been indicating that Northern Ireland hasn't done as well out of levelling up as Scotland and Wales at this stage. And we will ensure that Northern Ireland's voice is heard and that the opportunities for the levelling up to take place are actually carried through. And I would really love to see some real signature projects happening in Northern Ireland on the back of it. One that I think needs to be delivered in terms of the rural community and in terms of the agri-food community is a new veterinary college, and the delivery of a veterinary college in Northern Ireland will demonstrate to everybody else the sustainability of our agricultural industry, and that it will be a significant step forward for that. And I trust that other parties will be supportive of a new veterinary college here in Northern Ireland.
Kelly Armstrong.
Our young people are key to safeguarding our environment and tackling the biodiversity crisis. Acknowledging this, DAERA funds Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful deliver the Eco Schools programme in Northern Ireland. This highly successful endeavour makes environmental awareness and action an intrinsic part of the life and ethos of our schools, with a focus on practical, positive environmental behavioural change. Since 2020, Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful has progressed 2 programmes which focus on biodiversity in schools through the development of school garden projects. The Productive Biodiversity Gardens programme, in partnership with Radius Housing, has involved 16 primary schools to date, and the upcoming stage will involve a further 23 primary schools. The Productive Outdoor Learning Gardens programme is delivered in partnership with the Danske Bank and created an outdoor learning space in 11 schools, with a further 11 to be developed. Work is also underway to support the development of a new GCSE module around biodiversity recovery, and biodiversity was listed as one of the 3 key topics in nearly half of the most recent tranche of Green Flag applications, showing the importance placed on biodiversity by our young people. The Tackling Plastic project, in partnership with Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, aims to raise awareness of the problem of single-use plastics and provide support in reducing consumption. All schools here have been given resources on plastic and marine environments, and school workshops have been delivered to complete single-use plastic audits and action plans to help them reduce consumption. Additionally, 11 webinars were delivered focusing on tackling single-use plastics, and 75 schools have signed the Plastic Promise, making a commitment to reduce single-use plastics at school and at home. In 21-22, my department provided funding to the Lyric Theatre to continue the delivery of a short performance piece around waste prevention and plastic pollution, and that will be performed to an audience of over 3,000 key Stage 2 pupils and offer children solutions that they can easily understand and undertake. The Plastic in Schools competition, delivered in partnership with Queen's University, Department of Education, Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, gives pupils an opportunity to win monetary prizes for work on investigating the use and disposal of single-use plastics in their school. The Rural Pollinator Scheme.
Hour's time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Supplementary, Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much for the Minister for that. I'm sorry you were cut off in full flow there. Minister, local schools in my area have been out beach walking in the last few weeks. Could I ask you then, in the area of biodiversity, there are over 2,000 different types of marine species living within Strangford Lough. Can I ask the Minister what progress his department has made during the mandate to protect important marine life and their habitats?
Well, we're doing a key piece of work on MPAs, marine protected areas, and that is something which we are hoping to deliver in 2024 in conjunction with developing a blue carbon policy. And evidently, we can see the benefits in ensuring that our seas around us, which form around a third of our biodiversity, actually is something that we invest in, something that we identify in terms of protection, and something that we can ensure at the same time that people who live and work in those places can continue to enjoy that habitat and earn a living off it. One of the things that we have been looking at is the moorings for yachts in Strangford, and how we can ensure that those moorings do not cause damage to key parts of the seabeds, and therefore there is pieces of work already taking place in terms of Strangford Lough.
Collection Riley.
A huge amount of engagement with young people on this issue in particular is carried out by groups such as the Belfast Hills Partnership, who actually launched their Wild Youth programme earlier on this month. So what engagement does the department have with groups such as the Belfast Hills Partnership when it comes to supporting campaigns around young people?
Well, recently we supported the acquisition of a substantial land tract in the Belfast Hills for the Woodland Trust, and we have further support now going to the National Trust to acquire land. All of this land will become accessible to the public, will be planted out and used in a way which supports biodiversity in the Belfast Hills and create that access for the young people who live in the area, and indeed for people who visit the area.
Down Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, would you agree with me that farmers play a vital role in managing our natural environment and in encouraging biodiversity, and without their work there would be much greater land abandonment in Northern Ireland? And would you further agree with me that farmers are part of the solution to our climate issues rather than part of the problem, as some in this House would suggest?
Well, thank the member for raising the point, because land abandonment is a significant issue, and was a significant issue a number of years ago in Scotland when many crofters left the land. And the consequence of the wilding that took place was that it led to less biodiversity. And people need to waken up to the fact and realise the fact that managed land can improve biodiversity, and that wilding land very often leads to less biodiversity. Farmers are keen to engage in all of these things. Farmers are keen to ensure that they can improve the biodiversity on their land, and we see that in the uptake of schemes around environmental farming scheme and other schemes whereby they are out there, they're planting trees, they're planting new hedges, they're putting in protections to waterways and so forth. So there is a lot of work that's going on in the farming community and a real desire to do more.
Steve Egan.
I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, and I make a declaration of interest here as a governor at an excellent primary school, Kilbride Central Primary School, but we do have an election, so I'll mention that anyhow. One of the big questions we have had is we want to do some planting, we want to do some planting of trees, but we're finding it enormously difficult to source trees because of the problems we have for the protocol. What could the Minister say, what could we do to sort this ridiculous situation out?
Well, I'm delighted that, first of all, Kilbride, the excellent primary school that you mentioned, is desirous to do that. And I would encourage them to apply for the rural pollinator, community rural pollinator scheme, because we're making 1.51 million available to up to 183 applicants. So it would be good if that school was one of them. In terms of the issue that he's raised, this is a political issue that needs to be resolved between the UK government, who introduced the protocol, and the European Union to resolve in a way which protects the European Union single market, but also ensures that the single market between Great Britain and Northern Ireland is protected. And I believe that both of those things are attainable, and I think the European Union in particular need to recognise the problems they are causing and the reality that they will achieve what nobody else has been capable of achieving, and that will be to grind to a halt the political aspect of the peace process in Northern Ireland. That will be on the hands of the European Union if they choose to dig their heels in and not cooperate.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5, please.
A sustainable catchment pilot project to address water quality issues has started recently and is being delivered in partnerships with the Rivers Trust across the 3 catchments in Dundrum, Ballinderry and Upper Bann. The project provides advice combined with capital support to farmers to implement on-farm measures which aim to reduce impacts on the water environment. Last summer I visited the Upper Bann catchment, where my department has established a research project in collaboration with AFBI, introduced our pilot soil analysis scheme and environmental farming scheme group project. It was encouraging to meet the scientists and farmers and hear that we are starting to see improvements in water quality. Furthermore, I intend to consider the findings from the public consultation on a wide range of options for Northern Ireland's first clean air strategy. I will also give further consideration as to how a pilot catchment sensitive scheme to address air quality issues could be integrated into the strategy.
Deborah Erskine, supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. I'm sure he is aware, in terms of health and well-being, how important strategies like this are for those who perhaps suffer from lung conditions, for example. And given the apparent success of the catchment-sensitive farming scheme employed in England, can you update the House on how this scheme works, and would you commit to delivering a number of specific pilots in the near future?
Yeah, well, CAFRE Advisory Service was set up in April 18 as a single advisory service to provide advice and support to potential applicants. Sustainable Land Management and CAFRE delivers advice to farmers across the key areas of air quality, biodiversity, land management and water quality. And in collaboration with AFBI, they have delivered a pilot scheme which included soil testing, nutrient advice. And the Department has secured funding to roll that out further. In terms of the catchments that are prioritised, we look at the status of a water body, whether it's deteriorated or stagnated, the environmentally protected areas that the water bodies support. And I know this is particularly important in County Fermanagh because there's a lot of water there, and whether they're experiencing pressures related to water environment. and whether the water bodies are upstream of areas of potential significant flood risk. So there's a considerable course of work that is being done here, and I think that particularly in a constituency like Fermanagh South Tyrone, it is important that we ensure that water quality as well as air quality is improved.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, in the UK, between 28,000 and 36,000 people a year die with illnesses attributed to long-term exposure to air pollution. Yet in Northern Ireland, we still have no air quality strategy to deal with this. My question to the Minister is, will he publish the Clean Air strategy before the end of this mandate?
Well, we'll have the public consultation. It's important that we consider everything in that consultation. I personally would like to do it. I don't think that we will be capable of publishing it within this mandate. But that course of work is done. It's ready, and the considerations of that will take place during the Purdah period. The officials will still be working on it, and it will be something that will be ready and prepared for a new minister entering the department come the other side of an election. That is, if we have an executive to run a department.
And that ends the period for a list of questions, members, and we will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker. Minister, I was contacted recently by a constituent who was concerned about some trees that have been felled in Beaver Forest Park. Now, I'm not questioning the rationale or the background to that work by your departmental officials, but I'm just wondering what your department's doing to actually protect and enhance the likes of Beaver Forest Park, Craigie Glen and other places in my constituency where my constituents enjoy walking. Thank you.
Well, our forest parks are very important to us, and we have made substantial investment in forest parks in conjunction with local authorities. And a fantastic course of work has been carried out in a whole range of our forest parks. Indeed, I was most recently in Gortin Glen Forest Park, where there has been, again, substantial investment made in that area. But right across Northern Ireland, there's been a considerable amount of work done. There will always be tree felling in forest parks, by nature of it. Some of it will be to deal with ash dieback, for example, or other tree diseases. Some of it will be to remove trees and thin trees and allow greater biodiversity in areas of the forest, or indeed to create opportunity for new planting. So sometimes people see a tree being cut down and they don't like it, and that's understandable. But there is usually a very good reason for that to happen, particularly in our forest parks. Being destructive of good trees is not something which we're about.
Supplementary, Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. And I'm just wondering, Minister, if you would support some of your departmental officials meeting with some residents on site. There's a new campaign called Save Our Lagan, which covers that whole sort of part of Stranmillis, Rosetta area. I'm just wondering if you would support your officials meeting with some local residents. Thank you.
Well, certainly, if there's any requests from public representatives to meet members of the public who have concerns about anything that is going on in our properties, of course, we will always be willing and ready and prepared and open to meeting those people, discussing the issues with them, and to hearing their concerns, because their concerns will very often be our concerns, and very often the general public are the first people to notice something that's not right and alert us to it.
Rosemary Barton.
Minister, with the outbreak of war between Russia and the Ukraine, what effects will this have on the imports of animal foodstuffs and fertiliser for the farming community?
Well, Ukraine is a supplier of cereals to Northern Ireland, and consequently that has implications for the chicken, pork and dairy industry in particular. We will seek to identify other sources, which will probably be North American, but the consequence of prices going up is inevitable as a result of that, and therefore there is a significant issue there. As indicated in a previous answer, Russia is a big supplier of nitrogen, and therefore that causes its own problems. And I have absolutely no doubt that the sanctions that will be imposed upon Russia will lead to the availability of nitrogen being more challenging. That's a price that has to be paid, I have to say. because we cannot tolerate Russia's behaviour. But at the same time, it has a consequence, and has a consequence for the amount of food that we're currently capable of producing, because nitrogen is a key nutrient for our soils.
Supplementary, Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Minister, therefore, given the answer that you've said, do you therefore foresee a global shortage in some of these products like fertiliser?
I think there is every possibility that we have food shortages this year on the back of what is happening in Russia and Ukraine. And people need to recognise and realise the risks that are involved. I am requesting a meeting with Secretary of State for DEFRA to discuss these issues and get a better handle of where we might stand on it. But I have my own obvious concerns as a consequence of what is going on. And it will be significantly greater than the consequences of Brexit, which people talk an awful lot about. And I put that out to this chamber. We really do need to be prepared for what might come if this turns into a prolonged war in Russia and Ukraine, and there's every likelihood of heading that way.
Margaret Kincorlia, thank you, Minister, for your answers thus far. Can I get your assessment of the impact of your future agricultural policy on hill farmers, particularly sheep farmers in the hills?
Well, future agricultural policy is one that will seek to encourage people to actually farm and to encourage people to engage in farming activity. So whilst the greater volume of money remains with the land-based payment, there are some enticements, in particular for suckler cows, which is considerably beneficial to hill farms to move forward. The enticements are actually there to ensure that farmers can do it in a more environmentally friendly way, so having shorter periods to calving and shorter periods between calvings, and indeed reducing the time from birth until the animal goes to slaughter, will all help us to ensure that the carbon footprint that is produced in Northern Ireland is not just competitive but ahead of other places. And therefore those steps were taken in that area. Don't have the same opportunities to do that with sheep, and therefore they didn't get that enticement, I suppose, to improve their practice to the same extent. Nonetheless, sheep farming has done reasonably well over the course of this last 2 years.
Supplementary, Emma Sheeran.
Margaret Kincorlia, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, it's almost 2 years since this House supported my party colleague Declan McAleer's proposal to reinstate the ANC payment. But instead of doing that, it appears that you are intent on doubling down on punishing sheep farmers in hill areas like the Sperrins in my own constituency in Mid-Ulster. Can I ask when you will start delivering for all farmers, including sheep farmers in LFA ANC areas?
Well, you see, as a result of the changes that took place, hill farmers were significantly advantaged some 10 years ago or thereabouts, and then the ANC was a payment on top of that. It was a payment that Minister O'Neill found unsustainable, and that's why she only extended it for 2 years and didn't make it a permanent extension. So you may want to contact Minister O'Neill, the former Deputy First Minister, and she will advise you as to why she wasn't able, and the business plan and so forth didn't support her having ANC there on a permanent basis. That said, the average producer price for sheep has increased by 18%, from £4.52 per kilo deadweight in 2020 to £5.35 per kilo in 2021. The average prices in 2020 and 2021 were 11% and 32% respectively above the 10-year average for sheep prices. The latest statistics show that average farm business income of cattle and sheep LFA farms is expected to increase from £20,454 to £21,181, an increase of £727 or 4% per farm, whereas the average farm business income of cattle and lowland farms is expected to decrease from £21,242 to £20,793, a decrease of £449. So I think the member, if she wants to refer to fairness, would agree with me that we cannot take money off farmers whose income is going down to supplement farmers whose income is going up.
I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, would you like to outline for the House the impact on the agri-food sector of the full implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol?
Even with the grace periods, maybe will I give way to the real Minister, Mr. O'Toole? Even with the grace periods, Northern Ireland's point of entry are currently processing in excess of 2,500 Common Health entry documents per week, over 10,000 per month. Approximately 90% of these CHEDs relate to products of animal origin. They must be validated and recorded by one of my department's official veterinarians. Complete waste of their time. In addition, each consignment covered by a CHED requires an identity check, and European Union law dictates that a range of physical checks are also required, the frequency depending on the type of consignment. If the grace periods weren't in place, it is estimated that Northern Ireland's point of entry would be required to process in excess of 12,500 CHEDs per week across all consignment types. These would also require a significant number of identity and physical checks. Just to be clear, that is 5 times the amount of checks that is currently taking place.
Supplementary, Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Minister. I think the rigorous implementers may well want to think about these sort of statistics. Minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg was recently promoted in the Cabinet, and one of the first things he said is that he would like to have a bonfire of retained EU law. What would you like to see in the bonfire?
Thank the member for the leading question. Well, I think the first thing I'd put in the bonfire is the protocol, because the protocol, as it exists, is damaging to every single person in Northern Ireland because of the unnecessary and onerous burdens and checks that it puts in place. We can get a reasonable position with the European Union to provide the protections that they need, but ensure that there is no checks between Great Britain and Northern Ireland on products that are remaining in Northern Ireland. That is a reasonable outcome for the people of Northern Ireland. I see some Alliance members shaking their heads. I don't understand why they want to have checks on goods that remain in Northern Ireland. Our Asda's, our Sainsbury's, our Eurospars, Vivos, whoever it happens to be, pose no threat whatsoever to the European Union. And the consumers, the ladies and gentlemen and young people who are going in and out of those shops to buy goods don't need to have one of my vets checking those goods, because those goods are of the highest standards anywhere in the world that are coming from Great Britain, and we should ensure that as free an access as possible to those goods are available to each and every citizen.
Call Earlier Flynn.
And maybe just in on the topic of the agri-food industry, the Minister will be aware of the labour shortages that are currently facing that industry, and I'm thinking of companies such as Moy Park. Could the Minister outline what steps he's taken to address some of those challenges?
We have engaged in numerous correspondence and indeed raised this verbally with UK ministers on a regular basis. Whether it's Mr Foster, previously Mr in her roles, George Eustace and other ministers, we have ensured that they are very aware of the problems that the food industry is facing. It is not just the food industry here, it's the food industry right across the United Kingdom are facing these problems. And indeed, I'd have to say the food industry in the Republic of Ireland are facing problems as well, so it is not an issue about leaving the European Union has caused these problems. It is an issue of the government's policy on allowing people to come into the country. And of course, it is for the government to decide, but I'm making it very clear, that we need more butchers, we need more people who can carry out that work in those factories, and it is sensible to have a migration policy which ensures that your businesses can operate in a fluid way. Previous policy, where it was an open door policy, was not one which was sustainable for the long term.
Supplementary, Earlier Flynn.
Yep, and I thank the Minister for the response. It does also appear that the labour shortage crisis which we'll disagree has been caused by Brexit, is also getting worse for the food and drinks industry. And would it be a fair assessment that these shortages do pose a very serious threat to that food and drinks industry, similar to what you already warned about from the British Government's various free trade deals?
Well, I wouldn't put it just down to the food industry. I'd put it down to other areas, including health. And there is an availability of workers in many parts of the world who would love to come and work in Northern Ireland. There is an availability of jobs in Northern Ireland, be it in this engineering sector for welders, be it in the food sector for butchers, be it in the fishing sector for fishers, or indeed be it in the healthcare sector for care workers, etc. So we need to ensure that we continue to get the government into the right place and they make the right decisions, and that is to allow the requisite number of people to come into this country to fill jobs which are currently available. The other aspect of it, and I do agree with the government, there are people who are currently unemployed and on benefits who could be employed, and we need to continue to ensure that we drive and encourage those opportunities through, and ensure that people who are capable of taking up employment actually take those jobs. It's somewhat odd that someone from the Philippines could get a job here, but someone from here can't take those jobs themselves, and we need to continue to encourage that.
Time is up, members, and members please take your ease for a moment.
Order, members. It's now time for questions to the Minister of Health. The questions have been rescheduled from the 22nd of February. Questions 1 and 7 have been withdrawn, and I call Thomas Buchanan.
Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Deputy Speaker, members will be aware that virtually all waiting times, not just first consultant-led outpatient appointments, were in crisis at the return of the Executive in January 2020. So whilst the pandemic has exacerbated the situation, we must never forget that it did not cause it. This is not the first time that Northern Ireland has faced issues with waiting times, because prior to 2005, our hospital waiting times were the longest in the United Kingdom. But by 2009, the situation had broadly stabilised and remained relatively stable until 2013-14. Then, through a combination of one-year budgets, poor performance management and a lack of serious strategic oversight, the situation shamefully deteriorated to the extent that it did. Members will know last June I published the Elective Care Framework, which set out a detailed series of time-bound, immediate, medium-term and long-term actions to address our unacceptable waiting lists. A number of initiatives are well underway, and that includes the payment of enhanced elective care rates to staff in specific key areas of work, the introduction of mega clinics to maximise patient throughput, the introduction of cross-border reimbursement scheme, as well as a move towards leasing health and social care theatres to independent providers at times when they otherwise aren't in use to address current backlogs. I made it clear, however, that certainty of investment through multi-year budgets would be absolutely critical for the delivery and the actions and the targets that were set out in the framework. And the recent resignation of the First Minister, I believe, has cruelly robbed patients and our staff of the prospect of a 3-year budget. And I cannot emphasise, Mr Speaker, how frustrated I am that some in this place are so willingly repeating the mistakes of the past. The task at hand has been made immeasurably more difficult.
Call Thomas Buchanan for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his response. Now, note the number of initiatives that the Minister keeps telling us is ongoing with regards to waiting lists and seeking to get them brought down. And again, it's always pointed back to the pandemic, and it seems to be that everything else was put on hold because of this. And one thing that concerns me is these people that are red flagged for cancer. And they have, when they're red flagged, we all know there's a number of weeks, 6 weeks I think it is, until they're taken for their surgery.
Please.
And yet, some of these people that are red flagged, Minister, are waiting for months on end. Now, what are we doing to try and deal with this particular situation? Because we all know that cancer is as deadly or much more deadly than COVID has ever been. So what are we really doing to get this particular matter addressed?
No, and I thank the member, and he makes a very valid point in regards to the work that we need to do in regards to cancer, and that's why I've deliberately set out the cancer strategy and the work that we need to do there to get on top of that. In regards to red flags, the member will be aware that the number of red flags that are either cancelled or usually rescheduled within a pretty quick time frame to make sure that those patients can be seen as quickly as possible, and that's why it's important for us to ensure that we have as few COVID patients, not just within our hospital systems, but also within our intensive care systems as well, so that we can utilise that capacity as well for those people who need to come forward for those more serious operations. If the member has a specific constituency or constituent in mind, if he wants to communicate with me, I'm glad to get back to him.
I call Colin Gilden.
Cormac Cancorlia. Minister, the 3-year budget prioritised health and indeed set aside funding, as you stated, for the elective care plan. Now the DUP have walked away from their responsibility, what impact will that have in relation to waiting lists?
Yeah, I thank the member for his point, and I did welcome the fact that health had been given priority by the executive in the budget, and that was made a commitment made by all ministers and all parties. However, it's important to note that the lack of a recurrent investment that the service has received over the last number of years, not just simply in future years, means that it is needed simply to ensure that our existing services are funded on a sustainable basis, and it won't fully resolve the financial gap that is facing the health system as we move forward, but that inability to plan and put those transformation projects on a sound, firm financial basis makes it all the more difficult for us. So the likes of our cancer strategy, our elective care strategy, our mental health strategy, all becomes a bit more difficult when we don't have that recurrent budget.
I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, waiting times are impacting right across the health service. I had more reports again in my constituency at the weekend where an ambulance, it took 30 minutes to arrive and regrettably the person passed away. This is something that's happening regularly. What are you doing about those types of waiting times as well?
And I thank the member, and I note he's a petition already out in regards to that. I'm not sure if the petition will also address the budgetary pressures that we're currently under as well, but that would be welcome that issue is highlighted as well. The member will be aware of the number of initiatives the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service are putting in place to meet the needs of all the population of Northern Ireland, should they be rural or urban. And they noticed the response to Maggie's call at the end of last week, where we'll actually see our Northern Ireland Ambulance Service and Northern Ireland Fire Brigade working in partnership in regards to cardiac response, and that's a programme I want to see brought in phases as quickly as possible as well, so that we can truly look at those different ways of working together to address what is a challenging situation in Northern Ireland.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can you provide an update on what extra activity you have been able to deliver following the decision to allocate an additional 90 million, albeit non-recurrent, in the absence of a multi-year budget to tackle waiting lists in the current financial year?
And I think the member has indicated in the initial answer in regards to what can be done in year with substantial amounts of money, but it does become all the more challenging that it's not actually recurrent. As of the end of December 2021, an additional 157,687 outpatient and allied health professional assessments, diagnostic tests and inpatient and day case procedures have been delivered through those waiting list initiatives, both in health and social care and through the independent sector. So it does show that 90 million has already brought forward another over 150,000 people being seen at somewhere within our health service. If that money was reoccurrent, it would really make a large difference as to what we can strategically plan, but also what we can strategically deliver as well.
And I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When waiting times in Northern Ireland are now not just weeks or months, but years, at what stage do we in Northern Ireland seek assistance outside Northern Ireland to get people off these waiting lists?
I think the member for his point, he will be aware that we did instigate the cross-border initiative, although again only for 1 year because of the financial pressures, and we have been utilising that, where we've been able to send people to the Republic of Ireland through a cross-border healthcare directive. We have seen a number of people already utilising that to actually look for that assistance where we can buy it as well. But the member will be aware that COVID just simply wasn't a problem that the Northern Ireland Health Service faced, but all our health services across the world, across the UK, where we would have been utilising that additional international capacity, has been taken up by those same health services in those different countries as well. So the availability of being able to purchase international procedures is not as readily available as it has been in the past.
Moving on, I call Philip McGuigan.
Cast ever a tree, question 3.
I think the member, adult daycare and short breaks are still subject to nationally agreed health protection guidance to keep service users safe. Dynamic risk assessments of each setting and implementation of infection control measures ultimately determine the level at which services can be delivered safely. On my behalf, the Chief Social Worker wrote to Trust to outline my expectations on the implementation of the pathway to remobilise adult daycare, short breaks and transport, and to seek an updated position on current service provision. As of 15th of February, the Northern Health and Social Care Trust provides a day service of 81% of their pre-pandemic clients in adult day centres. The Trust's approach to provide as many people as possible with the opportunity to attend respite has meant, however, that some clients have had a reduced number of attendances each week. The volume of daycare attendance is currently at 63% of pre-pandemic capacity, and the Trust have provided a range of alternative services to mitigate the reduction in capacity. However, it is recognised that respite services must be fully restored. The Northern Trust have provided an indicative time frame to fully restore services to pre-pandemic capacity in adult daycare centres by the 27th of March and short break capacity by the 11th of April. This time frame is subject to any further surges or localised outbreaks of COVID-19, and a formal review of the implementation of the pathway and remobilisation will be undertaken in late spring 2022.
Call Philip McGuigan for supplementary.
Minister, I appreciate the response, and for those who use Rainbow Lodge in Ballymena and other respite and day centres services in our own constituency, they are invaluable. They can help provide a few hours of relief and support when families need it most. So just going above the detail that the Minister has already given, can he say or ensure that the Trusts resume full services and ensure those who need it get the respite care they have been able to access for some time?
And I think the member, he did mention Rainbow Lodge, and I'm aware a number of inspections have taken place in Rainbow Lodge by our QIA, and these inspections have raised some concerns. The areas for improvement of care within Rainbow Lodge have been identified, and my officials are working alongside Health and Social Care Board and the RQIA to ensure services being delivered at Rainbow Lodge are compliant with that. But the member will be also noting in my first part of the answer I did indicate in regards to where the Northern Trust is, and given that indicative time frame to fully restore services to pre-pandemic capacity in adult day centres, and that's to be done by the 27th of March.
I call Mervyn Story.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer, in particular in relation to the work that has been done to date by the Northern Trust. But will the Minister also give an undertaking that the assessment of those people who use the respite services will be a rigorous assessment, given the impact that COVID has had and the time that they have been away from the service provision, and that whatever additional support and help is needed for those individuals will be provided, especially in regards to their health and well-being.
And I thank the member for that point, because it is a valid point in regards to those who haven't been able to get the full gambit of the respite services and support that they have. And that's when I asked the PHA to conduct the review with the Chief Social Worker, the 4 key guiding principles that I asked and the Chief Social Worker asked at that time to actually underpin the proposed pathway to restate our services were to make sure that those services were person and family centred, that they promoted health and well-being, and that they actually worked in partnership with families and service users, and they were underpinned by that proactive surveillance that the member actually refers to make sure that any service that an individual is returning to is fit for purpose and meeting their needs. So it must be person-centred and specifically focused, but also support the family as well.
I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed for the Minister's answer so far, and welcome back, Minister, as well, and good to see you here. The value of respite services is undoubted, but only for service users, but just as importantly for their families and carers. The Minister took the right decision last year in ordering the PHA review, and I welcome that its implementation will be formally reviewed. Can the Minister confirm that once finalised, all the Trust rebuild plans will be published online in order to provide maximum transparency and assurance? Thank you.
And I thank the member for the point. He will be aware that over the rebuilding phase that we've been taking over the last 18 months especially, that all trusts have been publishing 3 monthly chunks at that, and in part of the review that I've asked all trusts to implement in regards to rebuilding respite care, that they do publish those plans as well, so that members are fully aware, families are fully aware of the targets that have been set and what I expect of them.
I call Jim Allister.
Minister, 26 days, which is what it is, the 27th of March, is a very short period in which to attain 100% restoration. Is the Minister confident that can be done? And in that regard, are the ancillary support services, such as adequate drivers for taking people to day centres, in place? Because I've had cases where the families have been told we can only offer 2 days a week or 3 days a week because we haven't got the drivers. Is that problem being sorted?
The member will be aware as actually one part of the review was actually transport as well, not just the physical location of where respite and care was being provided as well. So that is part of the implementation plan. The Northern Trust have given me a commitment that those services will be restored by the 27th of March for the adult day centres and short break capacity by the 11th of April. But as I did say in my initial answer, that time frame is subject to further surges or localised outbreaks of COVID-19, which I hope we have none.
Moving on, I call William Irwin.
For Mr. Speaker.
And I thank the member for his question. It's not the responsibility of my department to recruit health and social care staff. That responsibility lies with the employing organisation. And it's unfortunate and disappointing the Southern Trust had to take action in respect of emergency surgery at Daisy Hill Hospital. However, I recognise that this action had to be taken to maintain safe services, and we cannot compromise on patient safety, and it must always be our #1 priority. The operational decisions taken by the Southern Trust should be viewed in that context. This is a temporary change, and I expect Southern Trust will do all it can to seek to recruit additional consultant general surgeons to reinstate services as quickly as possible. And I do recognise that this will be challenging and will likely take some time. It's an unfortunate reality that a number of our hospitals, particularly the smaller hospitals, face an ongoing challenge in recruiting and retaining specialist clinicians. Hospitals in other jurisdictions face similar issues, and no amount of additional funding or workplace planning can resolve this challenge alone. I therefore ask the Health and Social Care Board and the Southern Trust to take the appropriate and feasible steps to ensure that the consequences of these changes are managed in a way that actually minimises the impact on the local population and the risk of increased pressures on other health trusts. I've also asked that fresh efforts are made to secure consultant general surgeons at the Daisy Hill Hospital site, while the Southern Health and Social Care Trust develops proposals for a sustainable long-term model of care for general surgery across both Daisy Hill and Craigavon. The Trust has advised that it is due to commence recruitment for 4 consultant surgeon posts with support for specialist interests. These posts will specify the need to work across all Southern Trust hospital sites, as the Trust does not have permission from the Royal College of Surgeons to advertise for consultant surgeon roles with speciality roles for Daisy Hill Hospital alone. I receive monthly updates on the situation, and that includes progress on securing additional medical staffing for the site. And I would appeal to local elected representatives to continue to work with trusts to promote their local hospitals and local areas and to help attract new staff, because that action clearly demonstrates the fragility of parts of the system. I've said before, and I will say it again, if we are to deliver the step change in health services we need, including general surgery, critical to addressing our waiting lists, we will need every inch of capacity at all of our hospitals.
And can I remind the member, if he needs additional time, he can request it. I call William Irwin for supplementary.
Thank you, and can I thank the Minister for his response, and again I too welcome him back, and good to see him back to health and strength again. Would the Minister agree with me that it is vitally important that consultant general surgeons are back in place as soon as possible?
I definitely would, and that's what we've been supportive of the entire time, but there are challenges in recruiting them, and that's why I've asked that all elected representatives in the area actually play a positive role in making the hospital an attractive site to work in, and the area an attractive site to actually recruit to as well. I see your colleague, Mr Story, nodding behind you. He'll recall the exact same challenges that we had in Northampton in the Causeway Hospital, and it was through productive, positive engagement with elected representatives, working with Trust Management, the Health and Social Care Board and the Department of Health, that has actually saw quite a transformation in the current outworkings of Causeway Hospital, and I would like to see the same for Daisy Hill. So that's why I asked for all elected reps to support us in that effort.
I call Liz Kimmins.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I mean, just to reiterate what you said, I think it is very important that we create a very positive image of Daisy Hill, and something I have been championing in my own area. But Minister, what has happened at Daisy Hill is a service collapse, basically as a result of staff shortages. And I know you said recruitment is not within your remit, but I think the fundamental issue is around workforce planning and a lack of workforce planning within the department. So Minister, are you able to outline what other services may be at risk of collapse for the same reasons, and can you confirm if the department's review into urgent and emergency care, which is yet to be published, will consider the crucial issue of workforce recruitment?
And I thank the member. An effective workforce planning is a key theme to the Health and Social Care Workforce Strategy 2026, delivering for our people. It was actually published in May 2018 when there was no Minister of Health. The aim is to develop by 2026 to sustainably fund an optimum workforce model for a reconfigured health and social care services, and that challenges across a number of surgical specialities. The surgical workforce reviews, current and planned action as actually of the 8th of February 2022, currently being considered by my department, includes vascular surgery, surgical specialities, general surgeries, cardiothoracic surgery, ENT surgery, neurosurgery, paediatric surgery, plastic surgery, and a number of other specialities. But it's that attractiveness of a site to work in and a trust to work for that helps. And if there's a general message being put out by elected reps in an area that either the hospital is under threat or the trust's under threat or the hospital itself is not an attractive place to work, it makes it all the harder for the trust to recruit to those areas.
And I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, the Southern Trust has said that despite repeated recruitment attempts, they have not been able to fill emergency general surgery posts at Daisy Hill Hospital, and they say this has forced them to remove this service from the hospital. However, in responding to a question I put to you on the 20th of January in relation to recruitment, you indicated that the Trust has last advertised for a permanent general surgeon position for Daisy Hill Hospital on the 5th of October 2019. The 5th of October 2019. This is either a symptom of woeful mismanagement or willful indifference. Which is it?
And here the member is once again attacking the Trust rather than supporting it and actually trying to recruit those positions that are actually at a premium, not just across Northern Ireland, but across these islands as well. I'm aware of the member's statements in regards to Daisy Hill and the difficulties that he brings. I'm also aware of your own party leader's comments in regards to the future of the health service and how he's actually said that, I think he conceded, that the Republic of Ireland's health system is a major turn-off as far as reunifying the island goes, even for people who are convinced nationalists. But I see that the member is trying to rebadge Daisy Hill as some hospital that will actually cover not just parts of Northern Ireland, but parts of the Republic of Ireland. I would rather see Daisy Hill utilised for the people of Northern Ireland, the people of Newry and Armagh, the people of South Down as well, who are actually paying into the National Health Service as well, rather than it being politicised because we're coming up to an election.
Moving on, I call Alex East.
Question number 5, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for his question. The South Eastern Trust is currently preparing an outline business case to consider accommodation requirements for a full range of services. That includes a minor injuries unit delivered as part of the future service model for the Ards and North Down area, taking advantage of the existing estate where possible. Until the outline business case process is complete, specific detail regarding the plans for a primary and community care centre in Bangor cannot be provided at this time, as this will be examined and detailed at the outline business case stage. The Trust remains committed to working with the Health and Social Care Board and my department to progress this project as soon as possible to deliver new primary and community care infrastructure for the Ards and North Down population. Funding for hub schemes will be considered alongside other capital priorities as my officials continue to evaluate what can be funded with the draft 2022-25 budget settlement. Allocations will remain subject to final budget confirmation and it says my approval, but the Minister of Health's approval.
I call Alex Easton for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. I'm particularly pleased to hear that a minor injuries unit will be considered for the community care centre in the future. However, the current Bangor minor injuries has been closed for 2 years, and unless you as Health Minister tells the South Eastern Trust to reopen it again, I fear it may not reopen until a community care centre is built. So could I ask the Minister, could you maybe speak to the South Eastern Trust to reopen the Bangor minor injuries unit?
And I thank the member, and he will be aware that the current consolidation of the Bangor and Ards minor injuries unit on the Ards Hospital site actually remains under continuous review as part of the Trust plans for rebuilding services. But due to the ongoing impact of COVID, the Trust is not able to provide a definite date for the reopening of Bangor minor injuries unit at this time.
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can the Minister provide an update on what facilities might be envisaged for the proposed primary and community care centre in Bangor?
And I thank the member. Plans to replace Bangor Health Centre and Bangor Hospital with a new primary and community care centre were included in the Primary Care Infrastructure Development Strategic Implementation Plan. This will create an integrated model of care in an environment which will maximise multidisciplinary and professional team working and encourage shared opportunities for developing links within health and social care and with external healthcare partners. The plans envisage a new centre in Bangor and assumes that accommodation will be required for at least 5 practices to service approximately 30,000 patients, and that's in the new Bangor Primary and Community Care Centre. The outline business case currently being developed will fully explore the service need and accommodation requirements for a full range of services to be delivered as part of the future service model for the Ards and North Down area, and that's taking advantage of the existing estate where possible. The purpose of an outline business case is to consider all the various options available so that an informed decision can be taken on what option provides the best value for money to meet the identified needs and objectives of the project. But as the member will be aware and will understand, it would not be possible to preempt the outcome of the business case process at this point in time.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Mr Deputy Speaker, given the growing population in Bangor and the surrounding areas, and indeed the pressures on our local emergency department in the Ulster Hospital, is the Minister committed to delivering this multidisciplinary health centre under one roof, and does he believe that is the best model to improve patient outcomes?
I do, and it has been a direction of travel, not just for me, but also for my department in regards to the development, and that's why the outlined business case will be of specific importance, and I've said until the outlined business case process is complete, specific detail regarding the plans for a primary and community care centre in Bangor cannot be provided at this time, but will be examined and detailed at that stage. But as the member will understand, it's not possible to preempt the outcome of the business case process at this current point.
And I call Rachel Woods.
Sorry, Mr Deputy, is up for question 6 or on this question?
Right, this question.
This question. Oh, thank you very much. I thank the Minister for his answers. In terms of the outlined business case, is there any rough completion of when that would be done by the Department? And also, could the Minister provide an update on Rivara House, please?
I don't have an update on Rivara House, but I'll write to the member with that in regards to the outlined business case. As soon as that can be brought to my department, we'll consider it in regards to the budget process that we're currently going through at this point in time. It will, as I said earlier, funding for the hub schemes will be considered alongside other capital priorities as my officials continue to evaluate what can be funded within even the draft budget of 22-25 settlement, because allocations will remain subject to that final budget confirmation and the Health Minister's approval.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, running through all of the questions you've been asked this afternoon is the issue of vacancies, and the member raised it earlier. But on the 10th of February, the British Medical Association raised concerns of the 300 vacancies for consultants and drew reference to the fact that there are pay disparities with the rest of the UK, and I know that there are problems with the South as well. So I'm just wondering what your department's doing to actually bring parity to pay here. Thank you.
Can I remind the member this question was about Bangor, including minor injuries unit. I'll ask the Minister to choose whether he wishes to answer or not.
And I thank the member that in regards to the BMA reporting consultants, active recruitment to permanent vacancies is led by each trust, and in the longer term it is through increased investment in pre-registration education programmes that actually creates the labour supply necessary to meet the growing demand for services. The ability to grow our workforce supply depends on the availability of significant recurrent investment in both pre- and post-registration training, and I continue to strive to ensure that the Department receives the financial resources required to make that essential investment. And I recognise that the ongoing significant increase in agency and locum expenditure is also not sustainable, particularly at a time of serious budgetary pressures across the health services.
And that is the end of our period of time for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions. None withdrawn. Okay. And I call Mervyn Story.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, you just in the previous question time had reference to the launch of Maggie's Coal. But could you confirm that after seeking legal advice, the Chief Fire Officer has suspended the rollout of this particular initiative? And it is obviously of great concern given the publicity that there was around this particular issue and given the importance of the issue that we're dealing with.
I thank the member. I am aware that there is correspondence between the Chief Fire Officer in regards to legal issues that have been raised by the Fire Brigade Union in regards to Maggie's Call. It's unfortunate that it would stall what has been, I think, a very proactive campaign by Maggie Black's family and a willingness in the Carnlough Brigade, especially in the station as well, to roll that out as quickly as possible.
Call Mervyn Story.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer, and also concur with his comments. But will he give the House an assurance that the fire stations in Northern Ireland will be given the adequate training, that every resource will be put in place to ensure that there is no liability to the fire officers, and that the training will be sufficient to ensure that this is done in a way that is professional and safe.
I can't give the member that commitment, because this was actually a joint initiative between Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, and it was actually the Ambulance Service that were providing that training, and it was specifically for cardiac response. So they provided the reassurances, and that again was the boards, the chairs of both organisations working together to make sure that both were satisfied that what was being provided was up to a standard that provided them with the reassurance as boards, that they could provide me with that reassurance that they were content with what is the aim of Maggie's call, to make sure that we can get people seen as quickly as possible, and I'm sure the member will support me in achieving that same aim.
I now call Colm Gildernew.
And Minister, I was going to ask around the day centres, around the publication of plans, but I realise you have given some answers partially, and I'll take a look at that. So instead, I would ask then, how many staff are currently still relocated from the day centre and respite centres out into other health settings as a result of the COVID pandemic?
I thank the member for his very specific question. I don't have a specific answer for that number, but I'll get it to the member in writing as soon as I can.
Call Colm Gildernew for another question.
Minister, can you commit that those staff will be prioritised to return in a coordinated way with the rebuild plans, and will you also commit to ensuring that the Trust publish those plans as quickly as possible?
And I thank the member, because I know it is something that he's raised a number of times in regards to rebuilding those services. When the trusts publish their rebuild plans, you'll be able to see the steps being taken, and I think the indication and the commitment given by the Northern Trust sets an example and sets a lead for the other trusts to follow in regards to their ambition and their desire to get those services back to pre-pandemic levels as quickly and as safely as possible.
I now call Deborah Erskine.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister will know that I have written to him asking for an urgent meeting in relation to GP services in the Western area. I am deeply concerned about the staffing levels in my constituency for GP practices. So would the Minister please detail what steps he is taking to strengthen the staffing levels in our GP surgeries to ensure that we have a service which is there for the future at the point of need? And will he commit to meeting with me and those GPs?
My apologies, I'm unaware of the request for a meeting, but I'll get back to the office and follow up for the member, because I know any engagements that we've had with the member in regards to health provision, especially in the West, has been productive in regards to what has actually been brought to the table. So I'll follow that up for the member. The member also led an adjournment debate in regards to GP services just towards the end of last year, and there were a number of initiatives and models and support mechanisms that were raised at that point that still stand, and that is in regards to the additional funding that has been put in place to support GPs over the winter period, but also how we look to ingrain and actually enhance the services and the provision that they provide. Because I think one of the things that the member has also, and I thank her for it, is actually the positive portrayal of our GP services, where so many others have taken the opportunity to actually criticise them for the work that they've continued to provide and the support that they've continued to provide through the pandemic as well. So I'll check up on that request for a meeting for the member.
I call Deborah Erskine for supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his answer and for following up on the meeting. In terms of MDT allocation, that is one of the things that GPs have said in my area will significantly help them in their GP surgeries. Unfortunately, I have not seen MDT funding reach past the Ballygolly roundabout, and I would like to ensure that we see that funding coming down to Fermanagh and South Tyrone.
Can we have a question, please?
So could the Minister detail to me when he is hoping to make any announcement in relation to further MDT allocation, and whether my area, which is of greatest need, will see that money?
And to thank the member for her question in regards to MDTs. Again, she'll be aware that the Primary Care Multidisciplinary Team Programme With that, over 620,000 citizens have now access to physiotherapy, social work or mental health services in their local GP. There are currently around 320 whole-time equivalent frontline staff working across 99 GP practices in 7 GP federations. And I fully recognise the significant challenges which are faced by primary care colleagues in either incomplete or non-MDT areas, and their eagerness to begin introduction or to complete the rollout of the MDT model to help stabilise vitally important primary care services to their communities. And I'm committed to extending the model across Northern Ireland. Work is underway to develop a plan for the further rollout of MDT model. This is challenging, given the current uncertainty over the budget and the known workforce issues in key professions. But I am pleased that the programme has recently been able to agree a draft running order for how the programme will be rolled out across Northern Ireland. And within that running order, the South Western Federation have been identified as one of the early areas for further expansion. The programme team will be engaging further detailed work involving key stakeholders and GP federations, Health and Social Care Trust and professional leads to complete the work on the rollout plan, and that includes a high-level timeline for completion. As I've said already, the speed at which any agreed plan can be implemented, however, will depend on the availability of appropriate funding. That includes capital funding and suitably qualified and experienced staff.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. High Street pharmacists continue to provide blister pack medication, patient support, but they do so currently as largely a goodwill gesture, and considerable time and resources are taken up to provide this vital service. Can the Minister provide any update on resolving this current issue?
I thank the member. I'm due to meet Community Pharmacy NI either towards the end of this week or the start of next week in regards to actually the commissioning plan for 22-25. My department in the Health and Social Care Board has been working with Community Pharmacy, the representative body for community pharmacists, in the development of a commissioning plan for the community pharmacy services. And in 21-22, the focus was on the provision of core services, including dispensing, repeat dispensing and adherence, and some activities and services that ensured access to medicines and advice for the public, including vulnerable groups and those receiving end-of-life care. This ensured that local pharmacy services will be available to meet the needs of people of Northern Ireland and to support the pressures within our health and social care system. We have agreed a 3-year commissioning plan for 22-25, but again subject to the agreement of a funding envelope. And that 3-year plan aims to consolidate the build on the considerable advances seen in community pharmacy services and the role of local pharmacists and pharmacy teams that the populations have benefited from in the last 2 years. Community pharmacies have played a pivotal role in delivering health services to communities in Northern Ireland during the pandemic, and they have and continue to be the most accessible healthcare professionals on the front line of community health services during our response to the virus. And in looking to the future, it's important that we continue to work together to build on the significant successes that community pharmacy has had and continues to have.
I call Stephen Dunn for supplement.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers. And pharmacists do want a properly commissioned, properly funded and properly resourced service, and patients, as you have said, rely on it, particularly elderly, vulnerable and carers. Is the Minister committed to resolving this and providing that much needed support?
It's actually part of the discussions that have been had in developing the commissioning plan for 22-25. So as I said, we've agreed what the commissioning plan actually looks like, but it is subject to the agreement of a funding envelope, and the 3-year plan aims to consolidate and build on the services that we've seen on the last 2 years, but also the good working relationship that my department, the Health and Social Care Board and Community Pharmacy and I now have through the very close working relationship we've had, especially over the last 2 years.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Good. Last can Collier. And Minister, in a similar vein to a previous question, many constituents of mine are still having problems securing GP appointments, resulting in worry, stress and frustration. So over and above the issue of staffing, which you've answered, will you commit to reviewing what support is available to struggling GP practices, including those on multiple sites and those with a higher number of patients per GP?
That ongoing engagement between the Health and Social Care Board and GP The Royal College of GPs and the GP Committee for Northern Ireland continues in regards to what additional supports we can actually provide them. As I said, we supplied additional funding, especially to get them through the winter period as well, not allowed an increase in investment in telephone services and other additional supports that our GP practices can actually use to make sure they get in contact and can support as many patients as possible.
I call Philip McGuigan for supplement.
Thanks, Minister, for your response. And just following on again from the previous question, is the pressure on the GP practices expected to impact on the much-needed rollout of the multidisciplinary teams? And in your draft running order, maybe can you confirm or tell me when the rollout is going to take place within the Northern Trust area?
The final running order has not yet been agreed, but as I said in response to Ms Erskine in regards to the value of in regards to the value of multidisciplinary teams is making sure that we have the available workforce as much as the available funding as well, but also capital investment, because with multidisciplinary teams comes the need for an increased footprint where those additional patients can be seen by the additional medical professionals that actually multidisciplinary teams bring onto a site. So it's making sure that we can get all those three tracks running at the same time, where we've got the staff, the funding, but also the footprint for them to see as many patients as possible.
And I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, and again, good to see you back in the Chamber. Minister, would you give us an update on the 23 million that was announced for domiciliary care in November and the impact that it has made on bed waits in hospitals?
And I thank the member, and I know this is something that she has been following up on very methodical and very astutely as well, because it's the timely discharge is essential to the effective flow through your hospitals and to avoid overcrowding. To tackle this issue, the Health and Social Care Board and the Public Health Agency has established a regional discharge group, and that has identified 3 priorities to expedite discharges, and that's on top of just the simple the investment of the 23 million. The 23 million in November was to improve the terms and conditions of the independent sector domiciliary care workers. The aim was to add capacity to the system and to facilitate timely discharge, and early feedback suggests that this intervention is beginning to make a difference. The wider population also has a role to play in improving discharge and flow through your hospitals, and it's critically important that all patients deemed medically fit for discharge vacate the hospital bed as quickly as possible to make way for those who are more acutely unwell.
And that is the end of our period of times of questions to the Minister for Health. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, members. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Justice that she wishes to make a statement. I call the Minister of Justice.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement regarding a bilateral meeting under the auspices of the Intergovernmental Agreement on Cooperation on Criminal Justice Matters, which was held virtually on Wednesday, 2nd of February 2022. I represented the Executive at the bilateral meeting with Minister Helen McEntee, the Minister of Justice Ireland. This was the third formal IGA ministerial meeting I have attended, and as I have previously said, I am committed to keeping the Assembly informed of the important work being carried out under the auspices of the IGA. Cross-border cooperation on justice matters is vital to both of our jurisdictions. It's always a welcome opportunity to meet with our southern counterparts so that we can discuss the range of cross-border initiatives and share learning on issues such as public protection, hate crime, youth justice, forensic science and support for victims. The IGA contributes greatly to ensuring we are doing everything we can to promote good practice in these areas. The meeting on the 2nd of February provided Minister McEntee and me with the opportunity to review progress against and close the IGA's 2020-2021 joint work programme and to agree a new work programme for 2021 to 2023. I would like to put on record my thanks to all the members of the 5 project advisory groups who have continued to deliver on a wide range of extremely important issues. I would like to provide members with a summary of some of the key highlights of work which was completed under the previous work programme and provide a flavour of some of the issues that the IGA PAG groups will be focusing on during the next reporting period. Through the Support for Victims PAG, those involved in combating human trafficking have engaged to share learning and experience between both jurisdictions. The work of this PAG also included discussing progress on a range of victims' issues of shared interest, such as domestic and sexual abuse legislation, policy development and updates on programmes and pilots. There was a continued regular contact to share information and help inform work in both departments to implement the Gillen and O'Malley recommendations relating to education, training and awareness-raising programmes. For example, the DOJ Northern Ireland Have Your Say, Bust the Myth survey, the PSNI You Will Be Supported campaign and the work of DOJ Ireland are doing with the National Universities and Rape Crisis Dublin on consent. The IGA meeting also provided Minister McEntee and me with an opportunity to discuss topical victims' issues which are impacting on both jurisdictions and agreed to add to the 2021-23 Support for Victims PAG work plan an additional commitment to engage further on the Justice contribution to the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. Whilst DOJ is not the lead department on this strategy, I have asked that further work is undertaken to provide reassurance that we are sharing learning, experience and best practice to try to help women and girls feel safer, including in border areas. In the 2020-21 reporting period, the Forensic Science PAG had been examining cooperation at a strategic level, including development of a Memorandum of Understanding between Forensic Science Ireland and Forensic Science Northern Ireland, which sets out how resources can be shared in the event of significant loss of capacity or capability. During the next reporting period, the Forensic Science PAG will be continuing engagement, information sharing and best practice knowledge exchange. During the 2020-21 reporting period, the Criminal Justice and Social Diversity PAG focused on hate crime and engagement with ethnic minorities. As part of that work, training was delivered by PSNI officers from the Ethnic Minority Police Association to members of An Garda Síochána. During the next reporting period, the Criminal Justice and Social Diversity PAG will be reporting opportunities for some cross-border awareness initiatives on issues for various community groups, including refugees and the LGBTQI+ community, and will be exploring opportunities for an annual cross-border diversity training event. The Public Protection Group is chaired by the Probation Services, and work continued during the 2020-21 reporting period to share experiences and learning from offending behaviour programmes and interventions. The most recently shared practice was focused on domestic abuse programmes and early interventions. On the 15th of March 2021, partners North and South will be holding an event to share practice and learning on mental health and the criminal justice system. The Youth Justice PAG offers the opportunity to share experiences and lessons learned on strategy and policy, including the development of a cross-border information sharing system on children or young persons subject to statutory supervision. During the next reporting period, the Youth Justice PAG will continue to focus on sharing information and practical collaboration. Their work plan also includes an action to work with England, Wales and Scotland to seek support to reinstitute the biennial Five Nations Youth Justice Conferences to ensure that the broader sharing of key experiences can continue. It is encouraging to see the tangible outputs from the 2020-21 work programme and the positive engagement that continues across the project advisory groups as we move into the next reporting period. I also want to take the opportunity to update members on the Joint Agency Task Force, which was instituted under the Fresh Start Agreement. The task force is led by senior officers from Police Service of Northern Ireland and Garda Síochána, the Revenue Commissioners and HM Revenue and Customs. At the meeting, senior officers from Police Service of Northern Ireland and Garda Síochána provided an update on the 11th Cross-Border Joint Agency Task Force report, which covers the period from the 1st of April to the 30th of September 2021. There continue to be high levels of cooperation and operational activity between all the various law enforcement agencies involved in tackling the 6 priority areas affecting rural crime, drugs, financial crime, trafficking in human beings, including children, excise fraud and organised immigration crime. From the onset of COVID-19, each priority area monitored the ongoing efforts of those involved in serious and organised crime who sought to exploit the changing circumstances during the pandemic. There have been 3 cross-border multi-agency rural crime days of action, resulting in 5 arrests, €16,500 of cannabis, 4,000 euros stolen property and 56,000 litres of illegal fuel being recovered, and numerous road traffic offences detected. And Garda Síochána and the PSNI regularly communicate on emerging trends and changes north and south of the border in the trafficking of human beings, including children. During the reporting period, 153 persons presented as being potential victims of human trafficking, 95 of whom were from Eritrea. Cooperation between Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs and Irish Revenue Commissioners plays a key role in targeting the individuals and organised crime gangs responsible for excise fraud that operates in both jurisdictions. During the reporting period, there have been 5 major seizures of tobacco, resulting in over 13.5 million cigarettes, over 23.5 tonnes and 11 pallets of tobacco being seized. The Garda National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau and the Police Service of Northern Ireland have continued to closely collaborate in the investigation of cross-border organised crime gangs that have been involved in the importation and supply of controlled drugs within Ireland and Northern Ireland. Cross-border liaison is continuing with regard to a number of ongoing operations involving identified organised crime gangs operating on both sides of the border, who are suspected of using multiple port entries to effect the entry of controlled drugs to the island. This investigation involves cross-border sharing of information regarding travel at ports, north and south, and investigation of identified rogue hauliers. As demonstrated, effective collaboration between governments and between law enforcement agencies is key to successfully disrupting and preventing organised criminality. Supporting and enabling this level of cooperation and operational activity between all the law enforcement agencies involved in tackling the 6 priority areas remains a key focus across both jurisdictions. The Joint Agency Task Force is adding value and producing results through this continued collaboration, and I am very pleased to be able to report such positive results to my Assembly colleagues. The IGA mechanism continues to deliver effective cooperation between our respective law enforcement agencies, I'm committed to maintaining this excellent level of criminal justice cooperation with Ireland, which is in the best interest of our respective communities. Thank you.
I call Mervyn Storey, the Chairperson of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement to the House today, and maybe the Minister could provide to the Justice Committee a copy of the 2021 to 23 programme of work, so that the committee can have a look further at what is planned during that particular period. However, Minister, you will be well aware that the issue of human trafficking is one of the most despicable crimes that we have seen both here in Northern Ireland and in the Republic. Maybe you could expand on the extent of the trafficking of victims across the border, and what are the main forms of exploitation, and have discussions resulted in any additional actions being taken, including in the modern slavery strategy and the related action plans?
Well, I thank the Chairman of the Committee for his question, and I will obviously be happy to share the work programme with the Justice Committee as would be expected. In terms of the main areas of exploitation, sadly, sexual exploitation is the main form of exploitation of victims across the island of Ireland, but not necessarily trafficked across the border. The PSNI is constantly working with An Garda Síochána to improve the intelligence picture of individuals who move between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland and claim to be victims of trafficking. In most cases, the trafficking and exploitation is occurring elsewhere in other countries, with the majority of those who come to Northern Ireland claiming to be victims of trafficking being from Libya or Eritrea at this current time. In those cases, the main form of exploitation is labour exploitation. PSNI is also seeing a large increase in males coming from Eritrea through Libya and into the Republic of Ireland and then crossing into Northern Ireland, claiming to be victims of exploitation. Where they consent, their cases are then referred on to the National Referral Mechanism, and while in the NRM, they are entitled to support, as we have previously discussed.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her statement. I know you alluded to it in your statement, Minister, but I'm wondering if you can go into a bit more detail about what discussions you had with your counterpart, Minister Helen McEntee, on the hate crime legislation. And I'm asking this because there is significant overlap, given that both departments, North and South, are currently working on some much-needed new legislation to tackle hate crime and also hate speech.
Yes, thank you for the question. We did have quite a considerable discussion around the potential overlap and also trying to ensure that there is potential harmonisation. I think it's important as we bring in new laws that we try to do so as seamlessly as possible, so that something which is an offence in Northern Ireland is also captured by our colleagues in the South, though we will of course take slightly different approaches depending on the view and the will of the Assembly. As you know, we are currently out to public consultation with respect to the first round of public consultation with respect to Judge Marnin's recommendations. That includes those matters which have already been accepted and developed by the Department, but it also includes a call for views on some of the more complex areas, such as how we address sectarianism and how we address hate crime which is based on gender, or hate crime which is based on misogyny, and whether we should specify misogyny or trans-misogyny in the legislation or simply refer to gender as a potential aggravator. So we had that discussion with Helen and her colleagues, and obviously the working group will continue to work together. We also discussed the difficulties that we all experience with respect to hate crime, particularly where it is conducted in social media platforms, and the challenges that I think all police services face in terms of trying to extract the relevant information in order that prosecutions could be pursued.
And I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, in your statement you refer to future work in the next recording period on the issue of refugees, and I wonder how nimble is the Joint Agency Task Force and other stakeholders in being able to actually speak to the changing reality on the ground, and particularly given that there are two different sets of circumstances for refugees on this island. Can the Minister speak clearly to that?
Well, of course, there are two different jurisdictions on the island. That leads to differences in approach. I can certainly speak to the fact that in meetings today with the Head of Civil Service, who will be meeting with our counterparts in London tomorrow, that I have stressed the desire that I would have to see refugees from Ukraine, for example, be able to access free passage to the UK and to Northern Ireland. I believe that that's incredibly important at this point in time, and I think putting up bureaucratic barriers in their way is an unhelpful way to proceed. It is important, however, that when people come here, we have the resources to be able to support them, and again, that's something about which we're engaging in Westminster. And finally, as I mentioned yesterday, discussions continue with our colleagues in Westminster regarding how we can toughen up unexplained wealth orders, account forfeiture and seizure powers, in order that those kleptocrats who are funding the current aggression between Russia and the Ukraine are able to find their money cut off, because I believe that they are motivated solely by money and power, and much of their power comes from money. So if we can follow the money, then I think we have a strong response to make. In terms of coordinating across the island, I think it is important, particularly in terms of humanitarian efforts, that we are able to do that, because many of the local humanitarian charities do operate on a cross-border basis. But obviously, the meeting that we had preceded the current crisis. In terms of how nimble the organisations are, this is about long-term strategy rather than operational interventions, but obviously the ongoing work of the police service and An Garda Síochána will identify where any exploitation of vulnerable individuals is taking place.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for her statement today. Minister, with regard to excise fraud and organised crime, particularly in and around the border, you've pointed out with regard to cross-border days and days of action, where 5 arrests were made, €16,500 of cannabis, £4,000 of stolen property and 56,000 litres of illegal fuel was recovered. Is that a success, or is that just the tip of the iceberg? And is the rising fuel cost prices and fuel crisis going to give another opportunity to those criminals who operate in this area?
Well, in short, I think it can be both a success and the tip of the iceberg. I think anything that we do to disrupt criminal activity on the island is welcome. I think that every disruption leads to changes in behaviour, and those changes in behaviour can make organised crime gangs more vulnerable to detection. And so I think that even if the amount that we seize is relatively small in comparison potentially to the amount of goods being trafficked, it nevertheless is an important part of the disrupt stream of trying to deal with organised crime, that those operations continue. It's also important that they continue on a cross-border basis, because that joined-up working, I think, closes one of the gaps which such organised crime gangs would try to exploit. With respect to whether or not they will exploit the fuel crisis, whether they will exploit people's difficulties in terms of the cost of living challenges, I have no doubt whatsoever that these individuals, ruthless and self-centred individuals and self-serving individuals that they are, will exploit every vulnerability in our community. We saw them exploit even COVID as a way to try to reach out to more vulnerable people and embroil them in illegal lending scams and other illegal activity. So I have no doubt that they will seek to exploit it, and that is why it is so important that we have not only a criminal justice response, but actually a supportive response in the community to try to eliminate vulnerability in our community, so that people are less likely to be preyed upon by these individuals.
I call John Blair.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister for the statement on the issues covered, ranging from the very serious issue of people trafficking, referred to also by the Justice Committee Chair, to the proactive work being done by the Youth Justice PAG. Can I ask the Minister, further to the information provided, Deputy Speaker, how can we and all agencies work together to improve public protection across the island?
In addition to the IGA, there is also a public protection group which works on a cross-border basis, which brings together individuals from Probation Board and Probation Service to look at high-risk offenders, their movements and monitoring, and to try to learn in terms of best practice from each other, so that there is a coordinated approach to public protection right across the island. It is a challenging area because obviously freedom of movement also brings some challenges in terms of the movement of people who may be a risk to the public. But I think the good communication that we have between Probation Service and Probation Board and between the Police Service and Garda Síochána is really important in terms of closing any gaps that might exist and ensuring that those who commit serious offences and are a risk to the public are properly monitored, and also properly addressed through the criminal justice system, not only while they are in custody, but beyond custody when they're back into the community.
I call Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Obviously, where there are difficulties for society, there's always the risk then that criminals seek to exploit those difficulties. Can I ask the Minister, there's a particular concern that serious and organised crime will have taken advantage of the difficulties created by the pandemic. So I wonder if the Minister gives any more details on, have there been any detection of particularly emerging trends as regards cross-border crime by serious and organised crime, and whether, beyond what she's told us already, there's any additional information to give us on what actions are being taken to counteract those emerging trends?
Well, I suppose the biggest challenge in terms of COVID is about justice recovery, because actually being able to put criminals where they should be in front of the courts is a challenge for all of us at a time when we have particular backlogs in the court system, and that is a reasonable I think that's a reasonable challenge right across the island. But undoubtedly there are those in organised crime, and we know from our own communities, I certainly know from those in my own constituency, of concerns that have been raised that there were some who were involved in paramilitarism and organised crime who used the cover of the pandemic either to ingratiate themselves with the community and look as though they were there to do good, or alternatively were there in order to identify those who were vulnerable, and then they returned to them when they were not there delivering food parcels, but instead were offering illegal loans and placing people under burden of debt. In terms of the Joint Agency Task Force, so far there hasn't been an indication of any trends emerging. Certainly nothing that has been shared with us at departmental level or indeed at the IGA meeting. One of the benefits of the pandemic is that much organised crime, particularly on a cross-border basis, was much more difficult, as it was in an interjurisdictional basis even within the UK, simply because the movement of people was frustrated, and with the frustration of the movement of people, the frustration with the movement of goods, and particularly with contraband, was also frustrated. So that, if you like, was an unintended consequence in the positive sense of some of the lockdown measures. But clearly, as we emerge from the pandemic, there is certainly evidence that organised crime is returning to its previous levels. So we should not be complacent, and there is still considerable work to be done to protect local communities from what are parasitic organisations that feed off the misery of people in those communities.
I call Robin Newton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. And obviously one would always want to encourage the cooperation between the two jurisdictions, and particularly when we're trying to address organised crime gangs. I wonder, Minister, in terms of the quantity and the volume of the drugs that have been secured, would you also be able to give us some information on the arrests and the prosecutions that have followed that? And on the terms of the human trafficking aspects, you noted that during the reporting period, 153 persons presented as being potential victims of human trafficking, 95 of whom were from Eritrea. Could you perhaps, Minister, break that down as to whether or not that was in Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to give the member the statistics that he has asked for with respect to arrests and prosecution. I believe there were 5 arrests in respect of the particular days of action that took place, but there could of course be follow-up arrests, because those will only be the starting point for ongoing investigation. So I would have to go back and ask for those statistics from the department. With respect to prosecutions, obviously, again, it would be difficult to give an estimate in terms of, you couldn't link the prosecution prosecutions during the reporting period with the activities during the reporting period, because the prosecutions will come later. But I can certainly get an update for the member on whether or not any of those cases have resulted in prosecution or are likely to lead to prosecution and what stage they're at. In terms of the number of people who are presenting, the figures I think that I gave in terms of the numbers were around people who were presenting in Northern Ireland. So the PSNI has said that there is a large increase in males coming from Eritrea through Libya to the Republic of Ireland, but then presenting in Northern Ireland seeking help. So I think there is a challenge in that regard. But I suppose from our perspective, irrespective of whether they come directly to Northern Ireland or through the Republic of Ireland, when they arrive in Northern Ireland and they claim that they have been subject to trafficking, it's then crucial that we refer them to the National Referral Mechanism in order that they can get the help and support that is necessary where they have been trafficked, or that they can be passed on to the immigration system where there is any hint of immigration crime.
I call Jim Allister.
The report refers to high levels of cooperation and operational activity between all the various law enforcement agencies. Does that include the Terrorism Investigation Unit? And in regard to the IRA's cross-border criminality, does that come within the ambit of the Joint Agency Task Force? And if so, with what result?
All cross-border crime is covered by the Joint Agency Task Force. The issue of the Terrorist Investigation Unit is one that can only be answered, I'm afraid, by the Secretary of State, as terrorism is a reserved matter.
That is the end of our period of time of questions to the Minister of Justice on her statement. I'd ask members to take their ease before the next item of business. Order members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister for Communities that she wishes to make a statement. So I call the Minister for Communities.
Yeah, thanks very much, and just thank the House for the opportunity to make this statement to the Assembly today, in which I intend to announce the payment date for the Energy Payment Support Scheme and provide an update to members on how my department is providing vital support to help those most vulnerable with the cost of living and energy price increases. The rising cost of living and soaring increases in energy bills continue to have a major impact on people who are finding it harder to cope. Many are struggling to afford essentials such as heating their homes and paying for electricity. My top priority has always been to support people, and I'll continue to do that as I can, and that's why I recently announced that I'm freezing housing executive rent levels for 2022-23. So as not to place any further financial burden on individuals and families striving relentlessly each day to make ends meet. My bill and welfare supplementary payments to bin the bedroom tax by removing the cliff edge many people are facing is also going to be completing its final stage in legislation here this afternoon as well. And again, this will provide financial support to people, protecting them against this cruel tax of welfare reforms that were introduced. I have secured the extension of the other welfare mitigation schemes up until 2025 and ensured that the closure of the loopholes to the benefit cap and the bedroom tax mitigations. and I've given a commitment to keep welfare mitigations under review so that I can continue to provide and support where it's most needed. And indeed, a review of the current mitigations are ongoing at the moment, and I'm due to receive that report soon. In relation to the energy crisis, I first wrote to the Finance Minister on the 9th of February 2021, or sorry, the 9th of November 2021, asking for the immediate consideration of funding for an energy support payment scheme. The Finance Minister quickly wrote to executive colleagues asking them to identify underspends in advance of the January monitoring round, which could increase the resource available to the scheme. On receipt of responses, the Finance Minister wrote again to executive colleagues on seeking agreement for the immediate allocation of the £13.8 million barring consequential funding, and given the scale of the crisis, for additional funding to be allocated for this scheme. Despite this urgent request from the Finance Minister and attempts by me to secure this funding last year, it was blocked from getting on the executive agenda to be discussed or agreed. I eventually secured the support from the executive on the 13th of January this year to deliver a £55 million payment support scheme to provide vital support to around 280,000 individuals across a wide range of benefits. The agreed scheme is targeted at individuals on low incomes who are in receipt of means-tested benefits administered by my department, and will provide a one-off £200 payment to help with their energy costs. I asked my officials to explore whether tax credits could also be included within the eligibility criteria for the scheme. My officials engaged with the Revenue and Customs, who have responsibility for administering tax credits, and obviously these are reserved matters. Revenue and Customs stated that they did not have the legal powers to make a payment, and a workable solution could not be found. Despite this delay in securing executive approval for the scheme on the 13th of January 2022, a delay which was caused by not allowing it on the agenda for decision in November of the previous year, I asked for the payments to be made as quickly and as practically as possible. I can now announce that the payment date, which has been brought forward as much as possible, will see payments begin to reach people's bank accounts next week on the 10th of March, with most of the payments being paid on the 10th and the 11th of March next week. My department continues to offer a range of supports. These include schemes to help improve the energy efficiency of their homes, such as affordable warmth and boiler replacement schemes, as well as cold weather payments, discretionary support, and the winter fuel payment, which has already paid out £51 million this winter to over 290,000 older people. My department has also provided a £2 million contribution to an emergency fuel payment scheme operated by Bryson Kerr to deliver targeted support to families who present as being in fuel crisis or who have temporarily inability to meet their fuel costs. The crisis is not going to end soon. As we know, the case is beyond, the issues are beyond this Assembly in many cases. However, we do need to do all that we can to protect people and families. We need an executive functioning to take decisions, and we also need to support people. Everyone has a responsibility to do all in their power to do this, and I will continue to provide support and will continue, I hope others will continue to support me in doing that in the time ahead. Thank you.
And I call Ciara Ferguson for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can I very much welcome the fact that this Energy Support Scheme payment is set to begin on the 10th of March. I'm sure all of us will agree constituents have been contacting our office and are very keen to know the date, so I think I'll give them reassurance with that date. Can the Minister confirm that she also sought, with regards to broaden it further to include those in working tax credits? Thank you.
Yes, we did look at this, as I said in the statement, because tax credits obviously is under Revenue and Customs. It's a reserved matter. It's not within the power of my department. I don't hold the data for that. When we contacted HMRC, they said that they would need primary legislation in order to make the payments. we were willing to pay the money for those in receipt of tax credits, and they were saying that they weren't able to do that. We then asked, could we have the payment details in which we could make payments ourselves, and we're told again, because of data sharing, that that would need primary legislation. So we have exhausted all avenues in which we could. We know that from those in receipt of means-tested benefits, around 45% of those who are on means-tested benefits do or are in receipt of tax credits. So there will be some who will avail of this through the existing scheme. But there was no way within the remainder of this mandate, without that move of primary legislation, to include those on tax credits, and that's been really unfortunate. But we exhausted all avenues for that.
I call Kelly Armstrong, Deputy Chair of the Committee for Communities.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, this is a very welcome announcement today. We had an idea that it was going to be paid to people mid-March, and you've delivered on that. But Minister, I'm wondering if there's anything that you can do to deal with the issue that is happening with regards the Bryson scheme, and will happen with this energy payment scheme, where oil companies in particular are charging beneficiaries £20 just to have a delivery on top of their fuel costs. Is there anything that you can do to address this misuse of public money?
Well, we've tried to engage. I mean, the department's had regular meetings with the utilities regulator and the Consumer Council in terms of trying to have an engagement with energy companies around their social responsibilities. Indeed, through the Bryson scheme, energy companies contributed in terms of the administrative costs of that, so that the £2 million that came from the department went directly into households and people who needed it. So it's something that I can go back and continually and raise again, and also raise that with the utilities regulator in terms of that delivery charge, because all of this money should actually be going to meeting the needs in terms of the fuel prices. So that's something I can take away and then communicate back with you on.
I call Paul Frew.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister, given the moves that have been made in GB, in particular England, around rate relief for people in order that more people would be caught in the schemes and support, has the Minister had any discussions with the Finance Minister around giving rate relief for energy costs?
We looked at a number of other schemes. I mean, I suppose this scheme, when it was brought forward last November, was based on the lowest incomes, so those on receipt of means-tested benefits. The difficulty now in terms of an extension of this scheme is the money to do it, and obviously an executive then to approve any change to the scheme. I was luckily, obviously, before the executive failed, that I managed to get this signed off at the last minute, actually on the day of the Assembly coming down. So there are limitations now in terms of what else we can do without that functioning executive. But the scheme, as it stands, is for those in receipt of the means-tested benefits that have been lifted. There is the other help through the Bryson scheme. That's still in operation. It will be in operation until the end of this month. The resource is still there. I know there were issues at the start of that scheme, but it has started to be embedded, and we know that there's a 24-hour turnaround in terms of people now approaching that scheme and then receiving that direct assistance. So if there is anyone who is in financial crisis or where they're at the point of being disconnected, really encourage them to contact Bryson Kerr.
I call Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement, although I do have to say that it's pretty underwhelming. In fact, worse than that, I'd say it's hugely disappointing, and in fact just tells us what the Minister had previously told us in a written statement on the 13th of January after she had told the media, and people still haven't seen a penny. And the benefit of this payment that households will benefit from has been greatly reduced by a subsequent price hike. We do, of course, welcome the payments finally going out, but has the Minister and her executive colleagues or ministerial colleagues given any consideration to how working families or those not on benefits can be protected? We know how much you care about protecting people, Minister, but everyone needs protected, so bad is the situation.
I don't think there's anything underwhelming about £55 million going out to over 280,000 individuals within our society. I think there has been queries in terms of when the payments were coming, and I think it was important for me then to set out the date for when those payments will actually hit people's bank accounts, which will be next Thursday and Friday. I think that will be good news for those who are waiting on these payments coming forward. We are in the midst of a global fuel crisis and cost of living crisis, and obviously the situation that's happening in and around Ukraine and Russia adds further instability, which will no doubt have a knock-on effect in terms of the cost of living and fuel costs for people. I have stepped in terms of this scheme. I would have wanted this scheme actually to hit people's pockets earlier, but the failure to have it put on the executive agenda for 2 months meant that we're only getting the money out to people now rather than in January, when I would have liked it to have been given out. On top of that, we are doing the Bryson scheme, in which £2 million, and that scheme has been working really well. We have seen over 11,000 people actually receive support from that scheme. And of course, this is on top of all the other schemes that the Department is working on. The Affordable Warmth Scheme, which offers the cold winter payment scheme, the boiler replacement scheme, the winter fuel payment scheme that I touched on, and of course the Bryson scheme and discretionary support, which are all services and supports that the Department does run. There is the responsibility on other departments. I mean, I don't hold the responsibility for energy. And obviously the Department for the Economy has to address issues there as well. That said, my department has met the utilities regulator on a regular basis, and we continue to see what we can do to address these problems. I know the Finance Minister has written to Westminster in terms of VAT costs around energy bills, in terms of calling for a windfall tax, and there needs to be more moves that are done there. But the reality is, if there's any additional monies that come, we need a functioning executive in order to make decisions and to allocate those resources. And in the absence of that, then I don't know where that does leave us in terms of any additional resource that may come, because how is that money going to be allocated? So there is a concern there. Indeed, I can do all that I can within the department, but it will include others working with me. It includes a functioning executive getting up and running again. And I am hopeful that can be done sooner rather than later.
I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the Minister in her remarks has rightly pointed out that this cost of living crisis is not going to end anytime soon, and is apparent from the remarks the Minister's made and those individuals that have been excluded from this energy payment support scheme and also the emergency fuel payment scheme, that there are going to be many households right across Northern Ireland that are pushed beyond the brink. So can I implore the Minister to do all she can, working with her officials, to bring forward a scheme to support those people excluded?
In terms of an additional scheme, that will need a change in the legislation and in order to make emergency payments, and that takes a functioning executive. So I am continuing to exhaust all avenues to see how I can support people out on the ground. There are limitations that I have already said around tax credits, for example, because I do recognise in work poor people who are out working who just don't have enough income to sustain their outgoings. And unfortunately, there were legal barriers in the way where HMRC were saying they needed primary legislation in order to progress. But if any additional money, I mean, we don't have a budget going forward in terms of the 3-year budget that we wanted, because we can't get a budget signed off. We need a functioning executive then, that if any additional money becomes available, that we can allocate that then to the cost of living crisis. So again, I would implore on everyone around this chamber that the focus now should be getting the executive up and running again, that we can start to deal with these challenges collectively. Again, there is a push for Westminster to look at this in a serious way, in the same way that we approached the pandemic, that the energy crisis, that the cost of living crisis is not going to go away. It is a huge crisis and it's grown across all of our communities, and therefore there needs to be solutions at that level as well where tax powers and other powers are held, that Westminster needs to make an intervention. I know the Executive had communicated, obviously, before the Executive folded. The Finance Minister had wrote on behalf of the Executive for those interventions, but we're still waiting on them coming across. So I'll continue to do all that I can to represent communities out on the ground. But again, we need a functioning Executive in order to allocate any additional resources coming forward.
I call Aisling Riley.
Mae agad a last rhan cwrdd agus gwn bwy hys leis yn aras and ratches. I thank the Minister for her statement here this afternoon. Minister, given British government policies such as Brexit and years of austerity cuts have contributed massively to the cost of living crisis, which we obviously know isn't going to go away anytime soon, do you agree that the British government needs to step up to the plate and act to take the pressure of struggling families and workers on low incomes?
I think, yes, definitely. As I just said, the Executive and through the Finance Minister, we had already written in terms of looking at VAT costs for household energy bills and having a reduction and the VAT being removed. We also looked at the windfall tax and to look at other measures to be put in place. We obviously await to hear a response from them in terms of measures that they were going to be introducing. When I attended the British-Irish Council meeting recently on energy, which Minister Lyons was the leading minister, at the end of that agenda, because it wasn't on the agenda, I had asked for a discussion in terms of looking at the cost of living and raising energy bills. And again, I used it as an opportunity to raise the serious concerns, to say this needs to be elevated to Westminster level. And again, I'm hopeful that even through those engagements we do start to see things. But the payments for this scheme, for example, are made under the Financial Assistance Act, and to do that we need the signature of the First and Deputy First Ministers. So again, if any new additional resource or funding comes forward, we need a functioning Executive in order to allocate the money, in order to sign off on the regulations to allow the money to get to people who need them. So that's where the focus needs to be as well.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The payment date is the 10th of March, 10 days before the official start of spring. It's very disappointing that winter has almost passed before payments will be in bank accounts. What more will this Minister do to support working families to meet the rising cost of energy? And also, what engagement has she had with the Housing Executive to further improve energy efficiency measures?
Well, unfortunately, my proposal was held up in the Executive for 2 months, or we could have seen this payment in January, not in March. That was out of my control because it wasn't allowed on the agenda to be discussed until January, when it was finally approved at the Executive, even though the Finance Minister had wrote to the Executive in November of last year. So that was unfortunate. This scheme is responding not to the winter fuel pressures, because we have already paid out over £51 million over the last couple of months. This is around the cost of living and obviously the global fuel crisis that we're under at the moment and probably will be under for the foreseeable future. So I'm glad that I'm now in a position that payments will go out directly to all of those households next Thursday and Friday. The bulk of the payments will be made to 280,000 individuals across the north. I continue to keep options open to see what more we can do, but obviously without a budget being agreed next year, we have to look at our baseline budgets, and we can only function on a 3-month basis. So to look at anything of scale, we need a functioning Executive in order to do that. Of course, the whole issue around housing, there's a big focus in terms of the revitalisation of the Housing Executive, getting it on a firm financial footing, and looking at issues of cavity wall insulation, and obviously they have action plans around that. Over the last year, we have put additional monies into the reserves of the Housing Executive to allow them to do more works, and they will be coming forward with additional measures and schemes to address some of those challenges.
I call Anya Murphy.
And Minister, your statement mentions the difficulty you had in actually getting this onto the Executive agenda, and you previously mentioned there in your answer to the member across the way that you had a number of issues getting this onto the agenda. Can you confirm that the delay in getting the desperately needed support to families facing a cost of living crisis
was because of the DUP refusing to agree the necessary allocation of funding?
I had put a proposal, obviously, from the Chancellor's announcement last year. There was 13.8 million that was coming forward in a Barnett consequential. I had written last year when that money was announced that I would like that to go towards a fuel support scheme, but I also recognise that £13.8 million was never going to be enough. When I wrote to the Finance Minister last November, I had requested the 13.8 million, but to see what other resources were available. He right away automatically contacted other ministers around the executive, asking for any projections around in-year underspends in advance of the January monitoring round, and actually had highlighted that this would go towards a fuel support scheme. He obviously had got an announcement, and he then wrote to the executive in November suggesting that the £55 million would be allocated. The proposal in his paper didn't make it onto the executive until January of this year, so a 2-month delay in the decision being made, which meant a 2-month delay in getting the scheme up and running. People will know, I mean, it takes, in terms of items getting on the executive agenda, it takes the executive office to sign off on that, the 2 ministers who are there. And unfortunately, we couldn't get sign-off until January of this year, when the proposal was ready and put to the executive in November of last year.
I call William Humphrey.
Deputy Speaker, I can thank the Minister for the statement to the House. Can I ask the Minister, are those households that are on contribution-based ESA included in this scheme?
It's income-based job seekers allowance, income-related employment allowance, universal credit, pension credit and income support are those who are going to be receiving the payments directly.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, I just want to seek some clarity. You've explained that you wanted to extend this to working tax credit, and you've also put on record the barriers that were in place to prevent you from doing that. I'd like to know, Minister, had you costed the additional cost that if you had extended the scheme to working credits, and if you had, have you secured this money? And if not, where is it?
It would have been, yes, if you had done that, then you could have used the £55 million in order to spread that across all. So it's an additional around 55,000 people in terms of those in receipt of tax credits. Now you take 45% off that who would already be getting it through the means-tested benefits. So 45% of those on tax credits will get this payment because they're on one of those other means-tested benefits. But we had been told that that would need primary legislation, and therefore HMRC could not move that within this mandate. We were willing to make the payment, we were willing to use their payment details, but they were saying because of data sharing limitations, they were not able to provide that.
And that is the end of the questions to the Minister for Communities on her statement. So I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before our next item of business. Order members, the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions related to courts, tribunals and inquests order, Northern Ireland 2022, be approved.
I now call on the Minister to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit for this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek in today's debate the Assembly's approval for the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions related to courts, tribunals and inquests order Northern Ireland 2022. The order extends two main provisions within the Coronavirus Act 2020, which are due to expire on the 24th of March 2022. I welcome the support expressed by the Justice Committee at their meeting on the 17th of February, when in considering this order they were content with the content and recommended that it be approved by the Assembly. These provisions include, firstly, the power in Section 32, which allows a coroner to deviate from the normal requirement within the Coroners Act Northern Ireland 1959, which requires a jury inquest into deaths in custody. The deviation is restricted to where the death in custody is due to natural illness. In addition, the coroner retains discretion, having considered the individual circumstances of a case, not to utilise the permission provided under Section 32 and to conduct the inquest with a jury. This is not intended to be a permanent measure, but is still needed at this time to facilitate the listing of inquests due to ongoing pressures on the availability of COVID-compliant juries and accommodation across the Court estate. Secondly, Article 3 of this order extends the provisions which allow courts and statutory tribunals in Northern Ireland to receive evidence wholly or in part through the use of audio or video live links. The issue of the use of live links is a cross-cutting one, and last year the relevant ministers, as well as the other members of the Executive, were consulted and expressed support for this extension, as well as proposed additional extensions required while work takes place on shaping some form of permanent legislative provision for the wider use of live links than existed prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Although it may now appear that the need for social distancing and other requirements instituted to protect our health and minimise our exposure to the risk of COVID-related infection has diminished, as Minister of Justice, my focus is on ensuring the justice system can respond quickly and effectively should further COVID variants arrive. In my view, this extension and a small number of additional extensions will be essential to the planned recovery of the justice system from the impact of COVID-19. They will also empower the courts and tribunals to continue to use live links as required, so long as the judge in charge is satisfied that evidence given remotely is in the interests of justice. Currently, remote, hybrid and physical attendance at hearings are all being deployed on judicial direction as the situation or circumstances of a case demands. An engagement exercise conducted in November with the main users of our courts and tribunals had all 25 stakeholders who responded expressing support for extension while the justice system recovery is outstanding. An overwhelming majority also expressed support for some form of permanent provision for the use of live links in the future. Like our counterparts across the Irish Sea, the benefits to be gained from the wider use of live links within the justice system are recognised. Greater use of live video conferencing or TV links can reduce distress for some participants and be more convenient for witnesses, police, lawyers and courts. It can substantially reduce our carbon footprint and assist in speeding up our justice system. While it will be for the next Assembly to contribute to that legislation, my department has committed to pre-consultation engagement with stakeholders as to the form and shape of such provision in advance of a public consultation later this year. I hope the Assembly, like me, will see this order as an important element of the Justice Recovery Strategy and to the multiple strands of ongoing work for improving, modernising and building resilience within the justice system. The support and recognition for the proposed two-stage legislative approach to retaining the use of live links for courts and tribunals by Executive colleagues last year was welcome. Policy and operational personnel are engaged with stakeholders to achieve an innovative, collaborative and responsive 21st century courts and tribunals system. The increased use of technology for courts and tribunals business will provide the opportunity to redesign and optimise service delivery models to transform the way court and tribunal service users access services. It will make a significant contribution to improving and speeding up access to justice. It is about increasing access without creating barriers for those who are unable to utilise digital channels. Access to justice should reflect not only the requirements of the court, but also the wishes of participants and the utilisation of modern technology. It is accompanied by a recognition of the equal importance of maintaining existing safeguards, like the principle of open justice and the independence and impartiality of the judiciary. I therefore commend the approval of this order to the Assembly.
I call Mervyn Storey, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise as Chair of the Justice Committee to make a few comments, and my colleague Peter Weir will speak on behalf of the DUP. The Minister has already outlined the statute rule before us, and extends the provisions in the Coronavirus Act 2020, which allows courts and statute tribunals to receive evidence through audio or video links beyond March 2022, when they are set to expire. The rule will also enable a coroner to hold an inquest into a death in prison caused by natural causes without a jury, although an inquest can still be heard with a jury if the coroner considers this desirable. The committee had initially been advised during its consideration of the legislative consent motion on the Police and Crime Sentencing Courts Bill that the Department was considering the inclusion of the live links provision in the bill in the LCM. However, as the timescales within which this needed to be done proved challenging, a two-stage legislative approach was approved by the Executive, whereby the provisions would initially be extended by the subordinate legislation, which is before us today, with an Assembly bill being taken forward in the next mandate to make permanent provision for the use of audio and visual links. At its meeting on the 30th of November 2021, the committee considered the information provided by the Department of Justice, advising of a 4-week targeted consultation on proposals to extend the provisions in the Coronavirus Act 2020, permitting remote hearings by live or audio links beyond the current sunset clause of March 2022. The committee sought further information on this exercise and the details of any data collected on the use and impact of the audio and visual links in the courts. In its response, the Department stated that the targeted consultation was not a consultation in the sense that the decision by the Executive to extend the provisions beyond March was open to change. Its intention was to alert the justice stakeholders identified as the main users of the provisions to the decision taken and ascertain their views on the possible future introduction of legislative provision for similar facilities to be available permanently for the use in courts and tribunals. Stakeholders were also invited to provide user feedback on current practice or experience of the facilities. Deputy Speaker, the report on the exercise was provided along with the proposal for the statutory rule, which was considered by the committee on the 13th of January 2022. The Department advised that only one of the 25 respondents was not supportive of the live links provision being made permanent, but all respondents supported their immediate extension as part of the recovery of the justice system. Some of those who supported permanent provision noted specific reservations or issues for improvement, and the Department has advised it will reflect on the responses and engage further with the stakeholders in the development of a bill to put the provisions in place permanently. As well as extending the audio and visual links, the proposal for the statutory rule outlined the extension of provisions in the Coronavirus Act, which allows a coroner to hold an inquest into a death in a prison caused by natural injury without a jury. The coroner will consider the circumstances of each case and apply discretion on the utilisation of the provisions. The Department advised that the proposed extension of these provisions is not cross-cutting or controversial, and there is no intention that they should be made permanent in the future. The committee agreed on the 13th of January that it was content with the proposal of the statutory rule. The statutory rule was subsequently considered at a meeting on the 17th of February, when the committee noted that the examiner of statutory rules had no comment to make by way of technical scrutiny and agreed to recommend the statutory rule be approved by the Assembly. Mr Deputy Speaker, enabling the use of remote hearings by live or audio links enabled the courts and tribunals to continue to operate during the pandemic, and continued provision is obviously an issue that is before this House today. Thank you.
And I welcome the opportunity to add some comments to that of the Minister and that of the Chair of the Committee on the extension of the provisions related to the courts, tribunals and inquests, Coronavirus Act 2020. And this provided for a number of temporary emergency provisions in response to the public health crisis that was emerging in early 2020. The Act introduced a number of provisions to enable the justice system to continue to operate while providing access to justice and maintaining a system of operation which was COVID compliant. The Act, as we know, included a sunset clause, which meant that the provisions will expire by the 31st of March 2022. Whilst the provisions of the Act were temporary in nature, and whilst the pandemic has changed dramatically since March 2020, it is clear that some measures are still necessary, and therefore an extension of some of these provisions will be necessary too. The extension of provisions which allow for live links to be used in courts and tribunals is one that has been vital to the recovery of the justice system and has probably progressed the pace of a change that was needed anyway. There is clearly a role for live links moving forward as we try to speed up justice and address the significant delays in the justice system, and Sinn Féin supports the Department's approach to extend these provisions temporarily whilst working on primary legislation for their permanent introduction later. The provisions that allow a coroner to conduct an inquest into a death in prison from natural illness are ones that we would support extending for a short period of time, given the ongoing requirements arising from the pandemic and for the recovery of the justice system.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And for all the reasons outlined by the Minister and the Chair, I won't reiterate it because I'm very conscious of the time constraints on this chamber today, but only to rise to say that the SDLP do agree with this statutory rule and the temporary extension, and also the Minister's approach in finding a longer-term solution. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the Alliance Party, I rise to support the Minister and agree to her request for the approval of the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of provisions related to courts, tribunals and inquests order Northern Ireland 2022, that's a mouthful, that deals with live links and inquests. As the Minister has highlighted, Section 32 gives the power to allow a coroner to deviate from normal requirements. It is not intended to be permanent, and the coroner retains discretion to conduct an inquest with a jury where they believe it is appropriate for the circumstances. The Article 3 provisions on live links are part of a wider programme of modernisation within our courts. Keeping people safe during COVID has accelerated the use of technology. In the long term, it would be great to have such technology available permanently when other legislation is brought forward. But I maybe would ask the Minister that, given the fact that this extension will come to an end, and if there is no executive or assembly at that period of time, what will this mean? Because we all know that live links are an important tool to make courts' business faster and more efficient and to reduce our carbon footprint. We will always be cognizant of the need for open justice and indeed of any barriers to the use of technology. Therefore, I am satisfied that the court users who cannot or don't wish to use live links will not be made to do so. Mr Speaker, as I've said, on behalf of Alliance, I will be supporting this legislation and ask others to do so.
Thank you. Call Peter Weir.
Deputy Speaker, I should maybe declare an interest at a non-pecuniary interest at the start of this debate as a non-practising member of the Bar. Obviously, non-practising means I will not get any particular fees as a result of any court case in that regard, so it is non-pecuniary in nature. And can I say on behalf, again, to maybe be a little bit like the little boy who points out the emperor has no clothes, on behalf of the DUP, I'd indicate that we will be opposing this proposal today. It is the case, and I think all of us would accept, or at least the vast bulk of us would accept, that during the pandemic there has been at times a need for restrictions to be put in place for the point of public safety. It is undoubtedly the case that sometimes those restrictions have been put in place across different sectors to enable, as best as possible, things to carry on, and that has largely been the case within the justice system. However, with restrictions, no matter how well and how hard working within particular sectors they the provision is delivered, it comes at a level of constraint to the delivery of services. And I think that nowhere is that more important than within the justice system. Well, I'm really just getting started, but I'm sure well, I'll give way briefly, yeah.
I appreciate the member giving way, and I appreciate that he's only getting started, but perhaps before he goes down a cul-de-sac from which he'll find it difficult to return, can I disabuse him of the notion that the restrictions in themselves that we're dealing with today have a negative impact on the throughput of the courts? In fact, across the justice system, including the courts, the PPS and the PSNI, in terms of prosecutions on the criminal side, all of the agencies are operating at 115% of what they had been operating prior to the pandemic, and the use of live links is part of speeding up justice.
And I thank the Minister for her intervention, but if she was listening to what has been said, I didn't suggest that it was impacting on the throughput of the courts. I'm not making that particular point. I'm making a different point in terms of the quality of delivery of justice within that. The reality is that with restraints that are there, with some of the restrictions that are there, it does have a degree of impact, I think, on the quality of delivery of justice. I think there is an importance in ensuring, and I'm sure the Minister would agree with me, that delivery of that quality of justice is one of the most important aspects that faces us within society. If you are a defendant, or you're a plaintiff, or indeed on a whole range of things, ensuring that you get the best possible delivery of justice is critical within society. To that end, I think there is a good argument that in terms of resumption of what is the best possible delivery and the best possible service, there is a good argument that justice should actually be put at the forefront of removal of restrictions to be able to return to the best possible delivery of service. At the very least, we shouldn't be in a situation where restrictions are removed from virtually every other aspect of life, and that in effect that the delivery from the point of view of justice is put effectively at the back of the queue, and restrictions are maintained when they are being removed from life. We are not. Well, I'm going to carry on. I'm sure there'll be later opportunities for the member, indeed for the Minister. From the point of view of that, the position should be that the justice should not be at the back of the queue, and I think that is where, unfortunately, this measure leaves it. Now, I don't particularly take so much of an exception to what has been outlined as regards to the coroner's position. But in terms of delivery, when it comes to witnesses, when it comes to delivery of evidence, for example, I believe it does create a level of constraint. How is that the case? Well, we are left with a situation that within courts, by use of a video link, and so anyone who is practising the law will know that, for example, when you're taking evidence in a case, to be able to convey the full meaning of any evidence session, the opportunity to be directly face-to-face with a witness is something which is a high level of importance. It is often that in terms of delivery of decisions, seeing the nuance of how a witness performs, how they are actually able to deliver their evidence, and I think that is masked to a certain extent by simply a level of video delivery. It is not of the same level of quality. There have been problems, I think, within the courts also of a situation where you're dependent upon technology, which may or may not be working absolutely perfectly. It has a situation where it creates potentially a level of barrier that is there between the lawyer and their client. Again, all those affect, and sometimes it may be in a very minor way, but it does affect the quality of justice. And I think that we do have to take that as something with a high level of seriousness. It is also the case that the provision at present is to provide, if you like, hub centres to be able to zoom in and zoom out of any level of video links there. That is something which, from the point of view of the impact of younger members of the legal profession, acts as a level of barrier. It does mean that those who are involved, who have a long-standing practice, are able to use that much more effectively in terms of being able to do a range of remote cases, and effectively acts as a barrier to entry into the profession, and indeed for people to succeed within that. We saw, and we know that there is a concern already. I'll give way in a moment. And we know that from the evidence that we received as a committee in a number of weeks ago, that in terms of some of the potential restrictions which I freely admit are not the Minister's doing, in terms of the provision of legal aid, potentially will act as a level of barrier to younger members of the profession as well. And I think there's a danger that this is actually hoovering up work for those in terms of the senior bit. I'll give way to.
I just wanted to clarify, over the last couple of years with COVID, those young members entering the profession have lived on Zoom and different online platforms, including throughout their university career. But I would just like to ask, could the member outline how many appeals that there have been taken because of court systems happening through online provisions?
I'm not aware of the figures in relation to it, but it's not a question of saying it is about the actual quality of the justice. It is about the opportunity to have that direct interaction in court between the lawyer and their client. And what it will mean is that level of detailed level of discussion, that level of the interaction that you can get, which all of us get from a one-to-one meeting with someone in face, is reduced in terms of the potential quality of that. And that is the experience that has been relayed to me by a range of lawyers in connection with this. So it is something that we do need to take with a level of seriousness. It is also the case that the way this is operated in practice has created, I think, and more as we move away from the situation, thankfully, even that we were in November whenever the consultation took place, and as highlighted, there was by definition, a certain level of limited action that had to be there in terms of the consultation. We're not in the same position as we were in November. We're not in the same position as we were in January. Indeed, in the last number of weeks, the Health Minister has moved to actually remove effectively all restrictions that are being put in place. And the reality is that we are already creating a level of anomalies within the situation. So, for example, I can think of one particular courthouse in Northern Ireland where I'm sure the committee chair would actually be very familiar with this, where it has been custom and practice that whatever happens within the courthouse, there is a hotel right beside the courthouse, where quite often the members of the legal profession, indeed, and clients will then decant to. Now, it seems to be a bizarre situation to say you can have as many people as you want gathered round the table of a cafe or a restaurant to discuss issues, but once you cross the threshold of the courts of justice, then that is prevented. That seems to me to be a certain level of nonsense. It has also been the case that in terms of many of the cases which have been put in place, one of the things that has been said, for instance, within solicitors' firms, is that they actually encourage the solicitor and the client simply to be huddled around the same Zoom call within that solicitor's office. Now, again, well, give way. Yes.
I mean, I'm struggling with respect, Mr Deputy Speaker, to see where this is relevant to what is before us today. I mean, frankly, whether lawyers and barristers go for coffee in the nearby hotel or anywhere else is not relevant to the practice of justice. And there is accommodation in every courthouse to make sure that people can consult with their clients in a COVID-safe and compliant manner. That has been sustained throughout the COVID pandemic and will be sustained for the foreseeable future. But there's no suggestion here that what people choose to do in their own time should necessarily dictate what people must do, such as attend court at the demand of the state.
The Minister is struggling, so maybe I can help her in relation to that. The point is, why are we putting up artificial barriers within a court which do not apply in any other part of life? We are in a situation which those restrictions have been removed, and we need to see a scenario. We need to see a scenario in which actually there's a full resumption of the quality of justice. And I believe that this takes us in a retrograde step. This does create a level of barriers that are there. It does not provide with the best opportunity that we can have to deliver that full quality of justice. And therefore, I think that this is the wrong step at the wrong time. I think we have moved on, and it is time that we saw the courts move on and move back to the provision that has been put in place there, so that we can ensure for everyone they can get full access and indeed the fullest quality of our justice system. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. I now call the Justice Minister, Naomi Long, to conclude and wind up on the debate.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I had hoped that this would be a short debate today, given that this was recommended by the Justice Committee and that no one dissented from that position in the Justice Committee, but it seems that we might have to take slightly longer to explain it to some members of the committee than I'd hoped. I just want to reassure the member for North Down that I'm not struggling at all, other than to be able...
She's referring to myself. I'm the member for Strangford, not North Down.
I do get lost when people start moving around. I'm certainly not struggling, other than to understand the point that the member for Strangford is trying to make. The near universal consensus which we had on this in terms of the committee and indeed from other speakers in the House today mirrors the support given to date by the Justice Committee to the policy since the former Lord Chief Justice Sir Declan Morgan QC raised it with them in June 2021. And what it shows is what can be achieved when we work together towards a common purpose. My colleague Kelly Armstrong specifically asked how long this particular extension would last. The answer is 6 months. The extensions run in 6-month cycles, and it will therefore expire in September. It will require at least one further extension of the coronavirus legislation provisions in order that we can put in place legislative provisions in terms of primary legislation to be able to introduce the long-term introduction of live links. Because to be clear, and I hope that Mr Weir is paying attention, this is not about restrictions continuing in the courts. In fact, the courts are operating at 115% of their previous capacity because we can operate and use live links. So the purpose of introducing live links is not about keeping people out of the courts. Even when we return to business as normal, we will still require the use of live links in order to speed up justice, and that has always been the intention. I want to deal with some of the issues, however, that he's raised. In terms of protection of access to justice, a number of protections are included within the parent legislation, the Coronavirus Act 2020, to prevent any detriment arising for any party or witness providing evidence to a court or tribunal, including their right to a fair hearing. Within Part 1 of Schedule 27, any risk of discrimination against any person with a protected characteristic arising from expanded use of live links is negated through the safeguards within the legislation. These include the judicial post holder having to be satisfied that the use of live links is in the interests of justice. The practice direction of the Lord Chief Justice of the 1st 2020, as revised with effect from the 29th of January 2021, requires every remote hearing to be planned and conducted in a manner designed to secure every party's right to a fair hearing. In making that decision, the parties have an opportunity to make representations, and the court or tribunal is required to consider all the circumstances of the case, including the views of the person who would be using the live link, the suitability of the facilities at the place where they would be taking part, and whether they will be able to take part effectively. Completion of the relevant listing forms ensures that any issues a person may face in engaging remotely or using technology are addressed at the earliest opportunity by the court. Various practice directions and instructions and guidance have issued for different tiers of the court and a variety of users. Throughout this period, they have been updated and published by the Lady Chief Justice's Office. It is considered the safeguards provided by requiring the judiciary to be satisfied in any case that receiving evidence by live link is in the interests of justice means any indirect impact relating to these powers is minor and temporary in nature, while ensuring no less favourable treatment in regard to access to justice occurs. At this stage, it is not considered that the extension of this legislation will have a significant differential effect on the needs, experiences and priorities of people within any of the Section 75 categories or rural inhabitants. I also want to turn to the issue of open justice, which the member referred to. A number of protections also exist within the parent legislation to ensure that the principle enshrined in Article 6.1 of the European Convention on Human Rights, that justice should be conducted in a public place, is maintained. Without the provisions created within the Judicature Northern Ireland Act of 1978 by Part 2 of Schedule 27 of the Coronavirus Act 2020, the pre-existing statutes which prohibit photography, including video, in courts other than the Supreme Court and the making of unauthorised sound recordings would limit the court's inherent ability to ensure public participation in proceedings. The extension of these provisions within Part 2 allows the court to direct that members of the public have real-time access to any virtual hearing and to direct that a video or telephone hearing should be live-streamed to enable observers to see or hear proceedings. Remote access has been predominantly facilitated by sight-link technology, and data shows that the monthly usage has increased from just over 100 user connections pre-COVID to over 70,000 user connections in January 2022. I will indeed.
And like the Minister, I'm slightly bemused by the arguments put up against this by Peter Weir. And will the Minister agree with me that the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages in terms of live links and virtual sessions, not least of all, one of them being that it actually frees up more police officers to return to frontline duties instead of waiting around in courthouses all day for first hearings of cases?
Absolutely, and it also frees up our prison custody officers who would normally be escorting prisoners, often at the disruption of the prisoner who is on remand, to be trekked across the countryside to appear in front of a judge, perhaps for less than 10 minutes after a 2-hour journey. And that, to me, being able to be eliminated by the use of live links is an entirely appropriate thing to be made permanent in the future. But in order to get to the point where it can be made permanent, we need these temporary extensions, not to restrict access to the courts, but to enable access to the courts via digital technology. There are a number of methods currently utilised by the Department and Courts and Tribunal Service for the collection of data or assessments on the use and impact of audio and visual links in the courts. These include the Cross-Justice Recovery Group, which meets every month. This group is chaired by the Head of Justice Performance Team, with representatives from Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service, Public Prosecution Service, Lady Chief Justice's Office and the Police Service of Northern Ireland. There's also a meeting with the Law Society and Bar Council held monthly, which is chaired by the Director of Access to Justice Directorate. Other attendees include representatives from the JPT, NICS, PPS, PSNI and the LCJO. Generally, both bodies are represented by their Chief Executive Officer or a Deputy. Throughout the pandemic, PPS, NICS, PSNI and the LCJO have held regular meetings at an operational level to monitor and address a wide range of operational issues, including those arising from the process established for communicating with the relevant judge how and from whom evidence will be required during a court hearing, known as Forms HR1 and HR2, as well as the use of sightlink. It is not considered that the extension of this legislation will have an adverse or differential impact. We anticipate the review and extension of this legislation will be accessible and apply equally to all groups. A targeted engagement with the main users of live links was conducted by the Department in November 2021. 25 responses were received and indicated that most respondents considered the remote hearing facilities worked well. The majority, including those regularly specifically working with children or victims engaged in court proceedings, were positive about the process and expressed a desire for increased integration of these facilities into the court procedures. Most, if not all, respondents recognised there was a time, cost and ecological benefit to the reception of evidence remotely. While some concerns were expressed in regard to vulnerable adults, any potential less favourable impact relating to these provisions appears to be minor and temporary, as I said earlier. And due to the safeguards provided by the judiciary being required to be satisfied in any case that receiving evidence by live link is in the interest of justice, it is mitigated. That includes ensuring all parties to a case can fully participate in any hearing. It is not considered there would be an adverse impact on the equality of opportunity for any category of user. It is also not considered that the requirement to participate in the hearing by telephone or video represents a disadvantage to a person with a protected characteristic compared with someone who does not share that characteristic. There are safeguards in place to ensure that digital channels are only used in appropriate circumstances, and assisted digital provision is available to support users of digital channels. If or when a particular issue is raised, it is addressed, and we liaise regularly with those, for example, from disability charities, who engage with the Department and with Court Service to ensure that we use the right technology for particular defendants or for particular people who come before the court. The Department is very alive to the concern, but the legislation contains the required safeguards, including that any direction for the use of live links can be rescinded if it appears to the court or tribunal to be in the interests of justice to do so. The engagement exercise that we have undertaken in terms of live links is something that preceded COVID-19 and Omicron, and so we are moving as quickly as we can to reopen the courts in the normal way. However, the idea that this will mean returning to business as usual, as it has been referred to, is simply not realistic. We will want to capture the benefits that we have gained through the pandemic of hybrid working. I was in the courts in Laganside only a week ago talking to members of the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service who have been hybrid working, allowing us to increase our staff without increasing our footprint. And that's quite significant in terms of turning justice around and catching up with the pandemic backlog. The use of live links has also enabled the courts and tribunals to continue to operate throughout the pandemic, but will be a critical tool when it comes to actually addressing the COVID backlog that we face in the court system. As I've said, at the moment, it is an important part of our overall strategy in terms of court recovery, and without it, we will not be able to make that recovery. My colleague Kelly Armstrong did ask what would happen if there wasn't an assembly in September at the point where this legislation needs to be renewed for a further 6 months in order that we would be able to bring forward primary legislation. The truth is, if we do not get this extension today, and if we did not get the one in September, it would be catastrophic on recovery of the justice system. And I say it again, it would be catastrophic on recovery of the justice system. The degree to which we are reliant on digital technology in the courts now far exceeds what we were before. But it is good that we are using that digital technology, and it has always been the position of the Justice Committee that we should accelerate the use of digital technology where that is possible. I am disappointed, Mr Deputy Speaker, that not having raised any concern about the extension of this, we now get blindsided by the DUP on this issue in the Chamber. And whilst I understand that the member declared an interest, the wider interests of justice are not served if people are not open about their concerns with regard to the legislation at a time when we can respond in a proper fashion to those concerns and when the committee can give them full consideration. This is an important technical piece of legislation. It sets the foundation for us to recover the court system. And if we don't recover the court system, I can assure Mr Weir that we will be in a significantly more difficult situation when it comes to access to justice. Because if people cannot get their cases heard in a timely fashion, that too breaches their human rights. That too is contrary to their expectations of timely hearing in public. And so I would appeal again before the vote is taken that the DUP would reconsider their position. This is not about extending restrictions. This is about allowing a bridge to be built from where we are now with live links and technology to where we want to be and always intended to be in the future when it comes to technology. There is insufficient time in this mandate to bring forward primary legislation that would build that bridge. We cannot legislate in the next 4 weeks to do that, but we can extend these provisions and do so a further time in September of this year, and by that point my department will be in a position to bring forward the underpinning legislation that is required so that we can provide a modern, effective and efficient justice system that serves the needs of the public, that serves the needs of justice, but that does so in a modern way using all the technological power we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The question now is that the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions related to courts, tribunals and inquest order NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I do note the mood of the Chamber that the DUP has opposed the question and the party's opposition is on record. No. Okay, if you insist then. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Members, before I put the question, I would again remind those members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of provisions related to courts, tribunals and inquest order NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. No. I'll use this form of wording, but if members insist on division, well then we'll have division. If the DUP wishes to record its opposition, that opposition can be placed on the record. I do believe that the ayes have it, and that will probably be confirmed. Okay, right. We have tellers. Okay. All right, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Kelly Armstrong and Andrew Muir. Tellers for the noes are Peter Weir and Morris Bradley. Oh, sorry, this week's Buchanan. Sorry. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf aren't entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. Again, to remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place, and I ask you to ensure you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourselves and others while moving around the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. And again, ask members to be patient, observe the signage and follow the instructions. Can we now clear the lobbies? The Assembly will divide, ayes to my right and noes to my left. close the doors, please. If members would resume their seats, please. Clerk, could you read the result, please?
85 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 28 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Members, just take their ease now while we move to the next item. Members, the next item of business is a motion to affirm a statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the rates, Regional Rates Order Northern Ireland 2022 be affirmed.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion, please.
To move, Lascan Corlett.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate. I now call the Minister to open debate on the motion, please.
As members will be aware, this order is brought forward annually and normally stems from the Executive's agreed budget. Although the Executive has not agreed the draft budget, it did agree in December the approach to be taken on regional rates, with freezes in both domestic and non-domestic rates. Therefore, in order to provide certainty for households and businesses, I have brought forward the Regional Rates Order to implement the poundage freeze and retaining the regional rates at their current level. For the third year in a row, I am seeking the Assembly's approval to a freeze in the domestic regional rate to help households cope with the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and inflation. And for the second year in a row, I am seeking the Assembly's approval to a freeze in the non-domestic regional rate, consolidating the 18% reduction implemented in 2020. This year, the order also takes its place alongside a £50 million rates holiday provision agreed by the Executive in December. That measure will start by providing a one-month rate support to all businesses with a few exceptions, for example utilities. It will also apply to a further 2 months to targeted rates holiday to those sectors of the economy that were most impacted by the pandemic. As I have stated, today's order serves to hold the existing regional rate multipliers by freezing the current poundages. In the 2019 Business Rates Review, many consultees highlighted the high level of business rates here as a major issue. The crucial 18% reduction in the regional rate in April 2020 was the Executive's first step to dealing with that. For all commercial ratepayers, today's order will continue with that important policy direction into the 2022-23 rates year as we head towards revaluation in April 2023. Likewise, the freeze in domestic poundage will be vital to domestic ratepayers, many of whom have seen a considerable squeeze to their household budgets as a result of the pandemic and the current surge in inflation. The measure will supplement steps taken in recent weeks by my Executive colleagues, such as the £55 million Energy Payment Support Scheme for vulnerable people struggling to meet energy costs. The revenue raised from the regional rate supplements the Executive's block grant. It is added to that funding to facilitate expenditure on our health, roads, schools and other essential public services. The rating system contributes over £1.3 billion each year to the Executive and District Council funding. The contribution to the Executive comes to approximately £690 million. Lascan Corda, if you allow me to move on to more technical matters covered in the draft order. The main purpose of the order is to specify the regional rate poundages for 2022-23. It will do this by fixing 2 regional rates in the pound for 2022-23, one for households and one for business ratepayers. The rates in the pound will remain exactly the same as last year for both households and businesses to continue my commitment to ensuring that household and commercial budgets are protected given the continuing economic difficulties being faced across the board. Article 1 sets out the title of the order and gives the operational date as the day after it is affirmed by the Assembly. Article 2 provides that the order will apply for the 2022-23 rating year through to the 31st of March 2023. Article 3 specifies 27.9 pence in the pound as the non-domestic regional poundage, and 0.4574 pence in the pound. That's 0.4574 pence in the pound as the domestic regional rate poundage. I look forward to hearing members' comments, and I commend the order to the Assembly.
I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Finance.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak briefly on behalf of the Committee for Finance. I would like to thank the Minister for setting out the purpose for and the background to the statute rule which is before us today. The Committee considered the proposed rule on the 5th of January and considered it again on the 23rd of February 2022. Members noted that the rule sets the amount of the domestic and non-domestic regional rates for the year ending 31st of March 2023. The Committee welcomed that the Executive had elected to freeze regional rates for another year and is also to continue other COVID-19 support measures, including a rates holiday designed to help hard-pressed businesses as we emerge from the pandemic. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to advise the House that the Committee has agreed to recommend that SR 2022/50, the Regional Rates Order Northern Ireland 2022, be affirmed by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Melissa McHugh on Canchai. Call Melissa McHugh.
Clas Concorla agus boi lomsa just buihas Yana Fahanya and Ratches Lisnaira Foster agus boi lomsa just couple focal arad ni rome ni veme roada. A freeze on the regional rate for the up and coming financial year is to be welcomed. Businesses and families alike have suffered 2 long years of financial hardship because of the pandemic, and now they face the extra challenge of a cost of living crisis. Inflation is at its highest level in 30 years. We have seen the cost of gas and electricity soar, the cost of fuel to run a car has soared, and steep increases in prices for essential goods. All of this has had a devastating impact on workers and families. And let me say too that this inflation that is caused at the present time is not as a result of cost push, i.e. a rise in workers' wages. There's other factors that's actually influencing that. Businesses are struggling too at this time, just at a time when we seem to be finally emerging from a long and damaging pandemic, and all the restrictions have been removed. People don't have the disposable income to support our businesses. We have seen with dismay the shocking figures which show a rapid rise in the levels of poverty and destitution in our society. We have seen the pleas from vulnerable people who need assistance at this time. Now, this is a global problem and we need large-scale solutions. The British Government have made the situation worse with their cut to universal credit and their hike in national insurance that will impact on every worker here in the north of Ireland. They have refused the Minister's request to cut VAT on energy bills. The lack of financial powers that Stormont has means we are limited in what it is that we can do to help the situation. Now, I welcome the action taken by the Communities Minister only just in this House just a short time ago, where she reminded us that those people will receive that extra.
I would just remind the member that we're on the regional rates. Please.
Yeah, to provide this £200 fuel grant that they will receive now as part of their support from the benefits. Unfortunately, now without a functioning executive or an agreed budget, it will be challenging to deliver any further schemes to support those in need. The regional rate is the only substantial tax that the executive has control over.
The member agree with me that, refer to the British Government and their lack of money, that they give over £3 billion to this country to help them through the pandemic, which would need obviously different contributions, whether it be through the Department of Finance or other departments. Is that not something to be welcomed?
All monies are to be welcome, but there are initiatives that have been recommended to the British Government which they themselves have not responded to in terms of helping and assisting us in ensuring that we are able to maintain the regional rate at the levels suggested by our own Minister. And as I pointed out just earlier, the regional rate is the only substantial tax that the Executive has control over. It has been a reduced rate now for the previous 2 years to support businesses throughout the pandemic. A freeze in the regional rate will provide a small but significant mitigation for families and businesses struggling at this time. The Minister has proposed a 3-year freeze in his draft budget, and unfortunately, because of the actions of the DUP, the freeze for year 2 and 3 are now in doubt going forward. Businesses need certainty for the future and they want to see a 3-year freeze in place as soon as possible.
Agus níos éireann Sir Matthew Toolhon Cancha. I call Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Obviously be supporting the regional rates order. Today, as the Deputy Chair of the committee said, we discussed it in committee a couple of times. The Minister and others have noted that we have had rates frozen effectively since the outbreak of the pandemic, and we also have £50 million worth of relief, which is in and of itself welcome. So yes, we support the order, yes, we support a freeze for 2022-23. I think it is worth simply putting on the record that, as the previous speaker said, these are the regional rate, both domestic and non-domestic, is basically the only substantive revenue-raising tool that the Executive and the Finance Minister have. So it would be helpful to understand where it goes from in the long term. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've applied now reliefs for a number of years, which have been necessary and essential in the midst of a pandemic. But given we agree certainly on this side of the House broadly, I think that we want more powers in this space. We want more ability to raise revenue and use fiscal tools that we have and that we might want in the future creatively. It would be helpful to understand how exactly the Finance Minister might seek to use those. We have a Fiscal Commission reporting at the minute, which has looked at these and is going to bring forward another report. So the next time we debate a regional rates order, I would hope we would be able to discuss with a Finance Minister, it might be this one, it might be his successor, it might still be him, how we might use the regional rates tool slightly more effectively, because while it is welcome that we're using it to support business and have used to support business at a time of extreme stress, we do need to understand how we're going to use it in the long term and what the future might be, particularly given the fact that large parts of commercial property will remain under extreme stress, and indeed there may be major economic changes that have come about in terms of economic behaviour post the end of the pandemic. So we support today's regional rates order, but the next time we debate these things, we'd like to have a slightly longer term vision about how we might use the rates tools at our disposal. Thank you.
Very good. I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to support the order presented in front of us. I do so in the context that no executive is currently able to meet as a result of the resignation of the First Minister, and I am thankful that this was agreed in the dying days of the executive, because the impact that it previously had when we weren't able to make this order was that bills weren't able to be sent out to collect both the regional and also the district rate, and obviously that had a significant impact upon people's ability to financially plan, but also upon council finances, because there was an inability to collect revenue. So I do welcome the fact that we're able to make this order here today. I also welcome the fact of the freezing of the regional rate in the context that Northern Ireland has what I understand to be the highest business rates in the whole of the UK, and also the cost of living crisis that families and households across Northern Ireland are facing. We do make this in the context of Reval 2023, and it's important that that is undertaken and that is brought into effect, because whilst there has been reliefs over the last 2 years and there is reliefs planned in the next financial year, it's important that we do re-evaluate the NAVs for our non-domestic properties. We also do this in the context of no agreed 3-year budget, and I'm very conscious of that impact will have, particularly upon district councils, who collect obviously the majority of their revenue through the district rate, but also are reliant upon grants and revenue streams from central government, and there will be obviously uncertainty in the context of this. But it's important we're able to agree this and give certainty to our finances, and also to freeze the regional rate and give those reliefs to people across Northern Ireland that are well deserved. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Agus dis éireann Sir Airgeadis le conclude agus críoch a chur le díosbrach there in Ruin le Hall. I now call the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to conclude and wind up debate on the motion, please.
I'd like to thank all the members who have spoken in the debate. I'd like to thank the committee. The Deputy Chair spoke today, and thank himself and the Chair and the committee staff for their work in relation to today's order and the debate. As I have stated, the order aims to strike a balance between the needs of the ratepayers during what remain challenging economic times and ensuring that the public finances are sufficient to cover the priorities of an incoming executive. And I suppose that speaks to the point that Matthew O'Toole raised. I know he's had to leave, but in the longer term, while this is the only fiscal lever we have, that will always be the balance that an executive or indeed a finance minister has to strike between getting enough revenue to support overstretched public services which have been subject to austerity policies for over 10 years, and ensuring that we target whatever reliefs we have and whatever supports we can to make sure that those businesses and households that need support the most can get that. And that's why I think the Fiscal Commission is a very long overdue exercise. In this part of the world, it has happened on a number of occasions in Scotland and Wales to look at what other financial levers could be available to us, so we could have a different rates debate in the years ahead, one which measures what we do there against some other potential fiscal levers that may be of use to us. Mr Moore mentioned the reval exercise, and of course that is ongoing and will continue on, and very happy for the team. I know he doesn't sit on the Finance Committee, but very happy for the team to engage with him if he wishes that in the future. But I just want to, as I say, thank members for the contribution. This is a necessary step. It will be a welcome step for businesses and for households, and I trust that members will show the necessary support for the order.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion does require cross-community support. The question is that the Regional Rates Order NI 2022 be affirmed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. As there are ayes from all sides of the House and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. Thank you. Now, members, just take their ease while we move to the next item of business. Point of order. Yep. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I was absent from the chamber yesterday for topical question 6 to the Minister of Justice. It was actually on other Assembly business in England, so I just want to offer my apologies to the House for that.
All right, thank you for that, Mr O'Dowd, and I'm sure that will be duly noted and passed through to the Speaker. Thank you. Please. Members, the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2022 be approved.
I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to formally move the motion, please.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit in this debate. I therefore call the Minister to open debate on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this motion forward today. The UK Emissions Trading Scheme was established under the Climate Change Act 2008 by the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Order 2020 as a UK-wide greenhouse gas emissions trading scheme to encourage cost-effective emissions reductions. It will contribute to the UK emissions reduction targets and net zero goal. The scheme replaced the UK's participation in the EU Emissions Trading Scheme and came into force on the 1st of January 2021. I obtained the agreement of executive colleagues to the policy positions established with the UKETS in May 2020, following a UK-wide consultation on the future of UK carbon pricing, which sought views on the post-EU exit carbon pricing proposals. Members will recall that the Assembly approved the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Order 2020, which I shall hereafter refer to as the 2020 Order, in November 2020, and I am grateful for members' support on that occasion. It may be helpful at this point to provide a brief summary of the operation of the UK ETS. It is based on a cap and trade principle, requiring participants to purchase a carbon allowance for each tonne of carbon dioxide that they emit. The more carbon dioxide emitted, the more allowance is required. There are penalties for failure to obtain the requisite amount of allowances. A cap is set on the total amount of allowances available under the scheme and is gradually reduced over time. The aim is to encourage reductions in emissions. Scheme participants, with the exception of electricity generators, receive free allowances which cover a proportion of their emissions. This is to prevent carbon leakage, industry moving away to relocate in other parts of the world, which either don't have costs for carbon emissions or costs which are lower. As members may recall, in the Northern Ireland context, there is an important exclusion from the scope of the UK ETS. This arises as a result of Article 9 and Annex 4 to the Northern Ireland Protocol, which requires Northern Ireland electricity generators to remain in the EU ETS. This is to preserve the functioning of the single electricity market on the island of Ireland. If generators north and south were in different emission trading schemes, there could be a carbon price divergence which could distort the operation of the single electricity market. So to avoid this, Northern Ireland's 5 electricity generating installations have remained as participants in the EU ETS. To give some context, there are around 1,000 UK participants in the scheme and 16 in Northern Ireland. These 16 installations, along with the 5 electricity generators I have already mentioned, account for approximately 1/5 of all greenhouse gas emissions in Northern Ireland. To note, only 18% of that figure is attributable to emissions from EU or from UK ETS. The majority, around 82%, arises from the electricity generators. So, returning to the legislation, the main 2020 order establishing the scheme has been amended and supplemented through further instruments to ensure that it is fully functional. The order before us today carries forward that process by making technical and operational amendments to the 2020 order. The proposals contained in the order before us were subject to joint UK-wide consultation between July and September last year. There were only 7 responses which did not identify any significant concerns about the order, and there were no specific Northern Ireland comments. The Greenhouse Gas Emission Trading Scheme Order 2022 was laid in draft in the Northern Ireland Assembly on the 16th of December 2021 under the Climate Change Order 2008, which requires that order be laid in draft and debated in each of the 4 UK legislatures. So far, the order has been approved by the Scottish and Welsh Parliaments. This order, if approved, will make the following changes to the UK ETS. It will introduce a civil penalty to enforce an existing obligation to return over-allocated allowances, create an offence of intentionally obstructing the scheme regulators that are exercising enforcement powers, and clarify some enforcement powers previously introduced. Specifically, it will clarify that the power to inspect premises to ensure compliance with scheme rules may be exercised by an authorised person, which is a person authorised by the regulator as well as the regulator itself. This corrects an omission in the original order. It creates an offence for a person to intentionally obstruct a regulator or an authorised person in the exercise of enforcement powers. Under the existing order, a regulator can give a notice to an operator requiring the return of any carbon-free allowances, which I referred to earlier, to which the operator was not entitled, for example, due to an over-allocation. A new penalty is created by this amending order, allowing a regulator to issue a civil penalty to require allowances to which an operator is not entitled to be returned. A further amendment allows the UK ETS Registry Administrator to issue enforcement and information notices in relation to suspected permit contraventions. The Registry Administrator manages the Registry of UK Carbon Allowances, and its function is currently carried out by the English Environment Agency on behalf of all UK administrations. I should add that Articles 7, 11, 12 and 14 in relation to this amendment restate some earlier amendments made to the 2020 order for entirely technical reasons to remove doubt about the powers of the Registry Administrator to issue such notices. Finally, where an installation's ETS permit is surrendered or revoked, further amendments made by this instrument require the operator of the installation to surrender any deficit of allowances from previous scheme years which have not already been surrendered. These are the main elements of the order. As I have stated, the amendments contained within the draft order are of a technical and operational nature, not introduce any substantive changes to policy. They do not alter the scheme's existing climate targets. Aligning the design of the UK ETS with net zero objectives will be the subject of an upcoming consultation. There will be no overall impact on costs and benefits to business as a result of the proposed amendments, as the existing supply of carbon allowances will not be affected, and there are no additional substantive administrative requirements. Members may recall that a local impacts paper was prepared by the Department to accompany the 2020 order, and the conclusions of that paper are unaffected by this proposed amendment. In conclusion, this order will help to improve the effective operation of the UK ETS. This in turn will help to ensure that the scheme continues to play its part in reducing greenhouse gas emissions in Northern Ireland and across the UK. Accordingly, I commend the order to the House.
Íram Sir Las Caikerlach and Costiff we Cursi Talavia Timpelach Agus Cursi Tuicha. I call the Vice Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Philip McGuigan.
And I welcome the opportunity to share briefly the views of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs on the regulations which we are considering today. The order will bring about technical changes to the emissions trading scheme to facilitate consistent and effective enforcement of some rules and clarification of provisions relating to powers of entry and enforcement. The Committee was notified on the 16th of December 2021 that the Department intended to lay regulations to ensure the scheme operates as the emissions trading scheme operates in Britain. The Committee considered the regulations at its meeting on the 10th of February 2022, including the technical and supporting documents made available by the Department, and the Committee noted that the changes which will be made via the regulations are not contentious and will not lead to any substantive policy changes, and it is therefore recommended that they be affirmed by the Assembly. The Committee understands the importance of the emission trading scheme both here and in other jurisdictions in terms of the wider moves to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in decades ahead, and so it's vital that their operation is reviewed constantly and updated as required. The Committee therefore recommends that the regulations proceed, as it has not identified any issues of concern with their implementation.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a technical piece of legislation that is needed by requirement to be tabled in all devolved legislatures, including the Northern Ireland Assembly. This makes amendments to the main 2020 order to allow the United Kingdom emissions trading scheme to continue to function effectively. The amendments contained in the new order come from a consultation period involving the joint UK regional governments and are aimed at fixing some technical points which were identified during the early stages of the scheme. In light of the fact that this consultation period has been held and the recommendations and amendments tabled are contained within this current order, I do not intend to dwell longer than is necessary on it. The importance of a trading scheme is obviously important as we move ahead on various actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And these amendments will ensure that the UK emissions trading scheme continues to operate effectively and contributes to UK emissions reduction targets and the net zero goal. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to, that concludes the listed members who are down to speak. We now move to the question is that draft, oh sorry, excuse me, I have to call the Minister. Pardon me, Minister. For that, I now call the Minister, therefore, to conclude and wind up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the members who contributed. To summarise, the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Order 2022 will make various technical and operational amendments to the UK Emissions Trading Scheme. The amendments will not impact on Northern Ireland's electricity generating installations who continue to participate in the EU scheme. Under the terms of the Northern Ireland Protocol, the order will not change the current climate ambition of the UK ETS. It does not introduce substantive changes in policy. There will be no overall impact on business, no additional administrative burdens. Substantive amendments to the design of the UK ETS to align the UK and devolved net zero climate objectives will be subject of a separate upcoming consultation on the development of the scheme. The UK Government remains open to the possibility of linking the UK ETS and the EU scheme. Under the UK-EU Trade and Cooperation Agreement, both parties have agreed to give serious consideration to linking their respective carbon pricing systems. The UK Government has advised that it will work with the EU counterparts to give this matter due consideration. So finally, in order that the Northern Ireland, along with the rest of the UK, continue with our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the effective implementation of the UK ETS, we need to pass this order, and I commend the order to the House.
Thank you. Minister, the question now is that the draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the scheme is so approved. Just members take their ease to we sort out a few issues around the next item on the agenda, please. If members just resume their seats for a moment, please. We now move to the further consideration stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill, and I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to move the bill. Iron a bubble, Deirdre Hargey, Lishan Villa, Corhuntossy, Lidda Hall.
I beg to move.
As no amendments have been tabled and there is no opportunity to discuss the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill today, members will of course be able to have full debate at final stage. The further consideration stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill is therefore concluded and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. The next item of business is the final stage of the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendments Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the final stage. Formally move the final stage.
I beg to move.
Thank you for that. And just, I've had an approach, so possibly at the end of this item of business, we may take a recess for to allow members comfort break and to get something to eat and the likes. So, okay. The final stage of the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendments Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate. I therefore call on the Minister for Communities to open the debate.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be able to move the final stage of the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill today. I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee and Assembly members from across the political spectrum who have given their support for this important bill and its speedy progression through the Assembly within such a short period of time. I also want to take the opportunity to thank all of those organisations and groups out there who have worked with me, the Cliff Edge Coalition, Advice NI, the Human Rights Commission and others, to get this bill to the point that it's at today. I do welcome the positive responses to this bill from the organisations who were at the forefront of the campaign to extend welfare mitigation payments and to ensure that we did not introduce a new cliff edge for people who were dependent on these payments, which was something that I had intended to do from the outset when I took up office. To summarise the main purpose of the legislation, this bill, once enacted, will remove the end date for qualifying for welfare mitigation payments for those impacted by the bedroom tax policy. This will provide much-needed continued support to some of the most vulnerable within our communities by shielding them from the financial impact of the bedroom tax. The bill will also require my department to monitor and report on the operation of welfare mitigation schemes, with a report to be led in the Assembly no later than the 31st of March 2025. I am committed to keeping welfare mitigations under review to ensure that they meet the continuing need and to support people who need it most. The report will also provide a basis for a future assessment of that continuing need and if we need to do additional welfare mitigation schemes. In particular, this will include a view on the provision of statutory extension beyond the 31st of March 2025 of those mitigation schemes other than the bedroom tax. The bill represents a vitally important step that we can now take to deliver meaningful change before the end of this mandate and to provide long-term assurances to around 37,000 households that they will not be penalised by the bedroom tax. Subject to the Assembly passing the bill today and it receiving royal assent in the coming weeks, it will come into operation the day after receiving royal assent. And again, we can say as a united House, hopefully, that we have binned the bedroom tax. I commend this bill to the Assembly.
Thanks, Nish. Éireann Sir Ciara Ferguson, Huncanchai. Call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I welcome the Welfare Supplementary Payments Bill reaching its final stage. It's really an important piece of legislation for those households affected by this unjust and unfair Tory tax. It not only extends the current mitigation scheme relating to the bedroom tax, but also removes the end date and provides reassurance to so many of our people, our working families and our most vulnerable that are currently in receipt of this payment. It is great to see the consensus across the Chamber to extend this mitigation, protecting our families and our people from further hardship. I would also like to acknowledge the support received for my amendment that I put forward at further consideration stage, ensuring that many vulnerable people and families and the organisations that support them do not have to continue worrying about the bedroom tax. With the amendments, there is no more uncertainty, there is no more cliff edge. People on low incomes who depend on this support now have the security of knowing that they will continue to be protected from a Tory tax. We can finally reduce the worries of many of our most vulnerable households. We can keep the focus on the health and well-being of our people and our families and not on how many bedrooms they have. I commend the Minister. She has been committed from the start to supporting those who are most in need where it is possible to do so. The legislation is an example of that, and even today, with the announcement of the Energy Payment Scheme, that is another example of where our Minister is and where the heart of our Minister is with regards to protecting our people. In addition to extending the mitigation payments, she has also brought forward regulations to close the loopholes within the benefit cap and the bedroom tax, which will mean that more people will benefit from this financial support. She has appointed an independent advisory panel to review all the current mitigation measures. I commend all those who have campaigned on the issue, such as the Cliff Age Coalition and all the range of partner organisations and voluntary organisations who have campaigned tirelessly for this day today. So I thank you.
And my apologies, I should have called Kelly Armstrong on behalf of the committee there first. So, Kelly, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As was stated at second stage, the committee has taken a consistent interest in welfare reform mitigations. This has been a long and at times frustrating road, but on behalf of the Committee for Communities, I welcome the final stage of this bill. You will be glad, Deputy Speaker, that I will keep my comments to a minimum, as the committee's thoughts at second stage highlighted the many times the committee had discussed these issues, written to the Minister and written to the Executive in support of the Minister. We welcome the fact that this bill now has no new end date for the social sector size criteria and mitigation payments, as this will ensure that we don't reach a cliff edge situation again for those payments and should provide reassurance to the most vulnerable in our society. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee also welcomes the fact that the bill will require the Department to monitor and report on the operation of the mitigation schemes in order that we can evaluate the ongoing need for the schemes or the need for new schemes in the future. It is also good that this will include a view on the provision of extension beyond March 2025 of those schemes other than the social sector size criteria. The committee will include these matters in its legacy report for a new committee to scrutinise and highlight the need to consider the report of the independent advisory panel. The bill will have a direct impact on around 36,000 households, and it is therefore welcome that the legislation has reached this stage in such a swift manner, as it will ensure that there is no negative impact on these households. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I mentioned the Chair mentioned in her second stage speech that we were briefed by the Cliff Edge Coalition on welfare reform mitigations and the difficulties that families were facing. I hope the fact that this bill has progressed quickly will bring that group and the families affected some comfort and reassurance, and I look forward to its implementation. And just very quickly, as Alliance spokesperson on communities, I add that the Alliance Party is absolutely in support of this bill. At second stage, I certainly raised concern about a cliff edge being created by an end date, and I am delighted by the amendments that were brought forward that will see an end to that. But I am also very acutely aware that the advisory panel still have not brought forward their recommendations, and that advisory panel may well bring forward recommendations to further improve the support that our families need across Northern Ireland. But for now, we've done a good deed here, and I thank the Minister and I thank all of the people in the background who have worked on this bill, whether that's within the Department or within our own bill office. It has been a long time coming, but the Minister is absolutely right. We have ended the bedroom tax. Thank you.
Agus initiatum, Sir Mark Durkin, Hun Kanchai, call Mark Durkin.
The protections provided within this bill are very welcome and extremely necessary, and I'm glad that the rescue operation on the bedroom tax is near its end and that efforts have at long last come to fruition to clear up the remnants of the damage imposed on vulnerable people here at the hands of their own executive. We warned of the incalculable harm welfare reform would inflict on people right across the north, yet despite those warnings, parties here voted for this disastrous party, and I can't be the only one who views the self-congratulation around this important and good piece of legislation with a degree of cynicism. The bedroom tax should never have come to pass. In fact, members of the Minister's own party gave categorical assurances that it would never reach our shores. It seems this policy was so bad they binned it twice. I find some of the grandstanding today on delivery for vulnerable people difficult to comprehend. The Minister's party voted for bedroom tax and welfare reform, and in doing so subjected households here to the worst of Tory austerity, households that weren't protected by the original well-meaning, well-intentioned and welcome mitigations package. However, political stalemate, we weren't here for 3 years, delayed the progression of vital welfare mitigation legislation. And just hours ago, we listened to a statement from the Minister on the Energy Support Payment Scheme, a scheme announced in January, promised to be paid by the middle of March, not to start in the middle of March, but meanwhile people are left to suffer, and despite the Minister issuing the same copy and paste response, support or lack of support, especially for families not in receipt of benefits, simply isn't cutting it. And I do understand that they aren't all the responsibility of the Minister for Communities. I know, again, earlier discretionary support was lauded as a cover-all support mechanism. However, I've had a few families contact me just this week, sitting with no heat in their homes, who have been refused 1 penny of support from this crisis support scheme. Efforts to support those most in need must be immediate to maximise its impact. So while this eventual action to banish the bedroom tax as well as close the loopholes is welcome, it does come as a wee bit too little, too late. The diller and delay in the interim has resulted in millions of pounds of unspent funds, which could have and would have and should have provided some assistance to people caught in a pandemic and now in the grips of a cost of living crisis. This matter has been put to bed for now, but regrettably we can't undo the damage that it has already caused for countless people here, or rule out a future minister here, or possibly elsewhere trying to remove these protections. It remains on the statute. Given the full support for this bill across the Chamber, which is very welcome, it's important that we do all commit or recommit to making sure that these cruel measures don't rear their ugly head again. This bill will undoubtedly help those who need it. However, I do lament that it has taken so long to reach this point. Prioritising the needs of vulnerable households should have been treated with greater urgency. And it is vital that we work together, continue to work together, to ensure delivery for everyone struggling to make ends meet at this extremely difficult time. We support the bill.
Gurmagad, agus na Sheeram Sir Aisling Riley hon Kanchai call Aisling Riley.
I won't speak too long, Alaska Corla, or go on too much of a politicking speech. And I welcome my first opportunity to speak, and delighted is at the final stage of the Welfare Supplementaries Bill, an important piece of legislation, and not only extends the existing mitigation scheme in terms of the bedroom tax, but removes the end date completely. But in the bedroom tax will give reassurance and protect people, particularly now as the cost of living continues to climb and energy costs soaring. I know that this bill will give certainty and a sense of relief to people in my own constituency of West Belfast, as it will right across the north, and I thank the Minister for setting out her position and commitment throughout in supporting those who need it most where it was possible for her to do so. I also want to acknowledge this House for agreeing collectively to extend these mitigations. As we all know, it will really make a difference to people. Finally, can I thank everyone who campaigned on this issue, and in particular the Cliff Edge Coalition. Just very finally, I support the final stage of the bill. Gurmagad
Hain. Agus Nish, Eram Sir, Iron Bubble, Deirdre Hargy, Legera Chur, Leish and Kim Jernach, the Hall. I call Deirdre Hargy to conclude the final.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you to the Deputy Chair and indeed the Chair in her absence and the Communities Committee for working with me over the last 2 years, nearly 2.5 years now, in terms of this legislation being progressed. And this is a good day that we're now at the final stage of this bill, that we are in the final stages of binning the bedroom tax. And this was one of my first priorities in terms of when I came into the post. And indeed, if I had got the support that we do have now, this would have been done 2 years ago. And I think it's important to point that out. There was no dithering by me as a minister, because I had this in to the executive within a few weeks when I took up office. Again, I set out the reasons for the delay. They were unfortunate, but that was then and this is now, and we are now at a point where we are going to be binning the bedroom tax. And I am delighted that I'm the Minister bringing this forward. I do want to commend again, I suppose, as I say, the committee, this chamber, who have worked with me to get it to this point with the amendments that have come forward. To thank the staff behind the scenes, both within the department but also with the committee and the Bills office as well. and importantly to the housing associations and the housing executive, who I know this will be a huge relief to them in terms of the tenants that live within their properties, but importantly to those who have campaigned as part of the Cliff Edge Coalition, which is over 100 organisations from right across our society and our communities who have long campaigned in terms of the cliff edge that was being presented. And indeed, with this legislation, we now remove the cliff edge in terms of the bedroom tax. I want to thank them for putting their trust in me and working with me for over 2 years, and particularly getting it through the different stages of the legislative process. And I'm glad that we're now at this point of actually binning the bedroom tax and getting this legislation done within this mandate. So this is a good day for those on the ground that have been impacted by this. Of course, there's much more to be done, but I think this shows that it is possible in terms of addressing the issue of mitigations. And hopefully in the next Assembly with an operating executive we can do that. So I commend this bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll just think the Speaker's coming in to take over here now for the next item of business. So if you just bear with us here while we change the top table. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, members. Consideration stage of the support for mortgage interest, etc. Security for loans bill, and I call the Minister for Communities, Deputy Hargey, to move the bill. No amendments have been tabled to the bill, and I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to group the two clauses of the bill for the question on stand part, followed by the question to agree the long title. If there are no objections, then we will proceed. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the consideration stage of the support for mortgage interest, etc. Security for loans bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank the Minister. Take your ease a moment, please. So, thank you. Okay, members. Next item of business on the order paper is a motion from the Committee for the Economy to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That, in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 25th of March 2022 in relation to the committee stage of the Employment 0 Hours Workers and Banded Weekly Working Hours Bill.
And I call Stuart Dixon to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call Stuart Dixon to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm representing the Economy Committee in this debate this afternoon due to the ill health of the Chair, and the Vice Chair has other duties this afternoon. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Economy Committee to seek an extension to the committee stage of the Employment 0 Hours Workers and Banded Weekly Working Hours Bill. The bill was referred to the Committee for the Economy on the 1st of February 2022 for committee stage. The bill should, under Standing Order 33.2, complete its committee stage by the 14th of March. The main objective of the bill is to end the use of 0-hour contracts in the labour market and replace them with banded-hour contracts. The bill also seeks to make exclusivity terms unenforceable. The Committee acknowledges that the commitment within the New Decade New Approach Agreement to ban 0 hours contracts, and this aim has been widely supported. The Committee is aware that there is a significant number of workers in Northern Ireland on 0-hour contracts, and this leaves them in a vulnerable position where they have no guaranteed hours or stable income and are often on a lower rate of pay. The Committee therefore recognises that the legislation to address the issue is long overdue. The Committee received a pre-introductory briefing from the bill proposer at its meeting on the 8th of December, when she outlined the detailed policy proposals within the bill. The Committee agreed to publish a call for evidence and survey and write to key stakeholders inviting written submissions on the bill. In doing so, the Committee fully acknowledged the very limited time frame for consultation on the bill before the end of the mandate, and recognised that evidence provided would be on the high-level principles of the bill. The Committee agreed to hear oral evidence from a limited number of stakeholders, given the time constraints, and acknowledges that while the evidence to date indicates general support for the bill, there are detailed and complex issues which the Committee cannot explore in any detail within the time frame. The Committee also sought legal advice in relation to a specific issue around the types of contract which would be covered by the bill. The Committee completed taking oral evidence and will close its survey at the end of this week. The Committee requested this extension to ensure that it can complete its consultation and the bill report, highlighting those issues which require to be considered in more detail by any successor committee. To conclude, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Economy Committee, this Assembly supports the motion to extend the committee stage of the bill to the 25th of March 2022. Thank you.
Thank the member, and no further speakers then I will move to the vote. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. Members, the ayes have it. Thank you. Moving on to amending Standing Order 12. The next item of business then are motions from the Committee on Procedures to amend a number of standing orders. There will be a single debate on all motions. I will ask the Clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Chair of the Committee on Procedures to move it. The member will then commence the debate on both motions. At the end of the debate, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read in the record, and I will call on the member to move it. The question will then be put on that motion. That process will then be repeated for all of the other motions. However, the motion to amend Standing Order 20B is consequential to the motion to amend Standing Order 20. Therefore, if the amendment to Standing Order 20 is not made, I shall not put the question on the amendment to Standing Order 20B. If that is clear, then I will proceed. Okay, members. So, Clerk, please read the motion, the first motion.
Motion is to amend Standing Order 12 of the Assembly as detailed on the order paper.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
move the motion.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes, and I call the Chairperson to open the debate on all of the motions.
I'm speaking today as the Chair of the Procedures of Committee, and the motions are in front of us are to change a number of standing orders, and they're the culmination of a number of decisions and agreements from as far back as 2016. Members may remember that on the 9th of December last year, we debated and agreed the Assembly and Executive Reviews Committee report on the outcome of the independent review of the adequacy and effectiveness of the Statement of Entitlements for an official opposition. That review and the IRC report arose directly from the New Decade New Approach. At the debate on the 9th of November last year, I spoke as Committee Chair and confirmed that we, as far as we were concerned, there were no procedural barriers to making the relevant changes. In the week that followed that debate, the Committee on Procedures immediately started our considerations of how these changes could be implemented and what options we had. We completed this work very recently, and the motions today reflect the necessary changes which the Committee considered would be needed to give effect to those recommendations. Members will hopefully recall that the independent review recommendations involved a number of procedural enhancements requiring changes to standing orders. Although the IRC report recommendations refer to changes needed to standing orders in a number of areas, the Committee agreed that changes were not, in fact, actually needed to bring about all of the changes. Recommendations 7, 8 and 10 are where the work on standing orders was required. So I'll deal with the changes relating to the recommendations 7 and 10 first, as these were more straightforward from the Committee's perspective. And in addition, recommendation 5 of the review of the report was that all recommendations should be implemented in a timely manner and that all standing orders should ideally be placed before the end of the current Assembly mandate. I should also say that recommendation 6 of the review was that provisions for enhanced speaker rights should continue as set out in the Statement of Entitlements. This was an important consideration for the Committee. So the Committee clearly understood both the importance and urgency of this work in terms of changes to standing orders. Recommendation 7 was that an additional facility to strengthen the questioning of the Executive should be provided to the official opposition by amending Standing Order 20(7) to provide that the first oral question to Ministers should come from the official opposition. The Committee agreed that this amendment should be made. The Standing Order 20 addresses this. So moving on to recommendation 10, which was when an official opposition is operational, it should have the opportunity to be represented on all statutory committees. The Committee noted that as a consequence of the proportional representation formula applied to allocating seats in statutory committees, it was already likely that any official opposition would have the opportunity to be represented on all statutory committees, but agreed to bring forward the proposed amendment to Standing Order 49(2) to give this procedural certainty. So moving on to recommendation 8, this is where there would be a more detailed consideration for the Committee. So to remind members, recommendation 8 was that all standing orders required under the Assembly and Executive Reform Assembly Opposition Act Northern Ireland 2016 be implemented. So for the purposes of clarification, the 2016 Act provided for changes to standing orders to include the formation of the opposition, including qualification, the timing of the formation of the opposition, the dissolution of the opposition, the leadership of the opposition, topical questions from leadership of the opposition, speaking rights in the Assembly, enhanced speaking rights for the opposition, and the opposition's right to chair the Public Accounts Committee. So I'll go through the proposals explaining what changes, what they are and what exactly they'll make provision for. So the first proposed changes are to Standing Orders 12 and 18A, and they make provision for opposition business in the Assembly and for the opposition to ask the first question when a Minister is making an oral statement. The next set of motions revise Standing Orders 20, 20A and 20B, in addition to providing for the opposition to ask the first listed oral question. The amended Standing Order 20 also provides that the opposition should get to ask a second supplementary question for the first 3 listed questions. This entitlement was originally set out in the Statement of Entitlements. The amended Standing Order 20A provides that both the first and second questions put to the First and Deputy First Minister during topical questions should come from the leadership of the opposition. In addition, the committee was satisfied, as per the agreed recommendation, that the Statement of Entitlements speaking rights should continue and that the opposition should continue to get the first topical question to other ministers. So for that reason, the committee has not brought forward amendments to provide that the first topical question should come from the chairperson of the relevant statutory committee. The next proposed change is to Standing Order 45A, which addresses the formation of the opposition, including qualification and provision for the title of the office and the leadership of the opposition, to be the Leader of the Opposition and Deputy Leader of the Opposition. And as I said earlier, Standing Order 49A will provide procedural certainty that when an official opposition is operational, it should have the opportunity to be represented on all statutory committees. The next proposed change is to Standing Order 55, which will provide for membership for the opposition on the Business Committee. The proposed changes to Standing Order 56 provides for the opposition to nominate the Chair and Deputy Chair where appropriate of the Public Accounts Committee. And lastly, the motion to change Standing Order 81 is a technical consequential amendment. So, Conor, given the extent of the changes proposed, in the time that I have, I've really tried to summarise the extent of the changes proposed in the revised standing orders in today's motion. And as I mentioned earlier, there were aspects of the recommendations in the independent review that the committee was satisfied did not consider required changes to standing orders. And in the case of Speaker rights, following the consideration of legal advice, the committee agreed that existing Standing Orders 17 brackets 4 and 5 are sufficient for the purposes of giving effect to Section 7 of the 2016 Act. The committee considered all options for amendments carefully over the course of a number of meetings, including how some of the proposals would work in practice, seeking further papers, including a worked example of how the proposed changes to questions would work should there be an opposition in place. The committee, as most committees are at the moment, was extremely busy, and we took very seriously our role in implementing the recommendations from the IRC report. We did so in a timely manner and worked to ensure that all the necessary changes to standing orders could be in place before the end of the current Assembly mandate. And I'll just finish with thanking the committee staff and all other Assembly officials for their work and support in helping us bring this motion to the House today. For Mogov.
Can I call Sinead Bradley?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Chair of the Procedures Committee for outlining the work that has been carried out at Procedures. And it is worth noting, I suppose, at this stage that we were tasked with making sure that the procedures in this place reflect the IRC report and New Decade, New Approach. It was not within our remit or gift to decide whether they went far enough or if other things. That was far outside our scope. But I think we did intently listen to the advice brought to us in terms of mirroring those two documents and also to the legal advice that was presented. And I do think, given the time that we had in terms of drilling down into whether we were satisfied that it was fully reflective, I think we have come to a reasonable place. I'm not sure that this is the final place in terms of formalising the place for opposition in here, but I do think it is a significant piece of work that should be commended, and I welcome it on behalf of the SDLP, and we will be supporting each of the amendments at each stage. And as the Speaker outlined, we will debate one. This one debate will cover all, and then each item, so we will be supportive of those. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for that. And I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. These revisions of standing orders before the Assembly this afternoon are being brought in the event of an official opposition being formed in a future Assembly. These various revisions to standing orders will permit provision for the enhanced speaking rights for the opposition in Standing Orders 12, 18A, 20, 20A and 20B. And secondly, the revision of Standing Orders 45A, 49.2, 55, 56 and 81 are amendments to procedural details to include the possibility of an opposition. Standing Order 12.4a, there is a proposed amendment that a minimum of 10 days in each yearly session of the Assembly be allotted for opposition business. Standing Order 20a, paragraphs 6, 7 and 8 are to be excluded, and an amendment made. This allows for the First Minister, when taking oral questions, to permit that the first and second topical questions will be asked by the Leader of the Opposition and Deputy Leader. While, if it is a Minister answering the oral questions, only the first topical will be asked by the Opposition, and the Speaker determines the questions to be asked thereafter. Standing Order 49.2 allows the Opposition to be facilitated with at least one seat on each of the statutory committees. In Standing Order 45, this sets out the parameters for a party to be recognised as opposition, and it must satisfy various conditions, including if a party has declined the opportunity to nominate a person to ministerial office during the relevant period and the party comprises of 8% or more of the total members of the Assembly, they are entitled to an opposition and nominate a person to be the Leader of the Opposition. If there is more than one party forming an opposition, the largest party may nominate the Leader of the Opposition, the second party nominate the Deputy Leader. Regarding dissolution, the opposition will be dissolved if the Assembly is dissolved or all ministers cease to hold office. Regarding Standing Order 55, it is recommended that provision is made for one member of the opposition to be appointed to the Business Committee. In Standing Order 56, it is proposed that the opposition have the right to nominate the Chair or Deputy Chair of the Public Accounts Committee. Given the previous amendments, there is a consequential need to amend Standing Order 8110 accordingly. Mr. Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting all of these Standing Order amendments.
Thank you, Member. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll not repeat some of the items, for instance, that have been brought forward by Rosemary Barton, because she's very well summarised those motions that are presented for us this evening. But as we know, on the 9th of November 2021, the Assembly noted the outcome of the independent review of the adequacy and effectiveness of the statement of entitlements for an official opposition that was brought through AERC, of which I am a committee member. These amendments to standing orders are part of the outworkings of that report brought forward today by the Committee on Procedures, and I would like to thank them very much for such quick work. As the Chair of the committee has said, they are dealing with an awful lot of business, as are most committees, and I'd like to thank them for the timely work on this. As Ms Barton has spelled out, there are a number of motions bringing forward when opposition will be able to speak, that there will be opposition days and so on. I just would like to point out that AERC, under their report recommendation, the review recommendation 3, it did say that this process going forward should be reviewed after 2 years to ensure that it's working appropriately. But Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to say that I think that this is a huge step forward on a way of having an effective opposition in this place. As you'll know, and I've spoke about it before, the Alliance Party position is that we do not require mandatory coalition. We should be looking at voluntary coalition, and one of the effective ways that we can hold government to account is an effective opposition. So this is certainly a way forward on that. There's not much more to say on this other than the Alliance Party will be supporting the motions that have been put forward this evening.
I thank the member, and I call Jim Allister.
Speaker, it's a commentary in itself that over two decades after these institutions came into existence, we are making some rudimentary provisions in respect of opposition. Where in the world is there a credible government and legislature that doesn't have an official opposition? Stormont is the ringing answer to that question. And therein is the illustration of just how deficient this place is in terms of democratic accountability. No surprise, of course, because the very system of mandatory coalition is so absurd, inherently so, that it does not sit comfortably with opposition. Because under mandatory coalition, of course, the primary antithesis of democracy is on full display, namely that you cannot vote a party out of government and you cannot change your government. And that, of course, does not sit comfortably with the fundamental purpose of having an opposition. But at last there's going to be some provision of a different nature made in respect of that. And those baby steps, after all this time, are welcome so far as they go, but they will never address the fundamental absurdity and denial of democracy, which is mandatory coalition. And unless and until mandatory coalition is swept aside and the people of this province are given the right to change their government and vote a party out of government, then we're only tinkering round the edges. But even when it comes to tinkering round the edges, I note in the amendment proposed to Standing Order 45A that continuing holding back, because in 45A subsection 5 we find you're only allowed to be in opposition if you take that step within 2 years of the election. What are people afraid of? That they're scared of parties in the latter stage of an assembly daring to take on the mantle of opposition? What are these mandatory coalition parties afraid of? That they have to so hamstring the very existence of an opposition that it's only allowed if it is established within the first 2 years. There is a telltale sign of the fact that the mandatory coalition parties of this House are but paying lip service to the ethos and need for an opposition. And when they think there could be any threat to their credibility running up to an election, then they gather together to say, but you can't form an opposition in the latter half of an assembly. That is a telling insight into the mentality which drives these different steps. I repeat, they're small, they're useful in that sense, but they do not address the core issue. And as long as these institutions are built on that absurdity and that sand of mandatory coalition, then they continue to live on borrowed time.
I thank the member, and I call Tom Buchanan, the Deputy Chair of the Committee on Procedures, to conclude and wind on the debate. The member has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And speaking as Deputy Chair of the Committee on Procedures and following the committees, what I have to say about the committee and the work that they done, I will be speaking briefly as a DUP representative. Firstly, I would like to thank the committee chairperson for opening the debate, as well as those members who have made contributions around the House. It has been interesting to hear today the views of the members on the motion brought forward by the Committee on Procedures to make enhanced provision for an official opposition in this House. As we all know, we are debating these motions today because the House agreed to implement the recommendations from the Assembly and Executive Review Committee's report on the outcome of the independent review of adequacy and effectiveness of the Statement of Entitlements for an Official Opposition at the Northern Ireland Assembly on the 9th of November 2021. I can attest that the committee has carefully considered the recommendations and narrowed down those areas where it considered that procedural changes were in fact needed in order to really give effect to the intent of the report. The motions before the House today are therefore fulfil the Committee on Procedures aspects of the job in terms of improvements for an official opposition to operate in the House. The committee has carefully considered the impacts they will have, as outlined by the Chair, even seeking additional information on how questions would be handled under the proposed new arrangements. Today's motions are a result of months of detailed work that the committee undertook, and I am confident that the majority of them are appropriate and will suffice in their objectives. The main objectives of these motions, as members will know, have been highlighted in the debate today, are to improve on the provisions in this House for an official opposition, from qualifications and formation to titles, provision in terms of questions to be on statutory committees and business committees, and to the chair and to chair the Public Accounts Committee. These are important changes to support more effective working arrangements should there be an official opposition in this House. As the Chairperson has also highlighted at the beginning of the debate, it has taken a number of years, an independent review and much committee deliberation in order to reach this point. These motions put forward today fulfil the committee and procedures role in terms of delivering the changes to standing orders which are needed to underpin improved arrangements for the opposition in place. Listening to some of the members around the House today, Sinead Bradley made mention how that the committee, the advice that they took and the legal advice that they took, and she felt that we came to a reasonable place within these. Rosemary Barton outlined the various standing orders and the benefits there would be to an official opposition. Kelly Armstrong said about the huge step forward for the provision of an official opposition in the House, and I just hope the Alliance Party would be happy to come forward and support us on the whole issue of voluntary coalition in this House. And of course, Jim Allister made mention of the mandatory coalition and of that how that opposition didn't really sit, it didn't lend itself for an opposition to sit comfortably with it. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, today's motions are sufficient to properly implement these entitlements which were agreed by the Assembly when it debated and agreed the ARC report on the independent review. Just to make a few comments, I want to say that as a party we have concerns with the Standing Order 20, 20A, and of course 20B is tied into Standing Order 20. And I will make some comment on that, and my colleague Joanne Bunting made reference to these concerns at the committee on different occasions as we were looking at these particular standing orders. Now, we support the provision for an opposition, but this support is in accordance with the overarching principle that such provision must be fair and equitable to all in this House. With regards to the proposed Standing Order 20 on oral questions and Standing Order 20A on topical questions, we consider that the new provisions swing the pendulum too far, and in doing so disproportionately discriminates against backbenchers from the larger parties. As a backbencher under these standing orders, it is extremely difficult to be called at question time. On any given subject, only one MLA per party will be selected, with the result that MLAs will be competing with their party colleagues and will not be called at all if the original questioner is from the same party. And the larger the party, the greater that problem will manifest itself in this House. Question time should be open and fair to all MLAs to scrutinise ministers with regards to policy and constituency issues. Just because an MLA is from a larger party, that should not diminish their right to raise issues at question time with the minister on behalf of their constituents. This is exactly what these two SOs do. And to do that is not provision, is not actually making provision for an opposition, but it is really a denial of democracy. The opportunity to be called is further depleted when we consider the current situation that some ministers barely make it past question 3 or 4 at question time. Also, given that a supplementary may not be taken from a party colleague of the original questioner, this combined with the opposition now automatically being given the second supplementary, even in circumstances where the original question is from one of his members, affords extremely limited opportunities for the backbench members of the larger parties to exercise their rights of scrutiny at question times. All MLAs should be afforded reasonable and fair opportunities to ask questions on issues affecting their constituents, and yet to preclude some because their colleagues hold office is denying those MLAs an opportunity to fully represent their constituents and their constituencies, and preventing them from being as effective as they possibly could be. As a result of these proposals and these two standing orders on question time, backbenchers from the larger parties then will be penalised because their colleagues are ministers. This cannot be right. This cannot be the way forward. Provision for opposition, yes, but not in this fashion, which sidelines backbenchers in such a discriminatory way.
But I just wonder, does the member get the idea of opposition? The idea of opposition is to oppose. And if one looks at any system across the world where there's an opposition, primacy is given in question time to the opposition. Backbenchers of government parties aren't opposing. They're asking convenient questions. Opposition are asking pressing questions. Maybe the member doesn't want that, but that's the reality of how opposition works.
Thank the Minister for his intervention. But this, Mr. Speaker, is why we will be opposing SO20 and SO20A in the House this evening. Thank you.
We thank the member, and there are no further speakers, of course. So before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. As there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. We will now move on to a motion to amend Standing Order 18A, which has already been debated, and I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 18A, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
Mulliman moved.
Thank you. Again, before I put the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And as there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. We will now move on to the motion to amend Standing Order 20, which has already been debated, and I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 20, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
Mulliman moved.
Thank you. Again, before I put the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, can I remind members, can I remind members that there is a requirement to continue to oppose social distancing while we're roaming in the chamber? Okay, members. Order, members. Members, the question is that the motion to amend Standing Order 20 as detailed on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Kelly Armstrong, Nicola Brogan. Tellers for the noes are Tom Buchanan and Paul Frew. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, of which 57 voted aye, 67.9%. 38 nationalists voted, of which 38 voted aye, 100%. 38 unionists voted, of which 11 voted aye, 28.9%. 8 others voted, of which 8 voted aye, 100%. The motion is negatived.
The motion is negative. The motion is negative. On, fasten the doors, please. We will now move on to the motion to amend Standing Order 20A, which has already been debated, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 20A as detailed on the order paper be agreed.
Thank you, and I call the Chair of the Committee on the Procedures to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, and again, before I put the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Members, I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 113(5)B that there is an agreement that we can dispense with the 3-minute and move straight to the division. So, as I've said, do we have tellers? Okay, members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Kelly Armstrong, Nicola Brogan. Tellers for the noes, Tom Buchanan and Jonathan Buckley. Clear lobbies, assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Thank you. Doors, please. Okay, members. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, of which 57 voted aye, 67.9%. 38 nationalists voted, of which 38 voted aye, 100%. 38 unionists voted, of which 11 voted aye, 28.9%. 8 others voted, of which 8 voted aye, 100%. The motion is negatived.
The motion is negative. The motion is negative. Unfasten the door, please. We will now move on to the motion to amend Standing Order 20B, which has already been debated. However, as this motion is consequential to the motion to amend Standing Order 20, which has not been agreed, I will not call on the Chair of the Committee to move this motion. We will now move on to the motion to amend Standing Order 45A, which has already been debated, and I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 45A, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, and I call the Chair of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
Mulliman Roon. Moved.
Again, before I put the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And as there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. We will now move on to the motion to amend Standing Order 49 brackets 2, which has already been debated. And I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 49 brackets 2, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, to call the Chair of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
Mulliman Roon. Moved.
Thank you. And again, before I put the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. As there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. We will now move on to the motion to amend Standing Order 55, which has already been debated. And I ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 55, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you. And I call the Chair of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
Mulliman Roon. Moved.
Thank you. Again, before I put the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And as there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. We now move on to the motion to amend Standing Order 56, which has already been debated. And I ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 56, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you. And I call the Chair of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
Mulliman Roon. Moved.
Thank you. And again, before I put the question, I remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And as there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. We will now move on to the motion to amend Standing Order 81, which has already been debated, and I ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 81, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, and I call the Chair of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. Again, before I put the question, I remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and as there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. Members, the motion is agreed. Members, please take a ease a moment before we move on to the next item on the order paper. Thank you. Okay, members? Ready to resume? Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Trade Union and Labour Relations Amendment Bill, and I call Jerry Carroll to move the second stage.
Move, Mr. Speaker.
Second stage of the Trade Union and Labour Relations Amendment Bill has been moved in accordance with convention. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on the debate overall, but has agreed a limit on individual contributions. The sponsor of the bill will have 30 minutes to move, up to 30 minutes to move, and 15 minutes to wind. The Minister will have up to 20 minutes to contribute. The Committee Chair will have 15 minutes, and all other speakers will have 10 minutes. And I call Jerry Carroll to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very privileged to open this debate tonight on the principles of the Trade Union Freedom Bill on behalf of the many trade unions and workers who have helped to shape it and have supported over the last number of years. I want to begin by thanking the trade union movement who have supported and shaped it, and those who joined us on the steps of Stormont to issue a clear call to MLAs today to get behind this bill. I also want to thank Eamon McCann, a former colleague in the side of the House, a tireless socialist activist and trade unionist who originally proposed this bill in 2016, and I am proud to take up the mantle since then to see it through. Mr. Speaker, the aim of this bill is simple, recognising that the root of much of our current trade union legislation is anti-worker, and in a context whereby workers are facing increasive, offensive pay offers and conditions and a cost of living crisis. This bill will redress the imbalance in workplaces, re-empowering workers and the trade union movement to fight back for better. Given the period that we're in, I don't think it's an understatement to say that the changes within this bill will be groundbreaking for workers and trade unions, or that it is imperative for politicians to put their money where their mouth is and back the workers who they applauded and praised for carrying us through the pandemic. It has been proven beyond doubt that workers make the world go round. Imagine how worse our pandemic experience would have been without the healthcare staff, the food workers, the street cleaners, the bin workers, the lorry drivers, shop workers, stocking shelves, and many, many more. And yet such is the society we live in, that many of those workers face crippling conditions at work, face pay cuts as their workloads increase, face pension cuts and precarious low-paid contracts which leave them scraping to put food on the table or heat their homes. At the same time, according to the results of a survey by the Dairy Trade Union Council, 35%, so that's more than a third of workers in the area, do not earn more than the minimum wage. 67% receive only statutory sick pay, and 73% struggle with bills. Of these, some 45% are on part-time or zero-hours contracts, face harassment at work and do not have trade union representation. Whilst there are acute issues that point to long-term neglect in the North West, the trend is the same in communities right across the North. The cost of living is rising and wages aren't matching it. And add to this shameless attacks on welfare, which leave even those in full-time work relying on benefits to pay for food. And we have a picture of rising poverty and destitution felt most sharply by those at the bottom of society. Much of the promises made in the NDNA, commitments to better workers' rights, have not been implemented 2 years on, and they are obviously unlikely to be passed in this mandate at this stage. So it's clear workers will have to lead the fights themselves for better pay and conditions. Politicians, in my view, should not stand in their way. Rather, this Assembly should actively seek to make that process easier, as is the aim of the bill. History has proved that the most effective way to beat back attacks on workers and working-class communities is through collective action. Indeed, this is why Margaret Thatcher was so keen to go after workers and trade union rights, seeking to destroy the enemy at home, as she referred to them. We live in a divided society, Mr. Speaker, which will come as no surprise to those who have been responsible for sharpening division and whipping up sectarian tensions. Collective action across the divide is the greatest way to combat such division, and we can look to the trade union movement here to see how workers come together and win. Water charges were challenged on our streets by trade unions, and that is the reason we're not paying twice for an essential resource. And on recent successful strike actions, we've seen workers from different workplaces standing in solidarity with each other in a powerful bolster to the dedication found on pickets. Indeed, we've seen a recent spate of industrial action because of the rise in unfit conditions. Healthcare staff are considering additional industrial action 3 years on since nurses stood on freezing pickets asking for basic pay parity. The Hovis workers had to fight for the same parity, and now UCU workers are fighting for their pensions, and education welfare officers in NIPSA are out for fair pay as well. This isn't an easy process because of laws which were never voted for locally, never endorsed by our trade union movement, and which set out to dismantle the power of the trade union movement across the water following a historic strike by the miners and nurses. It's not easy for trade unions to recruit workers, to fight for better conditions, or to engage in industrial action for themselves or in solidarity with other workers. But that is exactly what we need in this period, Mr Speaker. Embolden trade unions and workers equipped with the tools to fight for better pay and conditions. I think there's an onus on this Assembly, therefore, to hear the appeal of workers and to overhaul legislation which has shamefully been left largely untouched for over 20 years. This bill will be a mammoth first step in that endeavour, and one which I hope will be followed by more bills which will reverse the trend of decades attacks on trade unions which have rolled back on much needed rights. This decade should really be one in which workers' rights are protected and strengthened after 40 years of outright assault. To focus now, Mr Speaker, on the specifics of the bill, I want to reiterate that this will only scratch the surface, but I believe the 5 main changes this bill, commonly known as the Trade Union Freedom Bill, will deliver would go to the heart of many of the problems facing workers in trade unions and those who cannot join a trade union today. The bill seeks to amend the Employment Rights Order 96 and the Trade Union Labour Relations Order 95. The first clause of the bill seeks to repeal Article 102 of the 1985 Labour Relations Order. This would legalise secondary, or what is usually referred to as solidarity strike action. This would unpick one of the cornerstones of Thatcher's assault on trade unions. It would allow trade unions to strike in solidarity with others engaged in industrial action. In most other countries across the world, Mr Speaker, there is no law prohibiting workers striking in support of another group of workers, yet such a ban, which was never endorsed politically or by the trade unions here, remains on our books. If workers in countries like Belgium and Denmark can do it, what justification is there for so severely limiting the agency of workers here? I have no doubt this may evoke cries of anarchy from some in the House, but the fact of the matter is that no government or employer has anything to fear from strike action, never mind solidarity action, if they treat their workers with basic respect and pay them what they deserve. This is about rectifying an imbalance in workplaces which was purposefully skewed away from workers and unions. We've also seen the power of solidarity in recent months as a mini strike wave hit the north has inspired solidarity from one picket to the next. These workers should be able to decide to withhold their labour in solidarity with each other. The result will undoubtedly bolster the outcome of industrial action for pay and benefits. And again, this is where politicians, in my view, need to put their money where their mouth is. Do you stand with the workers in these struggles? It's not enough to turn up the picket lines for photos. We need to make tangible changes to benefit those fighting back. The ban, Mr Speaker, prevents even workers in the same workplace, in the same building, taking action in support of each other if they're employed by different bodies. We see this directly within this building itself, where some workers in this building are employed by the Commission and some are employed by the Civil Service. And in my engagement with the NIPSA branch that represents workers in this building, they told me of a strike in which Civil Service workers took strike action, but their Assembly Commission colleagues who wanted to strike in solidarity with them and not cross the picket line were prevented from doing so by the current laws. And in this chamber, Mr Speaker, there's often thanks heaped on Assembly staff, and rightly so, for the work they do, but members should listen to what they say, particularly on this issue. In 1982, miners in Britain had gone on solidarity strike in support of nurses' pay claims, using their industrial muscle to support under-pressure hospital staff. Train drivers refused to cross picket lines in order to avoid moving coal during the 1984-85 miners' strike. Shortly after, all solidarity action was made illegal. This is the historical context underpinning this attack on workers, and if not for this reason alone, members should do away with it. The second clause, Mr Speaker, relates to the notice of ballot for employers, which seeks to simplify the information that trade unions must supply to employers about which workers are taking action, and to reduce notice period for industrial action from 7 to 2 days. The rationale for this clause is to again make it easier and less onerous and financially penalising for unions to act, and to keep them out of the courts when nefarious action threatens to upend strike action. In my discussions with trade unions in formulating this bill, we heard how costly it was to ensure meticulous records are maintained. Moreover, the ability to render strike action illegal because of an overlooked employee address change is unreasonable, and the Assembly needs to address this, as it represents an untenable barrier to taking successful strike action. The reduction of the ballot notice period from 7 to 2 days will remove another needless barrier to action. These measures are designed to hinder industrial action, which is an inherently political move against workers. We heard from unions, Mr Speaker, how a week is a long time in industrial relations, and employers can and have used that period to pressure, intimidate and bully workers not to take action, despite them democratically deciding to do just that. The bill proposes to reduce the notice period from 7 days to 2 days, removing barriers, like I said, to striking where the iron is hot. However, trade unions may choose to provide more than 2 days' notice if this would aid negotiations with the employer, therefore finding resolution before strike action is taken. Where this is not seen to be possible, workers should not be forced to wait. Clause 3 relates to the conduct of ballot and extends the arenas in which voting can take place in ballots, and seeks to bring balloting into the 21st century. This, I believe, will have one of the greatest impact for unions in terms of organising for industrial action. It was overwhelmingly endorsed by the trade union movement. Currently, trade unions must ballot for strike action and internal elections via a postal vote. This not only costs a substantial amount of money, hundreds of thousands for some unions, but according to the TUC, the Trade Union Congress is responsible for diminished participation in balloting. People move homes, ballots can be lost or undelivered, and it is more time-consuming to respond. Given unions the options of online workplace balloting will likely have a direct increase in voter turnout and member participation, a clear benefit for all and a boost for the democratic process in trade unions. In the 21st century, and particularly during a pandemic, much of legislative and political activity was forced online. There is no excuse for forbidding unions from balloting by email or app, or even in person, with protections in place. Technology exists to ensure ballots can be protected, whilst also making the balloting process much more convenient and cost-effective. Sir Ken Knight, former head of the Fire Service in England, conducted an independent review of online balloting for industrial action, and agreed and recommended a pilot scheme to be introduced for online balloting for trade unions engaged in industrial action. And people testified in that review that the postal ballot system, is subject and can be subject to abuse. During the last 2 years, Mr Speaker, I'll make progress and give way in a second, okay? During the last 2 years, we also had examples of workers voting online to accept offers made by employers, which worked very well by all accounts. If it's okay for online balloting to accept pay offers, then why not online voting to reject pay offers and thus take industrial action? As the TUC have stated, and I quote, "Personal computers have been around for 45 years. The first home broadband was installed 20 years ago, and online video calling has surged in the coronavirus pandemic, but the law governing trade union ballots remains stuck firmly in the pre-digital era." Clause 4 relates to giving workers who engage in official industrial action greater protection in the workplace. To be honest, this was a practice and piece of legislation that I was shocked and unaware existed, and of course I'm glad to try to change it when it was raised with me by trade unionists during the consultation phase of this bill. Workers dismissed unfairly because of their participation in industrial action have the right to challenge their dismissal. However, this right is time limited. This clause in the bill would make the dismissal of workers who engage in industrial action as the primary reason for dismissal automatically unfair. Currently, as the law stands, if you're dismissed for taking part in a strike or other industrial action which is called officially and is otherwise lawful, the dismissal will be unfair if it takes place fewer than 12 weeks after the person started taking part in the action, and depending on the circumstances, may be unfair if it takes place later. However, and here comes the rub, and I'm quoting from the pack the members received in relation to the bill, if you continue to take part in protected industrial action for more than 12 weeks, your rights are different. If you're dismissed for taking part after the end of the 12 weeks, your dismissal will only be unfair if, at the time of your dismissal, your employer has not followed reasonable steps to settle the dispute with the trade union. This leaves too many workers, Mr. Speaker, unprotected and subject to the whim of interpretation of what is or not reasonable steps. The blunt truth is that no workers should be dismissed, threatened with action for taking part in industrial action. More than 4,000 workers here have brought unfair dismissal claims against their employers in the last 5 years. There is an unfortunate precedent of workers being dismissed too easily, and it needs to come to an end, and this clause would obviously assist in that regard. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, relates to collective bargaining and would be a significant improvement for workers for hundreds of thousands of workers here if it was passed. Again, this was overwhelmingly appreciated by those we consulted with. Currently, workplaces, for some arbitrary reason, need to have over 21 workers before those workers can mandate recognition of a trade union by their employer, enabling them to engage in collective bargaining, avail of collective bargaining rights. Here, 93% of workplaces across the North have less than 21 employees, meaning they have no power to force an unwilling employer to the negotiation table. So workers who are in a trade union and who have less than 21 employees are effectively second-rate union members and prevented from having the rights as workers in bigger workplaces. This bill would reduce the mandatory minimum number of employees from 21 to 5. This change has the potential to see hundreds of thousands of predominantly private sector workers join a trade union and fight for better conditions in their workplace. This would be of huge benefit to those workers in hospitality, 89% of which have less than 21 workers in the workplace. Obviously, this change would dramatically bolster the ranks of trade unions too, and be a step change from the decline in membership of many unions for decades. Additionally, this clause would currently expand the issues that can be negotiated on by unions and employers. At the moment, trade unions are limited to negotiating with employers on matters limited to pay, hours and holidays. The result is that many issues which arise for workers are off limits for their trade unions. This clause would lift these limitations, allowing unionised workers to be represented on all issues relating to pay, terms and conditions, as well as the obvious result for workers battling unfair conditions. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, this will kickstart a renewed conversation in communities and workplaces about the merits of joining a union and expand the size of our trade union movement here. I'll give way to Mr. Weir briefly there.
Thank you for giving way. It was perhaps, I was thinking about, and I appreciate Mr. Carroll had moved on from the point. One aspect, just seeking a level of clarification on. You mentioned earlier on in terms of Clause 2, one of the impacts of Clause 2, and stated obviously as well in the Memorandum of Understanding, memorandum as well, was that it would remove the requirement for, before industrial action, for a sample ballot paper to be provided to the employer. Now, I appreciate the point that the member had made in terms of wanting to remove steps which are seen to be too onerous for a trade union. I understand at least the logic in relation to that. However, if there is to be a situation, and clearly there will have to be some form of ballot produced, which may well involve, depending upon the size of those, size of the workforce, or those who would have to, could involve hundreds or thousands of ballot papers. I'm not quite sure of what the logic is, which says producing an additional ballot paper, which could be given to an employer as a sample ballot paper, produces too much of an onerous burden, for instance, on the union. So I'd just be interested if there's any further particular bit of logic or explanation that the member could give in relation to that particular requirement.
Yeah, thank you, Member. I mean, in regards to the conversations that we had during the consultation process, most of the trade unions that we spoke to and engaged with felt there was no rationale or need for providing that sample ballot paper, and you talked about some of the more wider issues about the clause, which obviously are relevant as well. But in terms of the example of the ballot paper, it was made it very clear to us that there was no rationale or need to have that in legislation. If unions decide to show an employer a ballot paper, that's within them, but the requirement in law was unnecessary. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, what is in front of the Assembly tonight is the opportunity to uproot laws which were implemented with the intention of undermining the trade union movement. If we take this opportunity, it will represent a groundbreaking and historic movement for workers and their trade unions, who represent people from all backgrounds, creeds and communities, and bring them together to challenge unfit conditions and low pay in our society. Tonight, we can empower trade unions and equip workers with the tools to challenge conditions which actively add to poverty and destitution, and I would urge all parties to support this bill. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say a few quick thanks to all those staff members who helped me bring this bill to this stage. Thanks to Aveen, formerly in the Bill's office, James, Phil and Frank, and my own party team, Fiona Ferguson, Matt Collins, Sean Horgan, and I'm sure I forgot a few names, so apologies if I did. So I urge members to support this bill. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call Gemma Dolan.
As Sinn Féin spokesperson on workers' rights, I want to say from the outset that we support legislation which advances workers' rights and strengthens trade unions. Therefore, we broadly support the principles of the Trade Union Freedom Bill, and we support its passage through second stage. This bill ties in well with our own legislation to ban zero-hour contracts, create a better work-life balance for workers, and our policies to give workers a real living wage. While there is insufficient time in this mandate to advance this legislation, we hope that in a new mandate, a landmark employment bill can be introduced to strengthen the rights of workers and trade unions and deliver on many of the aims within these private members' bills. Trade unions play an important role in standing up for workers and protecting their rights. During the pandemic, trade unions ensured that workers were given adequate sick pay and leave when they had to isolate. They ensured workplaces complied with public health guidance, and they stood up for workers who faced being made redundant or having their furlough cut. Trade unions and collective bargaining has a crucial role in helping to create good jobs which are secure and pay fair wages. Research by the Nevin Economic Research Institute found that collective bargaining leads to higher wages for workers, and that firms who engage with collective bargaining benefit from higher productivity amongst their workforce. The role of trade unions in helping workers to increase their wages is particularly important in the current cost of living crisis, where workers struggle to pay their energy bills. Low wages remain a problem for workers, with around 20% of workforce still earning wages that are below the real living wage. Collective bargaining can help to address that. It is regrettable that we have had 3 DUP economy ministers throughout this mandate, and very little legislation has come forward to improve workers' rights or trade union rights, notwithstanding the parental bereavement leave and pay bill. We're also concerned that trade unions... No, sorry, I'm nearly finished. We're also concerned that trade unions have been regularly left out of policy making, and the trade unionists are not directly involved in shaping the review of Invest NI. In terms of the Trade Union Freedom Bill, we generally support the bills and its aims, and I thank the sponsor for briefing myself and party colleagues earlier last month. However, we also acknowledge that some within the trade union movement see this bill as putting the cart before the horse and not addressing the priorities of trade unions, which are about access to workplaces and increasing membership rather than what happens during strike action. However, I'm sure committee scrutiny of the bill can strengthen the bill, and these concerns can be addressed. I support the bill moving to committee stage. And I
thank the member, and I call Peter Weir.
Speaker, I want to speak on the bill. I'll keep my remarks relatively short. I think, given probably where we are in the mandate, there is an element, and I appreciate the passion which Mr Carroll has brought this bill, and I know he's a very strong commitment to this. There is a somewhat, given the fact that we're at second stage at the beginning of March, there is a slightly moot quality to some of this debate, because everyone within this House knows that that from the point of view of this reaching the statute books, it will not become law. And what I would say in relation to this bill, there is, I think, down the years, there's been many important achievements that have been brought about by trade unionists for their individual workers and in terms of broadly society as a whole. But looking at this bill, I think it is a grave danger that if it was to proceed, would drag us back in a retrospective way back to the 1970s. It is, well, I appreciate Mr Carroll would certainly self-identify as being a Connollyite. I think there is a touch of scargilism about this particular bill. And when I say it has a retro feel that would bring us back to the 1970s, like perhaps like some sort of, I feel a little bit like a character in Life on Mars, where I've suddenly woken up in the mid-1970s looking at this bill. To be fair to Mr Carroll, he's entirely honest about his intentions there and the sort of time frame that he sees, because he sees rolling back any changes that have been there in terms of trade union legislation to a pre-1979 level. And to his credit, he is absolutely clear-cut on that and very honest about that, and I give him credit for that. But I'm old enough to remember the 1970s, which was a period of high level of industrial, very poor industrial relations, where actually people suffered greatly because of that level of disharmony within society, which in many ways actually made some of the changes inevitable. It may well be that there was an argument that some of the events in the 1970s historically played into the hands of a Conservative government or a Margaret Thatcher. But nevertheless, it was a very dark period in industrial relations, and it's not one that I would like to see us dragged back into. There's a very much retro feel to this bill. Now, there are some aspects of the bill to which I don't have a particular problem with. I don't have a particular ideological view, for example, as to where the trigger point in terms of collective bargaining, whether it's 21 or 5 or a different figure. I don't have a particular doctrinaire view on where that should be set. And similarly, although I'm sure the member may be probably has greater knowledge of this than myself, I'm not particularly aware in terms of unfair dismissal cases, in terms of involvement with the strikes, whether that has been a major problem out there, but I'm happy to keep an open mind in relation to it. But I think there is enough within this bill which, from the point of view of industrial relations, is dangerous, that I think this House should be rejecting it. And I can think of 3 or 4 aspects that I want to highlight briefly. First of all, I think, which is one of the central cruxes of the bill at Clause 1, which is the secondary action. There is very good reason why secondary action is outlawed. It is because the right way for industrial action to take place should be about the rights of the individual workers who are directly affected by their industrial situation. Strikes should be, by their nature, about pay and conditions, about as I said, whether it's in the public sector or the private sector, about what directly impacts on those workers. They should not be political strikes. And we saw in the past, at times, sometimes taken not necessarily with the support of members, a situation in which pressure was tried to be piled on to either government or employers by a range of sectors, and where workers were coming out which was unconnected with their own conditions. I don't believe we should be going back to the days of political strikes. I think it is right that there is the right of industrial action, but I don't believe we should be widening it to make it political strikes. On Clause 2, perhaps the more minor aspect is the issue of an employer getting a sample ballot paper. That seems to be a reasonably sensible approach, which is simply to give a level of assurance that everything is very much on the level, and it gives one level of direct safeguard as to what any industrial action. And I think surely that level of communication is a good thing. I have to say, the idea, I can understand how for some trade unions that may be something that acts as a form of irritation. But I think it stretches it beyond credibility to say that supplying an employer with a sample ballot paper is something which creates such an onerous burden within any workforce, or indeed within any trade union, as to render that something which the law needs to change on. Perhaps the more substantial element is the period of notice which is there. And I think there are a couple of reasons why. If ballots are to be properly organised, there to be fair and indeed a level of discussion to take place ahead of any ballot. I think cutting from 7 days down to 2 days is a retrograde step, but it's also a retrograde step on a number of other reasons. We know that particularly where there are industrial disputes within the public sector and also sometimes in the private sector, that will also have a very strong knock-on effect on other people within society. So, for example, if there was a strike that involved a group of transport workers, that will have a particular impact on people getting to and from their own work. They may want to make alternative arrangements. To have something simply that appears within a matter of a couple of days strikes me as something which is unfair to those people as well. Perhaps most importantly, though, if we are to have good industrial relations, I think 7 days is a very appropriate period, because what it does do, it gives a level of space between the trade unions, between the workforces and the employers. It gives them a certain period where notice has been given. That gives an opportunity for a level of focus of discussions to try to resolve the issue. It gives a level of cooling off period, a period in which those detailed discussions can take place, because surely what we should be aiming for is a situation in which there is that level of harmony and agreement, compromise on both sides to reach agreement. And therefore, it strikes me that if you simply have a 2-day notice period, that really cuts out any realistic prospect of there being any discussions or negotiations ahead of the prospect of a ballot taking place. And I suppose the fourth issue just I want to highlight is I think that moving away from a secret ballot that is done by way of a postal ballot to, for instance, particularly putting in place some form of workplace vote of whatever nature is also a retrograde step. I think we should be in a situation where everybody is put on a level playing field, and having a situation in which there is a postal ballot, a secret ballot of members, I think is the appropriate way of doing things. We have seen, and again, my memory is particularly from the 1970s, and I don't believe necessarily that what is proposed necessarily follows this, but we've seen the big workplace votes in the 1970s where it was a mass gathering of the workforce, a show of hands, and something declared, which left, I think, at times, with some workers, a strong feeling of intimidation or a feeling that they couldn't be seen to be taking an opposite view to their other workers. And it strikes me that all workers should be treated on a similar basis. And I think, therefore, having a standardised method by which decisions are taken on industrial action is the right way. Look, I would say in conclusion, I appreciate it's probably unusual at second stage to reject the bill, but I think fundamentally this is something, indeed by the sponsor's own admission, which is designed to take us back in time to the 1970s. I think instead of looking backwards in terms of industrial relations, we should be looking to actually an era in which there's much more harmonious relations. We should be looking forward, not backward. And I think that if this House endorses today Mr Carroll's bill, we will be taking a very damaging retrograde step and moving back in time rather than forwards. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And can we please bring Matthew O'Toole on screen, please?
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The member has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and welcome the opportunity to speak on the Trade Union and Labour Relations Amendment Bill. Unfortunately, I'm not in the chamber tonight. I had intended to be, but business moved rather quicker than we anticipated. Given the nature of this discussion, I first of all, and what we're debating today, first of all, like to express solidarity with the industrial action taking place by the University and Colleges Union, particularly in relation to our two local universities here, the University of Ulster and Queen's University Belfast. Part of what they are striking about is, in a sense, a broader agenda around the commercialisation of higher education and also the casualisation of their work. So it's relevant to tonight's discussion. Mr Speaker, in the New Decade New Approach Agreement, all signatories committed to protecting workers' rights. That document said, quote, "Good jobs where workers have a voice that provides a level of autonomy, a decent income, security of tenure, satisfying work in the right quantities and decent working conditions should be integral to public policy, given how this contributes to better health and well-being by tackling inequalities, building self-sufficiency and combating poverty." That was extremely well put, but sadly, over the last 2 years, we've made very little progress towards it. And it's only now, in the dying weeks of this mandate, that we are debating this bill that we know has little to zero chance of becoming law. And my party will be supporting the bill proceeding through second stage today, in the hope that we can send a message of this Assembly's support for positive legislation to improve with workers' rights and indeed the broader trade union movement. I should, however, make clear that this bill would not be our ideal bill, and it's not necessarily one that we would want to see introduced. Nevertheless, we do welcome the fact that Mr. Carroll has moved a bill on to improve the ability of the trade union movement to deliver for its members, and indeed to strengthen that trade union movement more broadly. So given that we're today debating the broad principles rather than the detail of each clause, we are happy for it to proceed. But I will come on and talk about the individual clauses. The provisions are the bits where we are welcoming, and the bits where we have some very real concerns, and indeed the bits where we want to see more scrutiny. So our support today does not mean that we would support this bill in its entirety were it to proceed. It's support for the broad principles. My party has long stood by the trade union movement. We are proud to be the Social Democratic and Labour Party. The trade union movement has a more than century-long history of delivering for working people here and around the world. It's clear that members of trade unions in both the private and public sectors earn more than non-union members. It's most pronounced among women, where union members on average earn up to 30% more than non-union equivalents. And young people, and among young people, the number is that differential is almost 40%. And I agree with Mr. Carroll when he says that the hollowing out of the trade union movement through successive legislation in the Thatcher era is something we should want to roll back on. So we want to revitalise our trade union movement. We want to strengthen the trade union movement because it offers so much to workers, and indeed it offers so much to our economy more broadly. We want an economy where employers and workers work together in partnership, working on improving wages, productivity, advancing skills, improving work-life balance, underpinning job security, and indeed ensuring both staff and job retention. I would more broadly make the point that the absence of the trade union movement from a social partnership model and from detailed discussion in terms of our economic policy over the last decade and a half under successive DUP economy ministers who have, to a greater or lesser extent, well, mostly to a lesser extent, basically not engaged with the trade union movement, has been a real drawback. And I'm afraid it is very clearly linked to the fact that we have a very low skills outcome in poor skills outcomes in Northern Ireland relative to the rest of these islands, and indeed some of the lowest productivity rates, frankly, in Western Europe. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be candid. While we welcome this bill proceeding, it doesn't achieve everything that we would want. And indeed, it's clear that certain parts of the union movement, if they were to design a bill to improve how they work, it wouldn't necessarily be this bill, but we are happy to see it proceed. Just to come on to some of the specific measures, one of the aspects that we think that we do welcome and want to hear more about, possibly in the next mandate or hopefully in the next mandate, is around the potential for union voting to be carried out in office or virtually, as the bill sponsor said, in a digital age. And surely it does seem bizarre that we can't make provision for online and virtual ballots. Now, clearly, we would want to see that. We want to see more of that. We want to see more scrutiny of that. So, in relation to collective bargaining, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to close, Mr. Speaker, because I'm doing some parenting here, so I've got some parenting going on in the background. But in relation to collective bargaining, that's something we would want to see scrutiny of, because clearly there are a number of small businesses in Northern Ireland. We're heavily skewed towards small businesses, so that's something we need to be careful about. In relation to secondary or solidarity picketing. We think it is something that can be moved towards. However, we would want to see that with detailed scrutiny. I was intrigued to hear Mr. Weir call out what he called political strike action. I presume that would mean he was completely opposed to the Ulster Workers' Council strike in the early 1970s, but I won't dwell on that point, Mr. Speaker. There are a whole range of other measures in this bill. There are many things that are absent from this bill, but in broad terms, we welcome the fact that there is a trade union bill before us. It wouldn't be the bill that we would have introduced, and if it were to proceed, we'd want to see much more scrutiny, but we're happy to see it proceed to second. We're beyond second stage. Thank you.
I thank the member indeed, and I now call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Mr. Carroll for bringing forward this bill to the House this evening. I have been a work-lifelong trade union member. I started out in 1976 as a member of ASTMS, and I organised the first trade union branch in the what was then Ulster Polytechnic, now the Jordanstown campus of the University of Ulster. Moving from there, and indeed that gave me my taste for my trade union career, and I then subsequently moved to work for the Labour Relations Agency, an agency which recruited staff from both a worker and an employer background, and I was pleased to join it from that worker background. And that didn't diminish my role as a trade union activist, because there I immediately joined Branch 28 of NIPSA, and in fact was branch chair for many, many years in that organisation. And just to indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Carroll, that was by no means an easy role to fulfil, to be chair of a trade union branch in an organisation whose entire ethos was to provide support and conciliation to trade unions and employers in times of difficulty and in times of dispute. And the reality was we had our own disputes, and we had strikes. We had strikes against our own management. In fact, I rather proudly say to this day that we actually held the longest running industrial dispute in Northern Ireland over recognition. And that nevertheless did not deter me, or indeed the management of the Labour Relations Agency, in the role which we provided in providing conciliation and support to trade unions and businesses across Northern Ireland. I also appreciate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Carroll, that as Mr. Weir has said, back in the 1970s, there were lots of changes taking place in trade union regulation and laws, some which were of necessity because of the way in which industrial relations had been deteriorating at that time in the United Kingdom. Many, depending on the flavour of the government of the day, may very well have gone too far, and indeed did go too far. Shamefully, many of the changes and regulations were brought into Northern Ireland through direct rule ministers. Matthew O'Toole made a political point about the Ulster Workers' strike. If we hadn't had direct rule, we perhaps would have had the ability to make some of these changes ourselves. When this Assembly moved to a situation, where Northern Ireland moved to a situation where we did have our own ministers, then we were in a position to take control of employment law. Employment law is thankfully a devolved matter here in Northern Ireland, unlike, for example, Scotland or Wales, and therefore we do have the freedom. But with that freedom comes responsibility. And therefore, while I welcome this bill, I feel that it is both late in the mandate and, regrettably, from Mr. Carroll's perspective, not going to make it onto the legislative book. But I also believe that it doesn't leave a legacy going forward of the right tone, and it doesn't set the right tone for what will happen in the future. Mr Speaker, I hope that in the next mandate, and indeed I've heard the Minister say in committee and in this House, that there is an intention to bring forward more broadly encompassing reform of employment law here in Northern Ireland. We've seen some changes, and we're working through a number of changes at the moment that have made a difference in relation, for example, 0 hours. But there is a need to reform trade union legislation, and there are lots of reasons why we haven't got to that point. But there's no point in crying over spilt milk. We are where we are. So it is important that we seek to make that change. But it's vitally important that that is done in consultation with the widest group of people who need to be involved in that. The trade union movement, through its collective voice in the Northern Ireland Committee of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, the employers' organisations, of which there are several, all of those, and civic society, need to be engaged in that in a very broad-based consultation about the topics and areas that any change in the law needs to be brought about. So one of my concerns is that this particular legislation that Mr Carroll is bringing to us tonight doesn't quite achieve that in terms of the reach that it had in terms of consultation. One of the earliest ministers who had responsibility for employment and learning was my colleague Stephen Farry MP. He blocked much of the Tory draconian trade union legislation brought forward by Westminster, and I've said we had the opportunity to deal with employment law as it was devolved to us here in Northern Ireland. He took in my view, the right route to consult widely, and indeed he undertook changes to employment legislation. Some of the things that he said at the time when he was doing that was, the underlying issues go to the heart of employment law. We need to find that balance between employment rights and the burden of those rights will place on business. That is why it is important that we go out and widely consult in relation to this type of change. Getting the right balance will be challenging and will require partnership and a degree of flexibility if we are to create an employment relations system that enhances competitiveness and also affords employees and employers the right working environment. That, I believe, Mr Speaker, can only be achieved by bringing together those that want to that have the right voice to deliver this type of change, and that what we should be creating in our employment law going forward is that collaborative, consultative process that will deliver high-quality employment relations. So we should be allowing to draw into some of the European models with regards to workers' councils. Those are for very large organisations. And I do take the point that Mr Carroll makes in his bill. For example, I agree with Mr Weir in relation to the concerns around secondary action. I think it's important that those workers who are affected by a particular issue are the workers who should be at the core and centre of the dispute. I don't want to see disputes in employment. What I want to see are high-quality mechanisms that allow people to resolve those disputes before they actually take place. And that, I believe, and having spoken to representatives of the trade union movement, that is the direction that they want to move in. They want to move away from the type of environment that perhaps Mr Carroll is hankering back to. The area around ballots, I understand some of the concerns that there are around ballots, and I have no particular concerns about, for example, moving to online balloting, provided it is appropriately secured. For many years, and I know this directly, the Electoral Reform Society have been conducting postal ballots for trade unions. I've never seen any difficulty in that. In all of my years in the Labour Relations Agency, I don't believe there was one single dispute around either a ballot paper being presented to an employer or that ballot paper being distributed to the members of the trade union, because that was being done independently on behalf of the trade union. I passionately believe that there needs to be time and space for people to sit down and to negotiate and to go through the mechanisms, either those mechanisms that have been agreed between the parties, and a lot of my time was spent working on procedures that were written down but rarely were adhered to. And it's about bringing people into that space, setting them down in a neutral environment, inviting them to look at what they agreed to, and then encouraging and persuading them to work their way through that. There will, of course, always be disputes that flare up and for which there's no process or procedure for dealing with. And that is the role for an organisation like the Labour Relations Agency, to be immediately in touch with those organisations, to invite them in, to encourage them to come and sit down. I remember, I will
thank the member for giving way. The member, therefore, I appreciate the point that he's made in terms of that level of reconciliation and indeed conciliation where possible. Would the member therefore agree with me that there is a danger in moving, for instance, between a 7-day notice period to a 2-day notice period, because that is much more likely to promote a spirit of confrontation rather than giving a level of space for actually problems to be worked out between employer and employee?
I do agree with Mr Weir, and I think it is vitally important that that space is there to allow for cooling off periods, to allow people to give consideration. There will be times when people will just simply down tools and walk out, and that's a fact of life. But it's then for those who are skilled to deal with those situations to make contact with the parties to the dispute and to bring them round the table. I remember a strike taking place in Translink in Belfast. It wasn't an official strike. It was a group of workers who had a particular grievance at the time, and the buses stopped at 6:30 in the morning. And I remember standing in the car park of the Labour Relations Agency before the door was opened, making phone calls to the relevant trade unions and to the employer to get them in to start the talks, because it was on the news that morning that school buses hadn't been running. That's the type of intervention from an organisation that has respect by the trade union movement and has the respect of employers, that can sit down and work their way through all of those things.
Could the member bring us march to a close?
I will.
We're over time.
Apologies, Mr Speaker. To sum up very briefly, the view of the Alliance Party is that this conversation is coming too late in this mandate. It's regrettable that the Minister has said that he is keen that legislation can and should be brought forward, but not in this mandate, and that is for
time is up.
That's for another minister. Thank you.
I call Podrick Delargy.
My colleague Gemma Dolan has put in record very clearly our party position, so I just want to elaborate on a few points and to just clarify and bring about a few of my own points that I had raised previously as well. Obviously, we support any bills which are going to advance workers' rights and enshrine those in legislation. Over the past number of months, I've been very pleased to stand alongside Gemma Dolan in backing a number of those bills and in bringing those forward. Gemma's own bill on zero-hour contracts and in putting in place banded hours. The Finance Minister, Conor Murphy, in bringing forward equal sick pay for agency workers. And obviously one which has been debated a lot in the Assembly about the procurement process and ensuring that those employers pay the living wage, and as well my own bill which is due to come before the Assembly on a work-life balance, the right to disconnect and putting in place statutory pay for carers. So we hope obviously that in a new mandate that there will be landmark employment bill which can be introduced to strengthen the rights of workers. In the past number of weeks I've met with a number of different sectors who are on strike within my own constituency. With university lecturers, with dockers, and in particular with the education welfare officers who we've worked very closely with. And that again emphasises the need for trade unions and the protection which they offer to workers. One of the things that has come up quite regularly in those discussions is that those employees feel let down, particularly by successive economy ministers who feel that we have had the parental leave bill, but that would represent an aberration in the greater scheme of things which really has not advanced, and this is in the opinion of workers, their rights within legislation. And obviously, we additionally oppose any attempts by Edwin Poots to abolish the Agricultural Wages Board, which already puts in place those sectoral bargaining and higher starting pay rates for workers in that sector. There are a few gaps in the bill, which Mr Carroll, which have already been mentioned, but one which I just wanted to bring to your attention as well is there's nothing in the bill which looks at giving existing trade unions the right to enter workplaces and unionised staff. So a possible amendment could be considered to give the trade unions a set number of days per year where they can actually enter the workforce and provide information on joining the union. So hope that's something you'll look at, because it is a bigger problem for trade unions. Trade union membership in the private sector is around 15%. So trade unions see growing their membership as a bigger priority than perhaps what's contained in this bill.
I now call on the Minister for the Economy, Gordon Lyons, to respond to the debate, and you have up to 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let me begin by saying that I very much value the essential role that trade unions play in supporting employment rights and maintaining good industrial relations. The right to peaceful and legitimate industrial action is a tenet of any free and fair society. In my opinion, Northern Ireland employment law is already more favourable to the promotion of trade union rights than equivalent legislation in England, Scotland and Wales. Let me give you some examples. In Great Britain, in order for industrial action to be lawful, a minimum of 50% of all eligible voters must vote in a ballot, as well as requiring the majority of those actually voting to vote in favour of industrial action. The minimum of eligible voters is not required in Northern Ireland. Further, here employers must be given 1 week's notice of lawful industrial action. In GB, it's 2 weeks. I will comment on this bill's proposal to reduce this notice period further in due course. Finally, GB legislation ensures employers cannot make an offer to workers for the sole or main purpose of inducing them not to become or seek to become a trade union member. In Northern Ireland, this provision is strengthened by Article 77A of the Employment Relations Northern Ireland Order 2004, which makes it unlawful for an employer to induce workers not to belong to a trade union, not to participate in a union's activities at an appropriate time, and not to use a union's services at an appropriate time. I do not intend to roll back any of these important rights. However, it is always good to examine existing legislation to ensure it still achieves the purposes for which it was intended. And for that reason alone, I welcome this debate. As good lawmakers, we are all required to be mindful of both parties in the employment relationship, to support the maintenance of that relationship by balancing the needs of our businesses with those of the workers, as well as to consider the impact on wider society and the economy. And as such, this bill gives me cause for concern. I am particularly concerned about the proposal to remove the restrictions on secondary action, because Clause 1 seeks to repeal Article 102 of the 1995 Order, yet I see very little information in the explanatory memorandum on how this article has been problematic or unfair. Of course, the member and I are too young to remember the dark days of the 1970s, when, as a result of widespread industrial action, the lights went out and rubbish piled up on the streets. But there may be one or two members present whose memories do stretch back that far. But does the House really want to roll back the years and return to an era of unregulated industrial action? In addition to the detrimental impact on the economy and society of widespread disruption and increased strike action, this proposal raises serious concerns about human rights. Vulnerable members of society being deprived of essential goods and services if industrial action becomes more frequent and unpredictable. Workers coming under increased pressure to take action, so losing wages and possibly pension rights, even though they may not be directly involved in the dispute in question. And businesses unrelated to the dispute, but whose workers take part in secondary action, depriving that employer of their labour and possibly their livelihoods. And so I would respectfully ask the member to set out the steps he has taken to reassure himself and the Assembly that these concerns will be addressed in full. The member has advised that he shared his legislative proposal with the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Northern Ireland Equality Commission, and I wonder if he has received any comment from those bodies. Moving on, the principle behind Clause 2 purports to make taking industrial action more efficient by reducing the information to be provided to employers and reducing notice periods for industrial action from 7 to 2 days. That is a strange usage of efficient in the context of building a 10x economy. Such a disproportionately short notice period and the dearth of information to be provided under the proposed amendments is more likely to disadvantage both employers and employees. It could well thwart attempts to reach a negotiated settlement, leading to unnecessary industrial action, with all the consequent loss of income on both sides of the dispute. Surely that is in no one's best interests. While the member's intention may be to promote the right to take legitimate industrial action, an unnecessarily short notice period may also prevent employers from exercising their legitimate right to seek a court injunction to halt illegal industrial action. The removal of the requirement to provide essential information to an employer is likely to impact negatively on that employer's ability to fulfil their responsibilities, potentially in important areas such as health and safety in the workplace, and to ensure at least a basic service to the vulnerable. In the absence of evidence of any difficulties faced due to the current provisions, I am concerned that the only reason for such a short notice period can be to cause maximum disruption in the workplace, to the economy and to the public, all at a time when we can least afford it. I note that under Clause 3, the proposed bill introduces new options to allow union members to obtain voting papers and vote, including workplace voting and electronic balloting. This complements Article 112B of the Trade Union and Labour Relations Northern Ireland Order 1995, which allows voting papers being sent to members by means other than post where required for reasons of personal safety. Of course, the member will be familiar with the findings of the 2017 independent review by Sir Ken Knight regarding the introduction of electronic voting in GB. And in his report, Sir Ken recommended that any decision to bring e-balloting permanently into legislation should be based on the outcome of a pilot scheme to test e-balloting for a few select non-statutory ballots in England, Scotland and Wales. Sir Ken recommended that this pilot scheme, led by an expert advisory panel and quality assured by independent auditors, should provide the necessary assurances that e-balloting fully complies with the requirements in Section 54 of the Employment Relations Act 2004. The equivalent requirements in Northern Ireland are found in Article 28 of the Employment Relations Northern Ireland Order 2004, and these include ensuring that those entitled to vote have had an opportunity to do so, that all votes cast remain secret, and that risk of unfairness or malpractice is minimised. In addition, Sir Ken argued that the expert quality assurance of the pilot scheme would allow trade unions to demonstrate that e-balloting was cyber secure and included an effective system for voter verification. To move straight to the introduction of electronic balloting for industrial action in Northern Ireland without these assurances would seem ambitious, to say the least. Finally, the member believes that the bill will not give rise to any significant increase in direct costs to the public purse, and he is silent on the costs to business. Yet under Clause 5, the proposed bill seeks to reduce the mandatory minimum number of employees required for a request for recognition to be entitled to conduct collective bargaining. Surely reducing those minimum levels from 21 to 5 workers will bring many more businesses within the scope of this legislation, leading to an increased workload and potentially financial and administrative repercussions for the Industrial Court, the small specialist body that adjudicates on the recognition and derecognition of trade unions. So I would be grateful for an indication from the member on how many additional businesses would come into the scope of the legislation should minimum levels be reduced as he proposes. More significantly, the bill seeks to abolish the time limit for claiming unfair dismissal in relation to protected industrial action, whilst at the same time bringing secondary action under the definition of protected action and broadening the definition of former worker under Clause 6.11. The potential increase in numbers eligible to claim unfair dismissal would surely affect an already stretched industrial tribunal system. Again, I would ask the member for his estimation on the likely numbers of additional claims for unfair dismissal stemming from the proposed abolition of the time limit and other proposed amendments. I note that the bill will redefine collective bargaining so that it encompasses pay terms and conditions of employment rather than pay hours and holidays. And these amendments could result in an increased administrative burden on smaller businesses already struggling to recover from the impact of the pandemic. So I look forward to the member detailing the legal and practical impact of this proposal should this bill proceed any further. In closing, I cannot find any reference in the bill's explanatory memorandum detailing the parties who were consulted in drafting this bill or to the outcome of that consultation. As I said in my opening remarks, good lawmakers must be mindful of both parties in the employment relationship. To this end, I wonder if he made specific efforts to seek views from employers and employer representative bodies such as the CBI and the FSB. I would be most interested to learn of the outcome of these discussions. It is essential that any proposal to introduce or amend legislation is based on clear evidence of the impact, financial and operational, on the economy. Yet there is no breakdown of the potential cost to either the wider economy or employers. And this is particularly important in relation to small and medium-sized businesses that comprise much of Northern Ireland's economy and who, along with their employees, have been so impacted by the effects of the pandemic. So as we move to the end of this mandate, my priority remains to ensure that workers have high-quality jobs, and my department's Economic Recovery Action Plan and 10X strategy will help protect those jobs and, importantly, generate more. While I am conscious that this bill is unable to move to committee stage because of time constraints, I would ask the member to consider the issues that I have raised in my speech should he wish to bring forward similar legislation in the next mandate. This will help inform any future consideration on these matters, particularly on the need to balance the needs of workers with those of businesses and the wider impact on society and the Northern Ireland economy. In seeking to protect workers, we need to create an environment where we support and enable employers to be what we all want them to be, good employers. All legislation must be based on evidence from all those affected by any proposed measures, including workers, businesses and industry representatives, so that the real-life impacts can be fully understood. Disproportionate and ineffective regulatory burdens do not achieve the objective of making all our employers good employers. Indeed, they present a risk of wasting time that they could otherwise have spent on being just that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do just want to refer to some of the comments that were made during the course of the debate, and I pick up on a comment made by Mr. O'Toole, who said that he wants to see employees and employers working together. I do not think that this is a bill that is conducive to employer-employee relationships. I think in particular the fact that this bill tries to limit the time limit from 7 days to 2 days in terms of notification of industrial action takes away that opportunity to actually have those better relations. And in fact, this is a point that Mr. Dixon, I think, was getting at, and one that I wholeheartedly agree with, not only on the points that he had made in relation to how we need to have consultation with the trade unions, with employees and employers, but also that we want to leave as much time for resolution. He mentioned the Labour Relations Agency in particular. And my fear is that what this bill is actually trying to do is to make it as easy as possible to get to that industrial action. The goal here should not be to make it as easy as possible to have industrial action. The goal, surely, that all of us want to achieve is that we get the outcome that works for both employees and employers, that we get agreement rather than trying to move straight to what could be considered that nuclear option. I also want to just pick up on the comment that Gemma Dolan had made, because she wouldn't let me intervene. And I have already committed, and my department will take this forward, and hopefully the next minister will as well. An employment bill in the next mandate. There are so many issues that we want to make sure that we can address. We took forward parental bereavement leave and pay in this assembly because we recognised the short period of time that existed, and we wanted to address what I thought and what Diane Dodds thought was the most pressing issue, where we were already left behind the rest of the UK on parental bereavement leave and pay. That, as we all became aware, became much more difficult than we thought it was. And employment law is difficult, and it wasn't going to be possible for us in the short period of time that we had to bring forward an employment bill and to do credit to the issues that do need to be addressed. So not only did we bring forward that parental bereavement leave and pay bill, but of course we've been very busy in this department, not only providing immediate financial support of over £600 million through 50 different schemes to help sustain jobs and businesses in Northern Ireland. We brought forward the Economic Recovery Action Plan, which helped to sustain businesses as well, especially those on the high street. We also brought forward our 10x economic vision and the supporting strategies, such as the energy strategy and the action plan, the 10x trade and investment plan, and all of the other strategies that have been put in place to deliver the type of economy that we want to see here in Northern Ireland, to increase opportunities for workers and to make sure that they have those opportunities moving forward as well. And in addition, of course, we brought forward Project Stratum, and she will be delighted that in her constituency we have ensured that 13,572 premises now have access to high-speed broadband. So we have not been sitting on our hands in this department. We brought forward the legislation where we can as well. I would say in closing to Mr Carroll that I don't believe that this is an appropriate bill at this time. I don't believe that sufficient consultation has been carried out. I don't believe that we have all of the questions answered, and I don't believe that this will ultimately achieve what we want to achieve, which is improved outcomes for either employees or employers. We can do much better than what we have here, and I would urge members to reject it this evening.
I now call Jerry Carroll, and you will have 15 minutes to conclude and wind up the debate.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the members and Minister for the responses and the discussion. And I'll try to run through and respond as much as I can. Gemma Dolan obviously started, and on behalf of Sinn Féin rightly highlighted the role of workers and the need for collective bargaining, as well as the need to raise wages during a cost of living crisis. Wholeheartedly agree, and I welcome her meeting me several weeks ago. Thank her for it, and her party support for the bill. But I would respond her comments about the bill putting the cart before the horse in terms of unions, if I heard her correctly, getting access to the workplace. I would obviously invite her to look again at the details of the bill. I'm happy to meet with her or party colleagues again. But this would obviously increase the ability for hundreds of thousands of workers in the private sector to engage in collective bargaining, whereas they not at the minute. And the overwhelming feedback we got from approximately more than 800 responses to the consultation that we conducted, and all the trade unions who helped shape this bill, which they did, including NIC-ICTU, Unite, PCS, GMB, Derry Trades Council, Belfast Trades Council, NIPSA, UCU, Aegis and Baker's Union, and I'm sure I forgot one or two unions, apologies, was that this bill will help unions to recruit workers on a big scale, because those workers will see the worth of being in a union. And additionally, it will get trade unions into hundreds of small, predominantly private sector workplaces. Again, a huge boost to trade union membership and access to workplaces. Not just my words, but the words and the sentiments of the unions we work with on this bill. And it hasn't been conveyed to me, to be frank, that this is putting the cart before the horse, despite an extensive consultation and real tangible input from most of the trade union movement. Though it's possible a small pocket may not have been able to respond to that. And I hope Gemma's point that the bill will be improved at committee stage does happen. We obviously are open to, I'm open to amending it, and we've said it's not the finished article, it's evolved from 2016, quite open about that, and I hope that is the case, that we can have the strongest bill possible to enhance and protect workers' rights, which is the aim. So I look forward to engaging with her and our colleagues further on this. Peter Weir said the bill will take us back in time, and that we should instead be looking forward. It did predict some scaremongering responses from the benches opposite. I'm not surprised, but I would say it's quite remarkable to hear the member talk about bringing us back to the 70s, where he wants to bring us back to the 16th century. So that is just beggars belief, that sentiment that he's raising. We absolutely, my party and I absolutely and unashamedly want to remove some of the more recent changes to trade union legislation which sought to attack workers' rights and trade union power. And to pick up on one of his particular points about balloting, there is nothing in this bill which strips away secret balloting. I believe that it's a misreading on his part. Workers can vote in the workplace, in private, and indeed this has been endorsed by many, everyone who we met. All that it does, as he claimed, want to see is to bring it into the 21st century with more modern methods of balloting, saving time, energy and increasing participation. He talked about it being a mute move maybe to bring this piece of legislation, but I think it's very, very important because this House has not had a say or a vote on these laws which have been dictating the trade unions for 20 plus years. And obviously there was an obsession with the 1970s, but with the 1970s and the attack launched by Thatcher in '79 on trade unions, there was an automatic decline in the standard of living. So the high participation and scale of the trade union movement actually led to an increased cost of living. And my recollection, or my memory, is 1977 was actually the highest period for workers in terms of standard of living, high wages, and so on and so forth. He also attacked the idea of a political strike, but also nothing to say about his First Minister, who's taken a form of a political strike by pulling out of office, but it's okay for him, but nobody else. I want to thank Mr O'Toole, Deputy Speaker, for giving his party's endorsement for the bill, passing to the next stage. And similarly to what I said to Gemma, I would encourage him and his colleagues in the SDLP to get involved in the future stages of this bill, where they will have the opportunity to strengthen and, as he suggests, maybe amend it. And I would reiterate his response or his support for workers and trade unionists and UCU. In particular, commended them and solidarity to them for taking strike action. Mr Dixon talked about some of his experience, a lifelong trade union member. He organised, if I heard him correctly, in the Ulster Polytechnic, which is currently Jordanstown. I should have declared an interest at the start of this debate. I joined Unite when it was Jordanstown, changed its name, and I've been a trade union member since my late teens, and I should have obviously declared that at the start, although I doubt anybody will accuse me of being biased towards unions. He also talked about being engaged in the longest industrial dispute. I don't know if it was ever or at the time here, but fair play to him in that. And again, he talked about obviously it being late in the mandate, which it is, but to repeat from our part, my part, our party first proposed this in 2016. There's been obviously a collapsed assembly, there's been delay, not on the want of our part, but obviously circumstances, a pandemic and obviously other situation. But I think there should be obviously emergency provision to ensure this does pass before the mandate comes to an end. That's urgent. It's a priority. This bill does see the full light of day. And a consultation was raised by Mr Dixon and the Minister. This bill was consulted on. It was wide-ranging. It had approximately 100 responses to it. A survey that I conducted online was publicly available. You could have responded. I don't think you did. You might have. But this was actually consulted on more than the average consultation responses that your own department receives. On average, your department receives 321 responses to your consultations. This, conducted by a single MLA, received over 800 responses. So my maths aren't great, but by my calculation, that makes my consultation more than double. I consulted on more than the average number of consultations your department's previous ministers conducted. Go ahead.
I'm delighted to hear that there are those responses to it. It wasn't the number of responses that was my query. I genuinely wanted to know if there had been engagement with business organisations, and secondly, when will we see? Have you published the results of that consultation so we can see what people are actually saying?
Happy to share them with you. And we have discussed and met with business organisations about the bill, but frankly, not the CBI. I think the problem in this House has been, from your department in particular, has been an over-reliance in operating in the interests of big business and private businesses over the interests of workers. So you can, it's not rubbish, you can consult with the CPI if you want, but we didn't and have no interest. They can publish their response, their view on it if they want to, but we didn't. And obviously the Minister feels that obviously already he talked about imbalance, but he fails to recognise the already imbalance that already exists against workers, prohibiting them taking action, making it harder for them to organise. He referenced some of the restrictions in Scotland and England, but I don't want a race to the bottom. I want the best trade union laws and rights in place here for workers, even in those places as well. And some of the answers I'll try to respond to, but the only reason why this is being brought is because the department, the Minister, previous ministers have failed to do anything meaningful to make it easier for workers to get organised, and no exception around the parental bereavement bill. Go ahead.
That issue, and I've addressed that a number of times. Look, I think if we were to summarise the issues that I have with this bill, it's first of all around the solidarity industrial action. Does the member think that it is fair that employment disputes between a separate employer and employee should require an employer in another organisation to face the consequences of that? Does he believe that's fair? And secondly, does he not agree with me that reducing a notice period from 7 to 2 days does not create an atmosphere of actually getting a resolution to problems, but rather just intensifies the issue and takes away that space to try and actually deal with the issue?
I wouldn't agree. I think it should be solidarity, secondary action should be legalised. I think it's a disgrace that we're living in a so-called democratic society and you're withdrawing your labour power is illegal in certain circumstances. So I don't believe or see how the Minister could stand over that. In regard to the second point about notice periods, we actually heard from trade unions and workers how the current system actually inhibits and puts pressure on workers to not vote, to not take strike action in that 7-day period. And there's countless examples that was shared with us. I'm happy to share with the Minister as well. I'll briefly get away, so I want to... Yeah.
And we obviously haven't seen the list of consultees, Mr Carroll. You say trade unions, and you've read a list of trade unions, but the trade unions do have a collective voice. It's called the Northern Ireland Committee of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. Were they included in that consultation process?
Yeah, thanks to the member. I think I met them 4 times, and actually some suggestions from NICIC 2 made it to the final stage of the bill. Suggestions from their president, their members of the organisation. So they were met, they were consulted quite robustly. So I ask members to support this bill, Mr Speaker, and I thank members for their comments.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the Trade Union and Labour Relations Amendment Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes, and I'll remind you that you should not come into the Assembly chamber if you have proxy voting arrangements in place, and I also urge members to maintain social distancing during this process. Order, members. Order. Order. The question is that the second stage of the Trade Union and Labour Relations Amendment Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. Members, the following tellers have been appointed. They have come forward. Tellers for the ayes, Jerry Carroll and Pat Sheehan. Tellers for the noes, Peter Weir and Keith Buchanan. And again, before the Assembly is advised, remind everyone to maintain social distancing during the voting arrangements, especially in the lobbies, and that those who have proxy voting arrangements do not need to come into the chamber. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Would members resume their seats, please? Clerk, please read the result.
81 members voted. 38 members voted aye. 43 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
The motion is negatived. The motion is negatived. Unfasten the doors. We now come to the final item on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary,